Kisses Are Distracting by Chilly Kitty. Rarity's eyes focused on the soft, silky fabric in front of her, carefully pinning it into place over the mare's chest, making sure to not nick the yellow coat underneath. She stayed perfectly still in her concentration and was grateful that her model was doing the same. Rarity? The quiet Pegasus asked stiffly, not wanting to mess with the work the unicorn was doing. Rarity hummed in response, her mind too distracted by the slippery fabric in her magic gasp to form actual words. Rarity, love, when you have a moment, Fluttershy said. Rarity carefully pressed another pin into the dress. Yes, dear. Her words were hollow as her mind was clearly elsewhere. There's no rush, but, you do need to sit up at some point. Rarity had been hunched over to reach the mare's chest, her face only a few inches away from it for Celestia knows how long. Just as the other had said, she became incredibly aware of the stiffness in her back. She failed to suppress a sigh and straightened out her position, bringing herself eye level with Fluttershy. Before she could complain, there were soft lips pressed against her. She melted in an instant, leaning into the touch. It took longer than it should have for her to come to her senses, but when she did, she pulled away. What was that for, darling? We've been up this for hours. I think we need a break, the quiet mare explained. Ah! Rarity glanced at the clock on the wall, looking just above her glasses. I do suppose it's a bit late. Are you hungry? Fluttershy shook her head. I ate last time you needed to take the dress off to use the sewing machine. Rarity's eyebrow furrowed. Are you tired then? Do you need anything? I'm almost done with this bit, dear. But we can stop if you need. Her voice dripped with concern. Fluttershy smiled at her, eyes wide as if Rarity had just said something foolish. Rarity, you haven't eaten dinner, she stated, and your lunch was half a leftover cupcake. Oh, Rarity mumbled. Well, I just have... Her words were taken by another kiss, cursing the fact that she was standing so close to her mare friend, though she didn't really have any intention to move away yet. Fluttershy broke this kiss after a warm moment. You said that earlier. You didn't let me finish. How would you know what I would say? Rarity pointed out. Fluttershy just rolled her eyes fondly. Because not only did you say it earlier, but yesterday and the day before, and every time you've been engrossed in a project for as long as I've known you. I just have to finish this bit and then I'll take a break, she said with an attempt at Rarity's usual almost Canterlottian accent. Darling, she added after a moment. Rarity huffed and tried to look annoyed, but she couldn't help but smile. I do not sound like that. But you do, Fluttershy said right back, and you sound lovely, even when you're overworking yourself. But if you continue with this much longer... An uncharacteristically sly grin made its way onto Fluttershy's lips. I am going to have to silence you. Oh, and Rarity laughed. She wasn't sure if she ever saw the kind mare so bold. And how do you plan to... She was cut off by another kiss. This one lasted longer and involved Fluttershy humming into Rarity's mouth before pulling away. Rarity was dazed by the taste of the other's lips. I see. Yes, that makes sense. Fluttershy giggled at that, and Rarity all but swooned at the sound. She took a step back to look at her love in the unfinished dress. It was coming along nicely, a pink base with green accents. A few bits of golden shimmering fabric that somewhat matched the yellow mare's coat. That's lovely and all, but I do... She took another step back to dodge the other's incoming kiss. I do need to finish this bit and then I'll take a break, she promised, seeing the doubtful expression on Fluttershy's face. She scoffed. I really mean it, darling. Fine, Fluttershy hummed, allowing Rarity to step closer again without the threat of distracting affection. But don't make me use the stare. I won't, my dear, I promise, Rarity hummed, returning to the matter at hoof. There was another few minutes of silent work. A pin lifted from its place in the pincushion, raised to the green fabric and then delicately pressed into place, attaching it to the pink fabric underneath, and then another and another. She found herself soon fixing and adjusting the other pins into a proper place, zoning out from the world and only thinking of the task in front of her once again. Rarity? Yes, darling, I'm almost done. She'd leaned back to look at Fluttershy, which she should have realised sooner would be a mistake. Not that she could really call the kiss a mistake in any meaningful sense of the word. I think you're done now. Fluttershy barely leaned back, her breath on Rarity's lips as she spoke. Rarity felt her coat heat up, flushing pink instead of its usual white. Yes, I think you're correct, she barely whispered, closing the distance between their lips once again. They stayed like that for a long moment, wanting to deepen the kiss, but instead pulling away begrudgingly. Let's get you out of this dress, Rarity mumbled, beginning to carefully undo the pin-filled fabric, careful not to knock out any so she could stitch the green into place later. And get you some dinner, Fluttershy stated. If she heard Rarity's disappointed grumble, she said nothing. Yes, love, Rarity eventually said with a sigh, helping Fluttershy slip out of the attire. She laid it out near the sewing machine and turned, once again finding a muzzle against her own. Rarity smiled, kissing the mare in front of her. Fluttershy stepped closer, pressing their chests to each other now that there was no delicate art project restricting her movement. She brought a yellow hoof to push Rarity's red glasses to sit behind her horn. She then lowered the hoof to the unicorn's cheek, holding her in place and kissing her like she was the only thing that mattered. But then she pulled away and Rarity couldn't stop the desperate whine that left her. Fluttershy giggled at that, and really, how could Rarity be mad after hearing that wonderful sound? Fluttershy hummed, releasing her hold of the other's cheek. I'm going to make you a daisy sandwich, come on. Rarity would have complained and pulled Fluttershy into an embrace, holding her and kissing her until they both were out of breath, but she could feel her own hunger eating away at her, so she instead followed her mare friend into the kitchen. A daisy sandwich sounds lovely, darling, she conceded.
Sprout Scout by Miles Prower 06. Something on your mind, Deputy? You seem distracted, Sheriff Hitch told his underling as they walked together out of the Maritime Bay Sheriff's Department. Huh? Oh yeah, it's been an interesting couple of weeks, that's for sure, Sprout replied as they stepped into the evening air. Yup, I'm guessing Maritime Bay is going through quite a few changes, not to mention quite a few traffic jams as Cantor Logic pulls up all those unicorn capture pads. Then we'll have to patch over all these holes, Hitch said as he turned to put the key in the door and gave it one whole turn, locking the dimmed office up for the evening. Hey Hitch, I need some advice, Sprout said as Hitch removed the key and turned back to the street intersection. Oh, about what? Hitch asked as he deposited the front door key into his saddlebag. Well, how do you start talking to a mare? Like, one that you're interested in, Sprout said, his cheeks turning red, getting a bit of a pink tint to them as his gaze fell to the ground. Oh, so you need dating advice, eh? Not sure how much help I can be there, Sprout. Haven't really been making much of an effort in that department myself, Maritime Bay's sheriff replied. Sprout deadpanned at that response, as if Hitch even needed to put in an effort with that calendar that he had put out at the end of last year. Did he seriously not see all the mares practically tripping over their hooves as they stared longingly at him on the walk to work each morning? So who is she? Do I know her? Hitch asked. Who doesn't know you in this town, boss? A nice try, but I don't want you to try to get to her first, Sprout told him. Come on now, I wouldn't do that to you, Sprout, even after everything that's happened. But fine, if you don't want to let me know, I'll go ahead and respect that. It's not like I've got my eye on any pony anyways. So, the most important part is to be yourself. If you like this girl and you want her to like you, You shouldn't put on any kind of mask or facade. Show her who you really are, the suave stallion told him. Honestly, Hitch, I'm not sure how good of an idea that is. I mean, most of Maritime Bay is currently changing who they really are. Myself most of all, Sprout countered. The memories of being the ringleader in their 15-minute warpath was already unpleasant to him, and he figured that was a good thing. It showed he was already changing mentally and getting rid of years' worth of racial bias. Well, in that case, without specifics, which I'm okay with, just tell her how you really feel and mentally embrace the pony that you want to change into. And in these changing times, I'll say to be confident, but be ready to accept rejection. Regardless of how you feel, if she doesn't feel the same way, that's where it has to end. Stalking isn't attractive to any pony, Hitch told him matter-of-factly. Sprout resisted deadpanning again. You might want to tell that to half of the mares that oogle you on their patrol routes every single day there, boss, he thought to himself. Heck, some of the fan mail that he received at the station every week almost certainly qualified as stalking. So, you gonna go home and practice in front of a mirror or something? Hitch told him as he glanced around the street in the direction of his house. Nah, if I did that, I don't think I'd stop until it was perfect. I'm just gonna make it from the heart and see what happens, Sprout told him. Well, alright then, best of luck. I'll see you at work in the morning, deputy, Hitch said, giving him a curt nod before trotting off down the street. Sprout took a deep breath before heading in the opposite direction, towards the coast. The night air was cool and crisp, and the brightest part of town this time of night was still the Cantalogic factory, even with half of the lights dimmed or turned off for the reduced third shift that went through the night. It was undergoing heavy restructuring as they had suddenly stopped production of virtually all of their anti-unicorn and Pegasus products. Maritime Bay didn't have much of a nightlife, and almost all of the businesses in town closed at the same time as the precinct closed up for the evening. A few ponies still mingled on the walks and streets, either on their way home or finishing up a late dinner. He made his way to the southwest outskirts of town, to where Maritime Bay's lighthouse was currently undergoing repairs. The residence of one Sunny Star Scout, activist and catalyst of Equestria's current reunification. Taking another deep breath, he trotted up the hill towards the structure and saw dim lighting coming from the ground floor windows. He steadied his breathing and stepped up to the front door, which had been repaired. Taking one last breath, he raised his hoof and knocked on the front door and waited. He heard muffled hoofsteps come towards him. A moment before, the front door opened, revealing Sunny Star Scout. Oh, hey Sprout. Awfully late for a house call, isn't it? Is everything alright? What can I do for you? Sunny Star Scout asked as she looked at the stone as he ran his hoof over his blonde, slicked back mane. Hey there, Sunny. I just wanted to apologise again for what I did to your home. I wanted you to know that I've volunteered to help the construction team help out with the repairs, Sprout told her as he began to tap at the ground with his left foot. Thanks, Sprout. It'll be nice to have this place completely livable again. I've been sleeping on the couch because I can't really go upstairs. But it should go faster with unicorn help. In fact, everything but the third floor is just about done. All they have to do is seal the ceiling up before working on the top of the tower. Sprout smiled, then took a deep breath. And listen, I was wondering if you wanted to go to a movie sometime, maybe this weekend. We could go see Harry Trotter. Tickets are on me. What do you say? Sprout asked her with a smile. Sunny gave the red stone a gentle smile. Oh, Sprout. No. What? But I thought... No. Must You? By Twinkletale. Must you, darling? Pinkie Pie looked up from a bowl of cereal. She wasn't quite sure what she'd done to elicit such a reaction from her breakfast partner. But the great thing about the question posed to her was that it didn't necessarily mean something negative. Maybe Rarity was just curious. Must I what? Pinkie asked through a mouthful of ultra-frosted Frosty-O's. She didn't even have to look at Rarity's face to know what expression she wore, although she did anyway, since Rarity's face was very nice to look at, and quickly covered her mouth, swallowing its contents. Sorry, I know you don't like it when I talk with food in my mouth, but I didn't want to be rude and not answer your question. So, I guess I was rude in a different way instead. Whoopsie. Rarity's expression softened, and she reached across the table to pat her partner's hoof. It was hard to stay annoyed at Pinkie. It's okay, dear, Rarity said. I'm certain I could have been patient enough to wait until you were done, but I appreciate the desire to not leave me in the lurch. Lurch is a funny word, Pinkie offered, grinning a tiny little grin as she perked back up. I guess it is, Rarity responded, almost unconsciously mirroring Pinkie's grin. We'll add it to the list then. Pinkie clapped her hooves eagerly as Rarity unrolled her scroll of funny words, sliding out of her chair so she could peer over Rarity's shoulder as she wrote this newest one down. Funny words were even funnier when written in Rarity's flawless penmanship. Something about the word tizzy displayed in such a flowery font tickled her in one of her favourite ways. Not her most favourite way though. Only Rarity was allowed to tickle her like that. And there we are, Rarity stated as she rolled the scroll up once more. Lurch, a lovely addition. Totally, Pinkie replied, holding one foreleg in the air. She beamed as Rarity immediately picked up her cue and gave her an enthusiastic high hoof. Then it was straight back to her chair, and she had left her breakfast unattended and undevoured for far too long. And as it would turn out, the devouring would have to wait even longer as a familiar thought swirled up in her little pink head. So, what must I? Pinkie asked. Pardon? Rarity asked before shaking her head quickly. Oh, I'd completely forgotten. Gosh, Rares, I'm usually the one that forgets things so quickly, Pinkie teased. Maybe I'm rubbing off on you more than I thought. Oh, more than you know, Rarity responded. I was distracted thinking about something you'd done the other day, while I was heading to the spa, and it wasn't until I noticed the little stares from the ponies on the street that I realised I'd been pronking just like you do. Pinkie Pie burst into laughter, to the surprise of no pony. The visual was so entertaining that she didn't even have time to comment on how pronking was also a funny word. Not that it would have mattered if she had. It was already on the list. I wish I could have seen that, Pinkie said between giggles, her mirth only amplified by the combination of blush and an embarrassed smile on Rarity's face. Well, I suppose I could demonstrate if it would please the lady, Rarity mused. She didn't even wait for a response. Waiting was entirely unnecessary when one knew the other well enough to know how she would respond. Her breakfast temporarily forgotten, Rarity rose to her hooves, perfectly primped and polished, almost in spite of what she was about to do, and began to bounce around the room. I believe it looked something like this, Rarity shouted as she rocketed past Pinkie, who was now in hysterics on the floor. Am I doing it right, darling? Is this a proper pronk? Pinkie made a feeble attempt at an answer, but it wasn't meant to be. Her usual loquaciousness caused words to flow like water from her muzzle, but this laughter was simply impermeable. A quartet of alabaster hooves landed at her side, and Rarity soon joined in the laughter as she hugged her silly pink partner. Thank you for the approval, darling, Rarity said, giving Pinkie a kiss on the cheek. It was salty. but tears of laughter often did that to a cheek. It means the world to me. The happy little sigh from Pinky tugged at Rarity's heart, and the organ deftly fought off attacks from her brain, which was frantically trying to remind her that she was currently laying on a dirty floor. "You know I approve of just about everything you do," Pinky said, the earlier uproarious laughter calming into a gentle giggle as she nuzzled her recently kissed cheek against Rarity's. "Just about everything?" Rarity asked, a coy grin crossing her face. "What might I have done that you disapprove of then?" "You made vanilla cupcakes the other day when I really wanted chocolate," Pinky replied matter-of-factly. Rarity raised a brow, giving her partner a bemused smirk. "Oh, really?" Rarity replied. "And you didn't like the 7 of them that you ate?" "I liked them," Pinky responded quickly. "I was just hoping for chocolate." "Well, it's good to know that my largest indiscretion against you was a mixing up of cupcake flavours," Rarity said. "You also snore," Pinky told her. What? Rarity stammered, quickly rising to her hooves. "Pinky, you snore as well." "I know," Pinky said, opting to roll over onto her back rather than stand. "But I snore at a C, and yours is more of an E flat. And I guess that would be fine if we also had another pony snoring at a G, because that would make a good minor chord. But I didn't really think you'd be okay with inviting a third pony too." "You're annoyed that our snores don't harmonise," Rarity exclaimed. "I never said annoyed, silly," Pinky insisted, crossing her forelegs over her chest. "You asked me what I didn't approve of, but it's way too small of a thing for me to get annoyed about." "I suppose that makes sense," Rarity responded. "It sure does," Pinky said, launching herself up to a standing position in a matter that probably shouldn't have been physically possible for any pony that wasn't Pinkie Pie. "I love you too much to get annoyed by something really small that doesn't really mean anything in the long run." With that, the pink pony planted her rump on her chair and munched down another spoonful of cereal, stopping midway to look back at the love of her life. "So, what must I?" Rarity stared back at Pinky. She was crunching her cereal so loudly yet again, the exact thing that caused her to pause earlier. For the briefest of moments, she considered bringing it back up. As she stared back into those baby blue eyes and thought about their conversation though, you know what? It doesn't mean anything in the long run. The Thunder Rolls by Jade Ring. Sugar Belle winced at the flash outside the window, then started counting the way her grandmother had taught her back when she was just a filly. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. The dull rumble shook the aged wood of the farmhouse, and she sighed with worry, the storm getting closer, building in strength. Big Mac should have been home hours ago. She stared hard out the window towards the dark path that led from Sweet Apple Acres to Ponyville proper, very nearly willing the form of the great red stallion to materialise from the growing gloom. They'd known about this storm for weeks, hadn't they? Hadn't they, with the rest of the farming community, voted to approve one last big storm before the end of growing season? Maybe he just got held up running his errands, she told herself. If that was the case, then she knew she'd seek shelter. He knew it would be safer to ride out the storm in the home of a friend. She racked her brain for the names of ponies he might hide out with until the storm lessened to a drizzle. The Cakes? Burnt Oak? Perhaps even the Castle of Friendship itself. A stray doubtful thought flitted across her mind before she could stop it. Maybe he's with Fluttershy. She shook her head to chase away the irritating thought. She had no reason to be suspicious of Fluttershy. The wildlife warden had never been anything but decent to her, kind from the moment they'd met. She'd heard the rumours, that was all. Rumours that the buddy yellow Pegasus had pined for years after the stone she now called her husband. But, as far as she'd been able to glean, There'd been no actual action taken from either party of the crush, and all the interactions she'd had with Fluttershy since the wedding, mostly animal-based emergencies on the farm, she'd shown no signs of lingering jealousy or envy. No, she had nothing to fear from Fluttershy. But what about the others? Sugarbelle stomped her hoof irritably. She hated herself for feeling this way. She'd heard the stories, of course. How could she not? Yes, Mac had been one of the most pursued stones in Ponyville from the moment he came of age. But wasn't that to be expected? Setting aside the whole disparity of mare to stone in the backwoods village, Mac was still what any pony with a functioning brain would call a catch. He was gentle, kind, strong, and heir to Equestria's greatest exporter of apples, the total package, all things considered. And yes, she heard how Mac had pursued the proverbial available stock, but she could hardly blame him for that. He was a stone, and stones had needs. Wasn't it better that he had sowed those oats long before she'd first set eyes on him, and fallen so hard? The past was the past. But then, there was one. The mare with the flowers on her flank. Goddesses! She even smelled like flowers any time she came near. That one gave her a feeling. She couldn't quite put it into words. Apparently, everything between them had sprung up from some incident involving a love poison, whatever that was. They'd been on again, off again for years after that, or so she'd heard, but she hadn't come to the wedding. She'd claimed illness and sent flowers the next day. Sugarbelle wasn't blind. She'd seen the pointed looks, the lingering touches. She had little doubt that that one would leap at the chance to snatch her husband away from her if the social contract of her position in Ponyville didn't expressly forbid such an action. Yes, that one she did worry about, more than she cared to. Not that she didn't trust Mac, of course, but a mare with a desirable mate always had to be careful. Certain things had to be done to ensure a rival didn't try to get too cozy. That's why now things were going to be different. She'd been to the hospital, she'd seen the results, and that was why she was here, lost in her thoughts and staring out the window, so she could run out and tell him the good news. Another flash, and she started counting on instinct. 1,000. First drops of rain spattered against the glass, and she saw the distant trees beginning to sway in the growing wind. It was nearly on top of them. She swallowed hard, her heart racing. Where was he? Was he hurt? Did she have time to run out and find him? A particularly strong gust hit the house, and she shuddered. What she wouldn't give to have him here, beside her, holding her as the heavens poured down. There he was! The great red stone was ambling down the path at a slow and thoughtful pace, in no hurry despite the tempest that loomed overhead. She raced to the front door. As she turned the handle, the wind caught it and blew it hard against the wall with a crack. But she paid it no mind. She bounded down the stairs and galloped towards him. She could hold it no longer. She had to tell him now. Then, laughing together, they could run inside before they were drenched to the bone. The wind buffeted her from all sides as she drew close. "Big Mac!" she cried, her smile threatening to cut her head in half. But he didn't smile back. His eyes were clouded. She could see, but with what she did not know. An expression of sorrow covered his face like a veil. What was wrong? What did it matter? He'd be smiling soon enough. She slid to a halt just ahead of him and opened her mouth to tell him the good news. "Big Mac, I'm preg..." A stray gust of wind blew past him. It carried the good smell of his coat to her nostrils. Apples and hay and something else. Something familiar. Flowers. The wing carried the smell of flowers to her, and she knew. The good news died in her throat, and she just stared at him. She knew the scent of those flowers, and her stallion reeked of them. She looked into his eyes, confused and scared, and silently begged him to tell her it wasn't true. He looked away, and it was all the answer she needed. In the dark clouds above, the thunder rolled, and then the rain began to fall. Vanilla Cream Cake by Omegathist. Outside Applejack's barn were several tables with various cakes, cupcakes, and a moderately sized stack of gifts. Surrounding the tables were orange and pink balloons everywhere Applejack looked. Such an odd colour pairing, although Pinky ain't exactly a normal Earth pony. Applejack smirked at the thought, and watched as a much taller Twilight Sparkle was feeling her hoof around Sugarbell's belly, with Big Mac watching the two mares interact. Applejack felt her heart brightening with a glowing light inside of her as she took it all in. It had been almost 2 years since Equestria united against and defeated the Legion of Doom, and about 5 months since Sugarbell announced that she was expecting Big Mac's foal. Applejack glanced over at Rainbow Dash, who had her wing wrapped around Fluttershy, and expected that her new roommate was going to move out before long. Applejack smiled at the two Pegasus mares, and for her brother and his wife, knowing that even without a partner, Applejack knew that all of these ponies were here for her and her birthday. As she walked over to the fold-in table closest to her, Applejack looked at the biggest cake that Pinky had brought, a simple vanilla cream cake with vanilla frosting, and a 2 and 5 candle together. Applejack heard some pony bounce up to her side and knew who it was from the smell of strawberries and cream. "Hey, Pinky?" Applejack stammered. Is this my birthday cake?" "It sure is!" Pinky hopped up and down. "Isn't it perfect?" "Yeah, I guess I just thought it'd be something more like an apple pie or cake." Applejack shrugged. "Well, I did bring apple empanadas, apple fritters, caramel apples." Pinky drifted off, and Applejack looked over and flinched at how wide Pinky's pupils were, like Applejack was all that existed in that very moment. "But this cake is one of my favourite cakes! It's a bestseller at the Sugar Cube Corner." "Huh, I'd have thought you'd like something with 50 different candies on it." Applejack laughed a little, like an explosion of sugar enough to get you bouncing off the walls. "Oh, don't get me wrong, those are pretty good too," Pinky explained. "And you'll try this cake soon enough, and I Pinky promise that you'll love it. Walk with me?" "Oh, sure, why not, Sugar Cube?" Applejack walked up the hill with Pinky bouncing beside her and felt the sun shining brighter on the trees as her eyes went up and down with each time Pinky jumped towards the sky and landed back down on the grass. "So, I heard Cheese Sandwich was back in town." Yeah, he is." Pinky stopped bouncing up and down and gave a strange smile. "We've been hanging out a bit." "And do you see yourself with him?" Applejack spoke again as soon as she saw Pinky's smile fading. I figured as much." "Don't get me wrong, he's really fun to hang out with," Pinky insisted. "But do you remember how we treated each other when we first met, competing to the point where I felt worthless as a party pony?" "Wait a second. He ain't going out of his way to make you feel worthless, is he?" Applejack growled. "No, not at all," Pinky gasped. "But I don't want to feel like I'm competing with my special sun pony in the talent that I cherish most. You saw what that did to me. Understand. Applejack nodded. What about Princess Skystar? You got along with her pretty well. She is really cute, Pinky agreed, but she lives on Mount Aris. Plus, I have been thinking of some pony more different than me. Some pony more down to earth? Applejack suggested, and flinched when Pinky jumped in the air and grinned from ear to ear. Yes, exactly, Pinky exclaimed. Some pony that can show me that there's more to life than my parties, that sometimes beauty is in the simple parts of life. That does make sense, Applejack nodded. I swore that Rainbow Dash moved in to make a move, but I've been seeing her hanging out with Fluttershy more and more, which is fine, but would have been nice to have a mare friend to be part of my family. Family? Pinky nodded, staring deep into Applejack's eyes as she clarified. Family is very important to me too. How have they been, by the way? Applejack asked. Your other sisters find their special sun ponies? No, they've been taking care of the farm still, Pinky replied. Although I've wanted to move down there, there's so many more ponies to meet and talk to here, and I just don't want to see them just waste away, Applejack suggested, and noticed various strands of Pinky's mane straightening as she slowly nodded her head. The farm pony felt her head come up blank with what to do in this situation, and so she came closer and wrapped her foreleg around Pinky. It's okay, Pinky. I'm not sure how to help them without taking them away from the rock farm, but we can visit them and figure something out. You mean that? Pinky looked at Applejack, and their muzzles were centimetres apart as Applejack continued to hold Pinky in an embrace. I do, Applejack whispered, and barely had time to gasp as Pinky leaned forward, sealing the distance with a kiss that wasn't anything like Applejack had experienced before. All her life, it was just taking care of apples by doing this or that. Eat apple this or that. Everything was about apples. But Pinky's words became crystal clear as Applejack tasted an entirely new flavour on her lips. A bright and sweet flavour, yet tame and simple at the same time. Applejack couldn't put her hoop on the exact kind of flavour until she had returned to the party. Her and Pinky walking with their pelts pressed against one another as their friends rejoiced over the two mares getting together. Applejack then tried the cake and tasted the exact same taste. Sweet and simple.
I need you when you need me. What else more could someone need? You got a key and I've got a lock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a rock. And if that well runs dry, that'll never cross our minds. So bring on the aftershock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a rock.
Far from the Tree by Sonic Sons. I'd spent nearly half a day trying to get my head on straight, and while Dash might have laughed at that particular turn of phrase, circumstances being what they were, the fact remained that I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I hadn't expected there'd be a fuss. Honest, we're family, ain't we? Apples to the core? And it's not as if Rarity was some no-good gold digger or some such. Granny knew her. Why, she'd been over the homestead dozens of times. Granny knew she was getting a good sort, didn't she? Then why would she? I sighed. Walking in circles like this, I was bound to wear a groove in the floor. or in my own head at least. The kitchen was empty. Rarity had gone home, of course, and Big Mac had gotten it into his head to take Apple Bloom out for ice cream with her friends. She didn't say it in so many words, but I think we knew that Granny and I needed a chance to talk, and if it came to yelling, well, there was no need for a filly to hear all that. Maybe it was just a shock, I thought to myself again. That's all. Granny's just getting older and she's not fit for surprises no more. I stopped walking, but she wasn't so shocked when Mac told her she was dating Sugar Belle, so I sighed. So maybe it was what I'd been expecting from the first. Maybe Granny wasn't too keen on, well, certain things not found in the scriptures. It hurt my heart to think that. More than that, it hurt me to think of Rarity. I could see it with my mind's eye. I'd told every pony that Rarity was coming by for brunch. Granny hadn't had no problem with it. She served up apple cobbler and pie and some nice juicy corn with butter. The whole works. Rarity kept smiling at me all along, 'cause she knew I was gonna announce it. But I was waiting till the right time was all. I thought they'd be pleased as peach to learn I'd finally found some pony. Oh, I knew I might get a ribbon. Oh, Rarity, did they run out of fancy ponies? Well, that's just a crying shame. But it'd be all in good fun, wouldn't it? Truth is, they'd be happy for me, because I was happy. But when the moment came, when I'd taken Rarity's hoof in mine and told them all that we were dating, Granny Smith got really quiet like. Mac had smiled and said that's what he'd been expecting, while Apple Bloom started talking up a storm about how Sweetie Belle was gonna be her cousin soon enough. Hold on, Sugar Cube, we hadn't exactly picked a ring yet. But as time went on, I couldn't help but notice Granny Smith just sitting there, real quiet like. She tried to smile once or twice, but it didn't look none too convincing. And after a bit, every pony else got quiet too. In a moment, we were all looking at her, waiting for her to say something. Rarity spoke up. It's, good news, don't you think? I mean, honestly, I don't know what she sees in me sometimes, but we're really quite happy. I need to go, Granny said, and then she slowly walked up the stairs to her room. So here I was, half a day later, thinking to myself that I just couldn't stall any longer. I walked up the stairs. I knocked on her door. Granny Smith? I called. I expect this'll be a mite difficult for you, but we need to talk. Her voice was clipped and hoarse, as if she'd been crying. Come in. I found her sitting on the bed, holding a picture frame in her hooves. Granny, I started out. I wasn't sure how I felt about it even now. Granny, you made my mare friend right upset today at brunch. She didn't do nothing to deserve that from you. She's the loveliest mare I've ever laid my eyes on, and you treated her like a field full of weeds. She flinched at that remark, and I took a moment to breathe. Granny, I don't want to be mad at you, but you have to understand what this means to me, don't you? When Big Mac brought Sugar Belle home, you were crowing like a rooster all over town about it. But when I bring home a mare... She slammed the picture onto the bedside table face down and turned her head to the table. Her breaths were coming in quick, and it looked like she was fixing to cry. I lowered my voice again. Granny, do you think that Rarity is a bad sort? She shook her head, still not looking at me. Granny, is it the fact that she's a mare? Is that it? She paused. She nodded. I felt my blood slowly starting to boil. Of all the things on this green earth, I never thought my own kin would be so... No shouting. Not yet, at least. Maybe you just don't understand. I feel the same way about Rarity that you felt about Grandpa Crisp. I don't think so, she whispered. I staggered. Yes, I do, Granny Smith. And if you think... She turned. That's not what I meant. That I'm gonna stand for Applejack, please. I didn't mean this kind of... I'm like you! The room turned deathly quiet. My eyes went wide. Granny was looking away again, crying. She tapped the face-down picture with one hoo. Look at it, she sobbed. I took the picture in my hooves and slowly turned it over. It was a mare I'd never seen before. See, she mumbled, I know you don't feel the way about Rarity that I felt about your grandma. 'Cause if you did, she looked at me, if you did, you wouldn't be dating her. Granny, you don't mean to tell me that... Your grandpa was a good stallion, you hear? He did everything he could for me. There were just certain things he couldn't do. I didn't tell him for near 30 years, and by then she was long gone. Went off to Manhattan. One day my letters started coming back unopened. And what could I do? Start over? At my age? She looked me right in the eyes. I wasn't brave like you. I didn't say a word. I just held her close while she cried. I'm sorry, she whispered. I am. I'll apologize to you, mare friend. It's just that when I heard you was dating the mare, It's okay, Granny. I just kept thinking about God and Dawn and all she'd meant to me. I'm here now. We kissed in the orchard. She begged me not to marry him. It's alright, Granny. It's okay. You don't have to hide. You don't have to hide no more. After a long while of crying, she whispered to me again, her small frame still shaking with sobs. You have a beautiful mare friend, Applejack. I'm happy for you. I truly am. Just promise me you'll give her all the love she deserves. Don't hold back, you hear? Don't hold back. I promise, Granny. I promise. Perpendicular Curves by Monochromatic. Rarity made her way downtown, trotting fast, Golden Oaks bound. A saddlebag bounced at her side, reminding her with every thump of the heavy book inside it. She knew she would have said, "No, thank you," when Twilight insisted she took it home to read. She knew she would hate it. Really, who would like a risque romance book titled Calculust except for Twilight? But she'd been too polite to say no, and so now there she was, returning it that same day. The word tangenitals seared into the depths of her mind, ready to haunt her every waking hour until she was dead, and then probably beyond that. Tangenitals, she whispered, still horrified. My stars! If Twilight asked her what was wrong with it, she would simply say that the prose wasn't really captivating her. Simple as that. Hopefully she wouldn't needle Rarity on what specifically it was, because Twilight really loved the book, and who was Rarity to eviscerate her apparently abominable taste in novels? The pace of her step increased when she saw Golden Oaks in the distance. She would soon be rid of the weight of romance writing so mediocre it might have put her off the genre a little bit. Alright, maybe she was being a tad uncharitable. It wasn't that awful. It had helped to appreciate her good books all the more. A sign hung from the library's doorknob, stating that the library was closed at the moment. Of course, this only applied to regular Ponyvillians, and not Twilight's friends. With that in mind, Rarity opened the door and barged in, initially singing out Twilight's name, only for her to stop mid-sentence and choke on her words at the sight before her. There was no sugarcoating it, no trying to hide it, or pretend she hadn't seen it, or frankly, going back to normal life. What she saw, she could not unsee. It being Rainbow Dash and Twilight Sparkle, who were not dating, standing in the middle of the lobby, making out. Obviously, they stopped as soon as Rarity barged in, the unicorn and Pegasus practically jumping away from each other in flustered horror. "Rarity!" they yelped. Rarity had many a thought racing in her mind, so she grabbed the simplest one and voiced it. "Why were you two making out in the foyer?" "We weren't. You're dreaming," Rainbow Dash replied immediately, which earned a groan from Twilight. "Rarity," she said, as harrowed as she was red, which was as a lobster. "I can explain, Why the foyer?" Rarity interrupted. Bear in mind, this was not her only question, but it was the easiest one to get to without needing a glass of wine. "Who picks the foyer of their house to make out?" Rainbow snorted. Why not? Any place is a hot place to make out, right?" she said, turning to Twilight in search of confirmation, but instead Twilight was intently studying the floor. She did, however, slap a hoof against her forehead when Rainbow gasped and exclaimed, "Not that we, were making out or anything." "Rarity," Twilight managed, directing her frustration towards the innocent unicorn. "The library is closed. Did you not see the sign?" Rarity scoffed. "Twilight, what are you talking about? That's for normal ponies, not your friends." Twilight slammed her hoof on the ground. "It's for every pony!" "Wait, really?" Rainbow asked. "Sweet Celestia!" Twilight exclaimed, doubtless examining her life choices. Rarity thought, "Holy..." "Stop!" Rarity interrupted again. "Every pony stop! I need to process this!" While Twilight and Rainbow stood there, awkwardly waiting for Rarity to do something, the unicorn closed her eyes, rubbed her forehead, and processed. "How long has this been going on?" she finally asked, eyes still closed. "A month," they replied. "A month?" That wasn't too horrific. Any longer than that, and Rarity would have been appalled they'd kept her in the dark. "A month?" she repeated, finally looking up at her friends and then asking, "And why, pray tell, has this been a secret?" It wasn't like she or the other girls would have disapproved. Certainly Rarity had thoughts on the dynamics of such a pair, but she would have never been anything but supportive. So then, why? There was a moment of pause, followed by both mares hanging their head and saying, perfectly in unison, "Because it's embarrassing." This was promptly followed by both of them going wide-eyed in shock, turning to each other and indignantly exclaiming, "What? You're embarrassed to be dating me?" "You're an egghead!" Rainbow exclaimed, as if this was an obvious justification. "You're a nerd! You do smart stuff that's, not cool, Twilight!" Twilight arched an eyebrow, cold. "Oh, so the things I like aren't cool? That's not what I meant," Rainbow stammered, backtracking. "I think you're cool, it's just other cool people don't think you're cool." "Oh, well, same for you," Twilight protested. "You're a jock. My peers in the academic world don't think you can even..." "Well," Rarity interrupted before things got worse. "Clearly there are some unresolved matters here which I would love to help with once I fetch my wine. But first..." Finally, she fished the book out of her saddlebag and levitated over to Twilight. "Here, what I actually came for." Before Twilight could even react, it was Rainbow Dash who spoke. "Wait, is that Calculust?" Rainbow exclaimed. "I love that book." "You what?" asked the two unicorns, saying the same thing while sporting expressions from complete opposite sides of this spectrum of emotions. Twilight looked surprised, enchanted, delighted, and quite flustered too. But Rarity? Horror, disappointment, shame. Horror again. Yeah, Rainbow continued, grabbing the book and leafing through it, ignoring her two friends, re-examining so many things in very different ways. She then snorted and said with a mischievous grin, "Man, it even has my favourite word ever!" Rarity tried to stop Twilight from asking. She knew the answer from the moment she saw Rainbow's infantile grin. She tried to stop it, but Twilight was faster. "What word?" she asked, forcing Rarity to sit there and hear it again. Tangenitals! Haha! But that wasn't the worst part. Oh no. No, what truly made the moment one that would curse Rarity forever was Twilight's sparkle blinking and then giggling affectionately. Endeared. Charmed. It is really funny, she admitted. Again, many a thought shot through Rarity's brain, but the first and foremost was a sudden clarity, an understanding, if you will, of why these two mares were compatible as they both giggled together lovingly. They were both idiots. No One Refuses Me Amor Cadenza by Zamariak. No one refuses me amor cadenza. It was a little after sunrise, and in a conveniently abandoned room, a room that used to be mine and Shining's before I divorced his anti-snuggling behind, there was a very stubborn, yet undeniably attractive human tied up on a bed. An undeniably attractive, naked human tied up on a bed. He was so stubborn, but now his time is up. He's mine. It had been a little over a year since we first met, and a little under 4 months since I'd divorced Shining Armour. Turns out that my dream of a perfect prince had been just that, a dream. It was fantastic when we had married a few years ago, but as time went on, I had quickly realised that Shining was not the perfect stallion I'd fallen in love with. For not a mere 2 years after we married, he actually stopped accepting my snuggles. And when he stopped accepting them, my love for him quickly began to wane. I am the princess of love. Snuggles are as necessary to me as breathing. But then I met Adam, a brave man that had survived outside of the Crystal Kingdom for a fortnight, in the cold without any warmth and barely any sustenance. Shining had left me long before the time I met him, so after meeting and taking him into my castle, it was with no shame that I began to nurse him back to health. We became good friends quickly, as did he and both my aunts, though Twilight has yet to show any emotion towards him but disdain. Then again, she's yet to look at me with anything but disdain too, so maybe it's just what her face looks like nowadays. Adam said it looked like a smacked ass, which, while funny, deserves some punishment. So I smacked his ass like he was a naughty colt. He enjoyed it, whether he wanted to admit it or not. Celestia's teats. Even I enjoy a bit of spanking every now and then. Perhaps going so long without any snuggles wasn't the best of ideas. Sure, I didn't want to snuggle a stranger, but times can get pretty desperate when I go into withdrawal. So after a few failed attempts, I asked Adam if we could snuggle. But he refused, firmly. Shining had refused. That cross-dresser in bar 69 had refused. And even Dusty, my close and personal servant, had refused. But oh no, there was no way in Tartarus I was going to let my best friend refuse. He had not accepted a single snuggle from any pony, not a one. So after a few hours of intense thought, I came to a very clear conclusion. Adam needed to be snuggled, whether he liked it or not. Thus why my dear friend was currently tied up stark naked to a bed, and by the looks of things he was just about to awaken. It was time. I watched with savage glee as Adam opened his eyes, blearily blinking in an attempt to rid them of sleep. Where am I? He croaked, looking around the room. I let out a very light cough to draw his attention, and draw it I did, as his eyes, filled with fear, quickly snapped onto me. Hello, my sweet Adam, I crooned lovingly. How was your nap? Cadence? He stammered. What's going on? Why am I tied up to this bed? Naked. I ignored his cute little questions and instead began to make my way over, running my hooves along his left leg as I did so. Do you want to know something, Adam? I asked sultrily. He looked at me warily, but nodded, and thus I cleared my throat and began to explain away. I've recently come to a very startling conclusion. My scrumptious-looking friend, you have been without any personal contact since the moment you arrived, and I have been without any personal contact since well before that. And upon realizing this, I came to a very cuddly solution. Without any warning, I fluttered off the ground and on top of my delightfully smooth friend. Friend, not for much longer. I continued, am going to snuggle you like you have never been snuggled before. And you, my beautiful friend, are going to lie back, relax, and enjoy every snuggly moment of it. What? He sputtered. Cadence, no! I don't want to be snuggled. And if you were my friend, then you'd accept my decision. I grinned. I giggled. But that's where your argument falters, for I am not your friend. Not anymore. Now, I am more than that. And by more than that, I mean your snuggling buddy. And by your snuggling buddy, I mean the one and only man you are ever going to give every ounce of your love and tenderness to for the rest of our lives, understand? He blinked, slowly. I need an adult, he whimpered. I am one, I countered. Now, let the snuggling begin. I wrapped my hooves around the back of his neck, pressed our lips together, and began to snuggle him senseless. No! Actually, this feels quite pleasant. 5 hours of snuggly goodness later. Adam, now untied, was breathing heavily as he looked up at the ceiling, his body tied, bruised, and thoroughly snuggled. As for myself, I too was completely satisfied. My wanton craving for snuggles was finally quenched, thus saving the very spirit of what could have been an innocent soul. Of course, Adam was innocent too, but the snuggles cried out for him, and so snuggle him I did. I am both really aroused and utterly confused, he spoke up suddenly, turning to face me. I thought we were going to have sex, not snuggle the breath out of each other for 5 odd hours. Sex? I asked curiously, putting a hoof to my muzzle in contemplation. Oh, so that's why you were so stubborn. Well, yeah, he chuckled, brushing his forehead lightly as he breathed a sigh of relief. Guess I had nothing to be worried about after all. The snuggling was quite nice, and I'm glad you stripped me for it. Fur on skin is a nice sensation. Though the kissing was unexpected. I guess you like me, huh? Quite so, I giggled. Perhaps we could go out and watch a movie later. Are you asking me on a date? Me a more cadenza? Maybe, I drawled slyly. Then sure thing, I'd like that. The next few minutes were spent in comfortable silence, broken only by the occasional nuzzle and kiss I gave him. Adam? Yeah? Have you ever heard of a struggle snuggle?
Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly.
Lunar Snuggles by Jamin P. Rose.
If
Your eyes blink open to the gentle light of the setting sun, its last rays gently shimmering against the dark walls of the room. Little specks of silver shimmer in the fading light as the numerous constellations painted onto the walls shine like miniature suns. It's perhaps the most beautiful part of the room's design and something you've always loved. However, there is something much more beautiful beside you. Turning your head, you can't help but to smile at the pony sleeping next to you. Her dark coat, as smooth as silk, shines with just the right amount of luster. Her wings are fluffy and soft. Her mane and tail shimmer with countless stars and galaxies. She is the princess of the night, and she is yours. Gently you slip under her soft wing and wrap your hooves around her. Her coat is as soft as clouds look, and as warm as a fire on a cold winter night. As you nuzzle against her, you feel her still gently and wrap a hoof around you as well. The gentle and warm embrace lulls you into a state of euphoria as you cuddle with the goddess of the night, with your goddess of the night. You swear that hours pass like this, just you and her together.
Come on, let's make this moon shine all day. Let's make this world do everything you say. It's so easy and so wonderful to feel this way, to feel this way.
Soon she begins to stir more, and her grip on you tightens a little as she lets out a big, adorable yawn. As her eyes flutter open, you lean in and give her a gentle kiss, which she returns as she rolls onto her back, pulling you with her. Soon she breaks the kiss and gently nuzzles you. "Good evening, my love," she says in her silken voice as she wraps both her wings around you. "Good evening to you too, my beautiful angel of night," you reply as you wrap your hooves around her neck and go in for another kiss. This time the kiss lasts a lot longer, your tongues dancing together in a passionate duet. All too soon though, you have to break off the kiss to breathe. The both of you are a little flushed from that kiss. "Not that I'm complaining, but you're rather passionate this morning," she says as she strokes your back with a wing. "It's hard not to be with a lover like you," you reply, smiling down at her as you use a hoof to gently scratch behind her ear. Her pleased groans are music to your ears. She continues to stroke your back, gently sending wonderful shivers along your spine. After maybe a minute, you pull your hoof back from her ear and gently nuzzle her. Silence her with a hoof as you shake your head. "You deserve every ounce of love I have to give. Don't ever say that I'm too good for you." You pull your hoof from her lips and wrap both of your forelegs around her, holding her as best as you can despite the difference in size. "Tonight you'll be doing nothing but getting snuggles from me. No court, no petitioners, no meetings, nothing. But nope, the kingdom can hold itself together without you for a day," you say, cutting her off again. "Now I'm going to snuggle the fluff out of you and you're going to love it." You give her a gentle squeeze with your hooves as you nuzzle against her chest. Despite her protests just a moment ago, she relaxes into your snuggles and eventually wraps her wings around you again. You hadn't even noticed that her wings had left you in your passionate command that she be loved and snugged. The two of you stay like that, snuggled up together for what feels like an eternity, before there is a knock at the door. With a groan, you loudly let go of your goddess of the night, pausing only to push her back down when she tries to get up. "I will handle this," you tell her as you climb off of her and off of the bed. Approaching the door, you gently push it open to find the royal attendant standing there with a scroll in her magic. "Is Her Majesty up yet?" she asks, her eyes respectfully looking down towards the ground. "She will be taking the day off. We are not to be disturbed unless it's an emergency, or breakfast." "Yes, my lord," she says with a bow. You shut the door again and walk back to your lover, climbing onto the yet it still feels too soon, as there is another knock at the door. Your Majesty, my lord, breakfast is ready for you, a voice calls through the door. I guess we have to get up after all, she says as her wings unwrap and let you move again. We do, but that doesn't mean that you're going to do anything but having a wonderful breakfast with me, you say as you climb off of her and off of the bed. What will we do after breakfast? Go back to bed? She asks as she climbs off the bed. No, I have a better idea, but it's a surprise, you answer coyly, walking towards the door. Now, come on, or breakfast will be cold. I look forward to seeing this surprise, honey, she says as she follows you. The promise of breakfast and a surprise puts a spring in her step that makes you smile. I promise you, Luna, today will be a day that you won't forget, you say as you pause at the door and give her a kiss. Now let's go eat. Together, the two of you head off to enjoy a wonderful breakfast.
From the highest mountain to the deepest well, I never thought I'd be the one to tell. It's so easy and so wonderful beneath your spell. Bright is the shadow that my true love casts. Dark is the light he shares. If I could only have one more night, I'd forgive him, I swear. I swear.
Her Promises by Omegathist. It had been several months since Sunny had brought magic back to Equestria with the help of her friends. And if some pony long ago had told her that she'd wind up in Alicorn with a castle and a unicorn mare friend, she'd laugh in their face while lamenting that such a future would never be possible for her. Now, she stood on a balcony of a castle built by countless ponies of all races, many of them earth ponies profusely apologising for siding with Sprout. She would wave them off, insisting that they weren't at fault for believing some pony manipulated them in their time of fear. The castle was orange with red rooftops, with the interior being different shades of purple and blue. The only real request that Sunny made for the castle that she never quite asked for. At the time, she said that the interior was a tribute to the first unicorn friend she ever made. Their friendship growing as Izzy moved in and helped Sunny unpack in her new home. Hitch wasn't upset by this development. Most of his time was spent with Pip Petals anyway. Sunny smiled as she stared at the sunset, knowing that her very first friendship would always have a place in her heart, even if they had mares in their lives now. With Sunny and Izzy being the only residents in the castle, the rest of the countless rooms were soon empty, and the two mares would sleep in the same bed. It was Sunny, much to her own surprise, that confessed her feelings for the unicorn. Izzy, for all of her shenanigans, told Sunny that she was terrified of saying anything and losing their friendship. Sunny rolled her eyes, her heart skipping a beat as she kissed Izzy. Now, Sunny felt her heart thumping away in her chest for an entirely different reason, knowing that now was the time to take Izzy somewhere that she'd always walked to by herself. Even Hitch wasn't allowed to join her to the place that tore at her insides, the blood boiling in her chest as she knew damn well that her father was robbed of her way too soon. He would never get to meet Pip Petals, the mare with a voice that made every pony swoon, Or Zip Storm, the mare that defended the pony she cared about with a ferocity Sunny had never seen before? And then Sunny gritted her teeth. Her father would never get to meet Izzy Moonbow, the moon to her sun. She didn't even move as she felt a hoof gently press against her shoulder, the smell of berries flooding her nostrils as Izzy spoke. Sunny, are you ready? Sunny nodded, feeling Izzy climb onto her back and wrapping her forehooves around her neck, spreading her wings. Sunny jumped off the balcony and flapped with all the strength she had, flying past the houses of Maritime Bay. It was weeks of practice to fly without a mare taller than her on her back, and months till she mastered flying with Izzy on board. The bruises on her mare friend's legs could attest to that, but now Sunny could feel the weight on her back less than ever before. Tears barely held back as memories of the doctors knocking on her door flashed in her head, but she could not let the thoughts rampage. She had to keep flying. After several minutes, she landed. I promise. Author's note. I write this in memory of my mum's biological father, my grandfather, as I'll never get to meet him on this earth. In addition, there is a lot of different experiences of my own written into this story. Most of all, the anger towards myself for making the wrong choices that hurt people. What if I did this? What if I didn't do this? But staying in that place isn't healthy, especially when what has happened is done. And past all the grief, anger, and what ifs that can tear you apart, there is hope and love. Thank you for reading. Our Only Comfort by Saddle Soap Opera. While summer cicadas filled the late afternoon air with trilling white noise, Fluttershy sipped watered down fruit cordial on ice to a straw, and looked out at the rolling hills on the outskirts of Ponyville. Even diluted and cold, the golden orange drink was sickly sweet. A stray wasp hovered nearby, patiently waiting for a fallen droplet to purloin. Fluttershy set the sweating glass down on a white painted wrought iron table, and shifted in her matching chair to face the Draconicus across the table from her. Always just one, she mused. Discord's coils flexed. He sat like a serpent, making a chair of himself. Just one glass? I know it's a little sweet for you, so I made sure to put in plenty of... Fluttershy shook her head. Just one wasp? That's not bad, is it? Discord replied, squinting down at the striped insect floating on the warm breeze. Better than a whole swarm. That's no fun at all. You've dealt with that before. She nodded. More than once. Discord heaved a sigh. He glanced to and fro, and the motion of his eyes made his whole horned and antlered head sway. It's not like anyone else was using them. He folded his mismatched arms. There's no harm in it. Quite the opposite if you think about it. Most folks would be grateful to have another go. The ice cubes clinked as Fluttershy took another sip before replying. They're starting to notice. In town, Grocer Greengrass asked if I'm opening a bakery because I bought the same fruit 3 days in a row. Roll the dice enough and sometimes you hit a run. Nothing more than that, he offered with an encouraging smile. There's no harm, he repeated. He looked away at the hills. I'm being nice. You taught me that yourself. Fluttershy let the straw drop from her mouth and slide back down into the cordial. She licked her lips. Princess Twilight asked about you this morning. Up to service for Pinky? Ah, that fussy bookworm. Discord wiggled a scaly finger. Worried I would make trouble, I'm sure. That's why I didn't go, you know that, right? I'm no good at stuffy affairs. It would have been like that gala. I'd have been no help to anyone at the service. Maybe not, Fluttershy said with a shrug. Maybe you could try showing up anyway, next time. Discord's eyes turned to the horizon again. How long have you known? The Pegasus's sharp, short laugh echoed in the sun-soaked air.
How can I even answer that?
Fair enough, Discord offered, an impish little chuckle in return. Fluttershy watched the wasp find the courage to land on the rim of her glass.
Is it?
You don't have to get this way. Discord straightened until his long body and neck cast a shadow over Fluttershy. They were good before, all of them. I made sure. Why aren't they good now? The ice cubes settled in the glass. The wasp took off again.
We were all so surprised. She had more life in her than any of us. We never thought she'd be the first. It felt like the sun went out.
A long flight feather brushed the condensation off the side of the glass. Fluttershy drew back her wing and watched the drop dangle and fall.
Rainbow and Applejack, Rarity and Twilight, we all came. And her whole family was there too. She had 4 great-grandfathers. 4!
Discord frowned. Exactly my point. Not many times when you all get together these days. What a treat.
You still don't know.
Fluttershy lowered her head. Her well-brushed, flower-accented mane shaded her face.
All this time and you still don't see the difference. You just mix them around like fruit salad. Did you seriously think that I'd want to do it over and over? Watch those little foals sobbing? You want me to thank you for that?
Her face reddened and her wings shook, but no tears came. It was a mistake. I can take it out. Like sour cherries. You don't like those either. Once we get the right blend, this will all be... Fluttershy bent to one side until her cheek rested on the tabletop next to her glass.
You didn't learn anything from it. It happened twice and you still didn't learn.
From what?
Being turned to stone.
Discord uncoiled like a falling chain leaping from its container. He scooped her up in his arms and took to the air. Oh, come on now. It's nothing like that. You're free. Just say the word, pick the day, and you can have it. He whirled around and swooped in a wide circle above the meadow. You can have anything you want. She hung limp in his grasp like a doll. Not anything? A cherry red flash heated Discord's features. Make up your mind. He let her drop, and she slowed her fall with her wings. He folded his arms and huffed. You see, right there, if you wanted a day like Pinky's so bad, you wouldn't have done that. Fluttershy landed in the lush grass without a sound. She rolled onto her back and stared up at his sun-baked silhouette.
I'm not that brave.
I know that. Discord came down with a wide ring around her and peered into her eyes. Isn't this how friends act? I know you're afraid, so I'm helping you.
You're not helping me because I'm afraid. You're helping me because you are...
Discord reflexively shrank tighter around her until his hide touched the top of her head and the ends of her hind hooves. This is all I can do. I know I can't make things tidier. I can't make something that works the way it's meant to. All I can do is add some spice to the world. Mix things up. I did my best. It could have been so much worse, couldn't it? Remember when I tried to fix that one-eyed kitten you adopted after Angel? That was a bad call, I admit it. You were so upset, remember? He squeezed tighter, and his body pushed under her until she sat draped on top of him.
I'd almost forgotten, she said softly. I'll pay more attention next time.
He brushed a lock off her face with his lined paw with anxious care, like he was handling thin glassware. There's no going back from it. I can't bring order. I can't undo it. If you change your mind, what then?
I don't know. We're not supposed to know. That's the point.
She looked away. I thought you liked surprises. Discord rippled beneath her. You're being really selfish about this. What about me? You need to take responsibility. You taught me about friendship. You can't just skip out on me now. It's rude. She turned to her side on top of him.
So why don't you mix me up?
if this is such a nuisance, like you did in the maze, barely took you any effort at all. You know why. It doesn't work like that. I can't reduce chaos. I can't. You can't make me happy? He rippled again, and squeezed his eyes and fists and jaws closed so tightly they creaked. Please, he forced a word out between his jagged teeth. Please, please, please. It's hot out today. I feel like a nap. Carry me home? She offered a small, thin smile. We'll talk about this some more tomorrow. Discord picked her up more gently this time, cradling her like a baby bird. All right, tomorrow. On the table, the wasp slowly sank down into the cordial. Its legs stirred and quivered and were still. The end. When Dawn Sparkles by Night Sparkle Production. Pray do tell me what reason you have to return to Canterlot, Celestia. I am not certain, Luna. I just want to pay Twilight a visit, that's all. The last moments of her conversation with her sister was what kept playing through Celestia's head as she stepped off the train at the Canterlot station, ignoring the stares and murmurs from every pony around her at the sight of one of the former rulers of Equestria, and instead lifting off into the air once she was outside, flying straight towards the castle and swooping down to land at the front doors as the guards stiffened to attention. The former ruler passing them a nod as she walked inside, sighing as the memories of her time within these halls rushed back to her. But there was plenty of time to dwell on the past another day. Right now, she was here to visit Twilight and maybe get her former students' advice on why she felt like her life was incomplete. For recently, Celestia had been feeling more and more like she was missing something, a part of her that when she found it would make her life complete. And despite all her years of knowledge, she couldn't put a hoof to what it might possibly be, which was why she had decided to make the journey to Canterlot, and why she was now knocking on the doors to the throne room, feeling a strange fluttering in her chest when she heard Twilight's familiar voice calling out, "Come in!" Sure enough, the reward of keeping her visitor surprised was evident as soon as Celestia walked through the doors. Twilight's face lit up with excitement, and she hurriedly stood from her throne and made her way to greet Celestia, the two mares meeting at a midway point between doors and throne, with Twilight embracing Celestia in a hug that the former ruler returned, feeling a warmth in her chest as she smiled warmly. "Celestia, I didn't know you were coming, or else I would have prepared something," Twilight exclaimed, and Celestia chuckled as the two eventually pulled out of the hug. "I wanted to keep my visit a surprise. You seem well, Twilight," the white alicorn remarked, and the lavender alicorn smiled widely. "I'm doing perfectly fine. It's been a while since we last saw each other," she said, and Celestia nodded. "It most certainly has. You've definitely grown since I last saw you," Celestia remarked, since Twilight now stood almost eye level with her former mentor. "And you don't seem to have changed at all," Twilight said with a warm smile, and Celestia wondered briefly whether that was a good or a bad thing, but she quickly waved that aside as Twilight continued. "So, to what do I owe this surprise visit, Celestia? To be honest, I was hoping you could possibly help me with an issue I have been pursuing an answer to for quite some time now," Celestia answered, and then Twilight motioned for her to continue. Celestia hesitated before saying, "For quite some time now, I've felt as if there's something missing from my life, something that for the life of me I cannot discover any fragment of what it might be. Interesting. How long ago did this start? Twilight asked, as she and Celestia began to walk together out of the throne room and down the hallways of the castle. Several months, if memory serves me correctly, Celestia answered, sighing as she hung her head slightly. Other than that, I know almost nothing about what this may be. All I know is that whatever it is, it's like nothing I've ever experienced before. I see. I may have an idea as to what it is, but for now, why don't we just walk together for a while? Twilight offered, and Celestia nodded in agreement. The two alicorns making their way through the halls of the castle, with Celestia not really paying that much attention to where they were heading until they stepped outside, and the white alicorn glanced around to find them standing in one of the gardens of the castle. Twilight, why are we here? What does this have to do with anything? Celestia started, turning her gaze towards her former student, only for the words to die on the tip of her tongue as she beheld Twilight, the midday sun shining down and illuminating her former student's mane, causing it to shine in a vibrant brilliance, perfectly framing Twilight's face as she smiled slightly at Celestia. I'm testing a theory, Twilight said as she trotted up to her former mentor. Celestia opened her mouth to ask a question, but was cut off as Twilight leaned in and suddenly kissed her. The white alicorn's eyes widened in shock before she felt the same strange warmth in her chest spread through her entire body as she returned the kiss. When Twilight pulled away, Celestia was left to catch her breath slightly as Twilight smirked down at her, the lavender alicorn giggling to herself at the look on Celestia's face, before eventually saying, I think I may know what you're suffering from, Celestia. And what is it? The white alicorn asked once she had caught her breath, and Twilight smiled as she leaned in and whispered in her ear, You're missing someone in your life to love and cherish you, more than like a sister or a friend would. Celestia blinked, opening her mouth to say something to negate what Twilight spoke, before pausing and thinking it over as she closed her mouth. Sure, she had made plenty of friends in her lifetime, but even in her retirement she spent most of her time with her sister, but never once had she thought that the reason for her feeling of incompleteness was that of love. So, you're saying that I need to find some pony to be with? Celestia eventually asked, and Twilight shook her head as she leaned down and kissed her former mentor's cheek, eliciting a surge of warmth from Celestia's chest through her entire body as the white unicorn blushed and lowered her head. No, what I'm saying is that you need to find the pony you love, and that loves you back, Twilight said, before adding, and based on your actions here, I know who that is. It's you. Twilight fell silent as she and Celestia stared silently at each other, one with the look of shock, the other with one of revelation. While it was true that Celestia had viewed Twilight as a student for most of her life, she couldn't deny that Twilight had grown up into a fine alicorn and ruler, and it was no lie that she was extremely beautiful. It only made sense that Celestia might be inevitably drawn to that which she was familiar with the most. So, what now? Celestia asked, already knowing in her heart what she wanted to do the most. Now we just see how much we love each other, Twilight said, and the two met each other in the middle as they embraced and engaged in another passionate kiss.
So this time, kiss me slow. So this time, kiss me slow.
Luna would later receive a letter that read the following. Luna, while I intended for my trip to Canterlot to be a short one, I have come upon a realization and the solution to what has been plaguing my thoughts these past several months. Please do not worry about me. I am fine and well. I am just spending some time with my new special sun pony here in Canterlot. I will be back by the end of the week. I promise. Sincerely, Celestia. Liar, Liar, Apples on Fire by Monochromatic. It was a summer afternoon when Rarity decided to ask Applejack her question. They'd been back from Rainbow Falls for about 5 days now, and while at first she decided the matter wasn't worth pursuing, the fact that she was still caught up in it 5 days later meant she was better off just addressing it. It being the fact that Applejack somehow knew that Rarity had 5 identical jeweled barrets sitting in her private jewellery box that wasn't to be touched by any pony save for Rarity, period. Because of the delicacy of the matter, she decided it should happen naturally, nonchalantly if you will, as though it wasn't a big deal, which it wasn't because they were friends. So there had to be a decent explanation for why Applejack of all ponies had gone snooping through Rarity's things without consent. Luckily for her, they were all having a lovely picnic that day, so she simply had to pull Applejack to the side when every pony was busy. The opportunity arrived halfway through the picnic. Fluttershy, Pinky and Spike were by the nearby river, entertained by looking at the fish. Rainbow and Twilight were sitting ways away, reading a Daring Do book under the shade of a tree. From what Rarity could hear, they were fervently discussing something they kept calling headcanons, which made Rarity hesitate on approving of Sweetie reading said books. Cannons being shot at ponies' heads did not sound like appropriate reading for a gentle, sweet filly like her sister. Regardless, Applejack, darling, Rarity said nonchalantly, treating herself to one of the apple fritters her friends had brought. I have a question for you. A question? Applejack sat up straight, fixing her whole attention on Rarity. This was one of the little things Rarity appreciated about her. She always made Rarity feel heard. Shoot, Sugar Cube. It's about something you said during the traders' exchange. She ate another fritter despite herself. This was one of the little things Rarity didn't appreciate about Applejack. She made sinful treats so damn good. I was a bit unclear on it. Applejack frowned. What'd I say? Rarity took one last fritter. She swore. It was a good excuse to think over her next few words, but they were as delicate as she was. Applejack, she said, did you break into my house and snoop in private things? Sometimes delicate things required sledgehammers. Applejack nearly choked on the drink she'd started. What? Did I do what now? She was flabbergasted, yes, which could mean she was innocent, but it could also mean she was guilty. And she certainly looked the part, still sputtering in shock, eyes wide in shock. Well, it seemed Rarity was skilled at these headcanons too. What in the crest did I say at the exchange that made you think that? She asked, so completely guilty she didn't even react with anger. Haha, the barrette you gave me. Rarity crossed her hooves together, which might imply she was being serious, but really she was trying to stop herself to another fritter. You said you gave it to me because you know I have 5 identical ones, but I keep these secured in my locked jewelry box. So, she grabbed a fritter and pointed it towards her friend accusingly, for the dramatic effect of it. Eating it too was for effect. How did you know I had 5 identical ones, pray tell? Applejack did not reply verbally. No, she did something far worse. She laughed in the face of her crimes. The gall! Sweet Celestia, you actually had me worried there. Thought I'd somehow done something criminal without even knowing, she said, visibly relaxing, amused even. I didn't go snooping through your things, Rarity. I've just seen you wearing them at fancy royal events Twilight's been having. Oh, Rarity exclaimed. That made sense. Wait, no it didn't. Now hold on a minute, wait, she continued. That doesn't explain how you knew I have 5 of them. They're identical. Applejack remained unperturbed. No they ain't. She grabbed one of her fritters and ate it up before continuing. One of them has a little nick on the other side. Another has a loose fastener because it hangs a bit. Other has a slight different shade of purple than the rest. The 4th has the gem a little crooked. And the 5th is perfect. She winked. Just like you, Sugar Cube. Rarity giggled, charmed. Well, I concede. I didn't realize you were so observant, she said. She grinned, teasing. Too observant, one might say. What, do you spend all the galas staring at me? Course not, Applejack said, which Rarity would have otherwise believed if it wasn't for the unusual stammer and the even more unusual blush her friend suddenly had. Oh? Oh ho ho? Are you sure, darling? Rarity purred, leaning in ever so slightly. It's perfectly alright if you are, she offered a dazzling grin. I'm quite nice to look at, I think. I'm not staring at you all day, darn it! Applejack protested, her fluster betraying her. My. Granted, she could stop what was clearly teasing, but why? It was harmless fun, no? Especially when she hadn't even said anything yet, and already Applejack was saying, I wasn't. So you're just very observant then, are you? Rarity asked with the same innocence with which she grabbed another fritter. She then inched closer, her smile gentle, innocent, and not at all teasing. You just simply happened to notice little minute details that you couldn't really notice unless you were looking at me a lot, I do, Applejack protested. And my, her ears flicking down, her eyes flittering back and forth. A liar she was not. Do you? I do. Just, well, I'm interested in jewelry and them things. I don't like wearing them often, but I can appreciate them just like any other mare, she said with a firm nod. Rarity personally thought she should be awarded some sort of prize for not immediately bowling over, choking with laughter. Really, she asked instead. Polite. Again, the firm nod. Yup. Rarity looked at Applejack, teaser to teasee. She could offer mercy, she could, but it was not a core aspect of their relationship that neither wanted to receive or give mercy to the other. Rainbow Dash? Rarity said. Applejack frowned. Rainbow Dash? What's she got to do with any of this? She was wearing her element of loyalty the other day at Pinky's party because she insists on being a braggart about it. Rarity elaborated. She paused. Just a second. The jewel on it. She leaned another inch. What is it shaped like? Applejack snorted. That's easy, and you know it. Rarity tilted her head. Is it? She purred. What is it then? Illuminate me, Applejack dearest. Applejack gave her the hardest stare she'd ever given her, then broke into a smile. Fine by me. It's a cloud. There. Rarity stared at her. Applejack stared back. Rarity grinned, and it was so sinful that 10 generations of apple family ancestors were probably redder than their famous apples. Oh, Applejack dull. Lightning bolt! Applejack blurted out, desperate. Rarity leaned back, giggling. Too late, my dear. Applejack's shoulders slumped. Oh, horse feathers. I had a 50-50 shot, and I blew it. Defeated, she swallowed her pride and confessed. I just think you have a nice complexion, that's it. She looked like she was dying, and Rarity was never happier to be a murderer. You're nice to look at, there's nothing more to it. Finally, Rarity smiled genuinely. I am, she bowed her head. I'm glad you think so too, dear. If I may say it, I feel the same. She reached out and booped her friend's nose. Your freckles are exceedingly charming. Oh, wow, shucks, thanks, Applejack replied, a little pleased though still embarrassed. Rarity fluttered her eyelashes. I hope you also know I will be holding this over your head for the rest of our lives. Applejack laughed, endeared. Well, Rarity, you wouldn't be you if you didn't.
Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a rock. And if that well runs dry, that'll never cross our minds. So bring on the after
Having a Rainbow Hearts Warming by And What I See Is Me. Applejack sat back on her haunches and admired her work, having just completed hammering in the last new shingle on her barn's roof. There wasn't as much farm work to be done during the winter, but that didn't mean there wasn't still plenty to be done to keep a mare busy. Nothing fought the winter chill better than working hard and getting your chores done. This here roof had needed some fixing for a while now, and it was about time some pony got around to doing it. Her being up here had nothing to do with being able to keep a better eye out on the skies above Ponyville. No siree, she certainly wasn't up there fixing up this roof just as an excuse to better see when her mare friend would be returning home. That was a ridiculous accusation. She insisted to herself as her eyes scanned the horizon for the 100th time today. Where was that rainbow dash anyway? Surely she ought to have been back by now. Not that AJ was counting the minutes or anything foolish like that. She stood up in excitement when she suddenly caught her first sight of Rainbow flying towards her. She squinted in concern as she watched the Pegasus coming closer toward her. Was she flying slower than usual? Was she gliding? Applejack scrambled down the ladder and rushed toward an open area of field, awaiting Dash's landing. Something was wrong. It had to be. She'd never seen Rainbow looking so glum while flying. The way she was flying up there, she was pretty sure Fluttershy could have outraced her to the farm. No offense meant to Flutters, of course. Applejack scrambled down off the roof and hurried to where Dash was landing out in the fields. She hoped the Pegasus hadn't hurt herself during training. She didn't know too much about Pegasi wings, though Dash had certainly been providing her an education on her dexterity since they'd gotten more serious in their relationship. But she had no doubt that all those fancy tricks and stunts she did in the Wonderbolts came with some risk. She galloped full speed to her mare friend, anxious to hear what was wrong. "Oh, hey AJ," Dash glumly greeted her when she'd arrived to meet Rainbow. Dash's voice sounded flat and lifeless, without a hint of the usual exuberance she usually greeted Applejack with when returning from a training week. "Rainbow, is everything alright? You look as wilted as a dried out apple. What happened?" Applejack asked with concern. "Oh, nothing," Rainbow replied, idly kicking at the ground with a hoof. "Spitfire asked me to take over as captain when she retires next year." "What?" Applejack hollered in excitement. "Well, shoot, that's great news, Dash. You've been eyeing that spot up for yourself for years now, you dang prankster. You really had me fooled with your whole sad sack act. I turned it down, AJ," Dash cut her off. Applejack could see that the Pegasus was fighting back tears. "What? Why in Equestria would you turn that down, Dash?" AJ asked. "You'll have been eyeing that title up for years now." Rainbow shrugged. "Captain's a full-time job, AJ," she answered. "It would mean I'd have to move back to Cloudsdale and live there full-time." "Well, what the hey does that have to do with..." "Oh." Applejack realized the reason before she finished asking. "Of course. Can't have an Earth Pony girlfriend living with you up there in the clouds." She suddenly felt as rotten as an unpicked apple lying in the dirt. "Yeah," was all Rainbow could respond with. "Well, maybe Trial Starlight could magic up a way to make that cloud walking spell of theirs permanent, Dash. Then I'd be fine living up there with you," Applejack suggested hopefully. Dash shook her head. "Even if they could, it would just mean you'd be stuck at home all the time. Not many places you can go in Cloudsdale if you can't fly between clouds," Dash explained. "Besides, I could never ask you to leave this farm, AJ. This is more your home than anywhere up in Cloudsdale will ever be mine." Applejack felt terrible, frustration and regret welling up inside her as she understood the sacrifice Rainbow was making for her. She racked her brain to think up some solution that would work for both of them, without forcing them apart from one another. Hey, it's alright, AJ, Dash reassured her, trying to put some cheer into her voice. Soren will make a way better captain than me anyway. He's way better at all that boring administrative stuff. This just means I'll have more time to focus on my awesome flying moves instead of lame paperwork. Dang it, Dash. You don't have to put on a brave face just to cheer me up, you know, Applejack said, bopping her mare friend affectionately on the snout with a hoop. I just wish there was some way I could make this right for us. Well, there is one thing, Rainbow offered cryptically. On my way home, I thought of the perfect housewarming gift I could get from you. Though, it's a bit of a big ask. Now hold on there, Missy. If it's the thing we did in the barn last Hearts and Hooves Day, with all those whips and ropes, I already told you I just ain't comfortable doing that stuff to you, Applejack stated. She knew Rainbow had enjoyed all that stuff they'd done. Heck, half of Ponyville probably knew after all the racket Dash had made, expressing that enjoyment. But AJ just couldn't bring herself to do that stuff to some pony she loved again. No, Dash replied, rapidly shaking her head back and forth. Nothing like that. It's something much simpler. Oh? Well, out with it then. What do you want? AJ asked. Just say yes, Dash answered with a nervous smile on her face. Say yes to what? Applejack gasped, eyes bulging wide, as Rainbow pulled a gorgeous ring looped through a golden chain, which she delicately clasped around the Earth Pony's neck. You know I'm no good at this sappy stuff, AJ, but I realized when I turned down Spitfire's offer that what I really want to do is spend the rest of my life with you, Rainbow explained as she stepped back and admired the ring hanging around Applejack's neck. So, how about it? Will you take me as your mare? Applejack was struck speechless as her brain tried to process what Rainbow was asking her, unable to form the words she wanted to say. She did the only thing her body could manage. Wrapping her hooves around the Pegasus, she pulled her in for a particularly emotional and passionate kiss.
Kiss you made no sound. And hell, high water, I'll catch you before you fall.
Rainbow was more than happy to match Applejack's passion as their kiss intensified. They continued to make out until the need for air forced them apart, both bears gasping in lungfuls of air as their eyes locked. Can I take that as a yes? Rainbow asked once she had caught her breath, her usual cockiness finally returning to her voice. Does a backwell red apple make a fine sharp cider? Applejack eagerly responded. Does it? Rainbow asked, confused. Yes! Applejack explained before pulling her soon-to-be wife in for another kiss, albeit a shorter one this time. Shucks, I guess we ought to tell every pony the good news. No doubt Pinkie Pie will want to throw a big party to celebrate, she mused. I'm sure she will, Rainbow agreed. But before all that, I can think of a few ways to celebrate our engagement just between the two of us, she teased. Race you to the barn? Applejack asked. Last one there has to wear the wedding dress, Rainbow shouted before darting away. Dagnammit, Rainbow, that's cheating, Applejack shouted after her before galloping to catch up. In a few days, they would be celebrating their first hearthwarming of the rest of their lives. They'd have to tell their families and friends, plan for a wedding, and plan out their whole future together. But for now, neither mare was concerned about what the future might hold for them. Tonight, all they cared about was showing each other how much love they held for one another. Over and over and over again, all through the night.
Gonna make you love me. Hell and high water, I'm gonna make you love me. Love me. Love me.
Author's note. Happy holidays, everyone. Hope you received all the ponies from Santa that you asked for. Pip's Snuggle Session by Andrew's Archive. It was another tiring day for you in Maritime Bay as the sun was slowly setting in the horizon. You've just finished your shift at your job, and you now currently head back home to the Crystal Bright House, which was also home to the friends who first met you when you came to this world to finally enjoy the weekend. Those friends in particular being Sunny Star Scout, Izzy Moonbow, Zip Storm, Pip Petals, and Misty Bright Dawn. And while Hitch Trailblazer doesn't live here, he's still one of your good friends. It was honestly shocking that every pony in Maritime Bay didn't seem alarmed by your presence when you first ended up in Equestria. You half expected them to either run away from you or shun you, but that didn't even happen. Even ponies like Posy didn't seem to hate you. From what Sunny says, humans were considered myths in this world, believed to have once lived alongside ponies at one point before going extinct. Even you had to admit, that seemed pretty hard to believe, but you decided not to worry about it. You were able to get a job in this world, but just like any job, it was incredibly stressful. But it did pay well, leaving you with no choice but to bite the bullet. As you headed inside, you took notice that no pony was in the Bright House yet. You could only assume that they were probably off doing whatever ponies do in their spare time. You then walked on over to the nearby couch and took a seat. You let out a big sigh from all the stress of the work today. While not enough to cure your current exhaustion, you decided you could use some rest. You then turned over and closed your eyes, trying to take a nap. You groaned in annoyance as you couldn't fall asleep. You opened your eyes as you glared at the ceiling. You felt like a young child on Christmas Eve night who was too excited to go to bed. But the difference was that you obviously weren't excited. No matter what you tried, you couldn't take a nap. Heck, even trying to listen to Pip's ASMR video wasn't working.
Welcome.
Speaking of the devil, you suddenly hear the Bright House's doors swing open as it made a loud noise from hitting the walls. You opened your eyes to see none other than your mare friend, Pip Petals herself, in the flesh, flying into the Bright House. She seemed to be happy about something. Ever since she laid her eyes on you that day, she instantly fell for you, and you had to admit how cute she was. "Oh, hi there, love," she greeted you. "Hey Pip," you replied to her, still exhausted. "How was your day?" "Oh, it was totally great," she replied. "Business at Main Melody was more incredible than I pictured it today. Me, Jazz, and Rocky definitely had a field day today." You smiled softly at her. If only you could say the same today, or any other day. While she gets to enjoy her work, you pretty much suffer a lot every day since you got here. You sighed as your smile faltered. Pip took notice of this as she slowly descended until she made it to the floor. "Oh, what's wrong?" she asks. "Long work day?"
"Yeah," you confirmed. "I just want to get some good relaxation. Sorry if you wanted me for any live streams for the rest of the day. I'm just not feeling it today."
"Oh, don't worry. I'm not here because of that, silly," she said, looking a bit nervous for shaking her head. "I was planning on doing that tonight, but judging by how tired you look, I think the pipsqueaks can wait another hour or two." You didn't expect something like that to come out of her mouth, but you were happy to see that Pip was focusing more on her life outside of social media. "Come on upstairs," she gestured as she started flying up to the second floor. You got up from the couch and started walking upwards to meet Pip there. As you made it up there, you see her sitting on the edge of her bed. She looks over at you as you walk to her. I can tell you're having trouble falling asleep recently, love. She spoke, her expression turning into pity. I would know.
How so? You ask.
Well, let's just say that when me and Zip were young, we had trouble falling asleep from time to time. But when Mum got a hold of our sleeping problems, she would always let us cuddle with her at night, whenever that would occur. She giggled. But I wonder if I might have gotten her golden touch, if you get what I mean. You blushed hearing this. While you didn't mind cuddling with her, you felt a tad bit awkward doing so. After all, she's a pony and you're a human. But then again, you were desperate for a nap.
I don't see why not, you reply afterwards.
Oh, this is going to be so exciting. The pink Pegasus beams before, pointing at the other side of her bed. Now you get yourself comfortable and I'll lay on top of you. Then we'll go from there. You did as you were instructed by the pink Pegasus and walked over to the side of her bed and laid against the soft pillows she had. You had to give it to her. She had a great taste in pillows and mattresses. It was the coziest bed you've ever laid on. Before you could admire the soft bed, Pip then crawled up to you until her head was inches above your chest. You feel yourself start to sink into the bed, a bit due to her added weight onto you. Pip then made eye contact with you. She's even more adorable up close.
Alright, now what? You ask.
Now, we cuddle one another until our eyelids get heavy, Pip replied, her voice now down to a more mellow and soft tone as she continued to lay on you. She then reached up to her tiara and removed it from her head before setting it gently on the dresser next to her bed with her phone as well. It really felt weird seeing her without it, but she was still adorable to you no matter what she looked like. Pip then turned her attention back to you and lowered her head slowly onto your chest. She then wrapped her front hooves around your waist and let out a softer yawn. You also did too, since they were more contagious than any disease in the world. You then started rubbing and scratching her back, up to her neck and a few inches away from her tail. You also felt and preened Pip's soft wings too. Pip cooed. That feels nice, love. Keep doing it. You obliged your royal mare friend's request and continued. Her smile was honestly your favourite thing to see while you cuddled her at this moment. You didn't want it to end, and you could tell she didn't either. Hey, she spoke up softly again. Do you think you can pet my mane too?
Are you sure?
You ask. I can always fix it, she replied as she gave you the puppy eyes. Please. You knew she always would do this to you like she has done in the past, but you just couldn't resist her cute face. You lifted up your hand and spread your fingers into that soft, silky purple mane of hers and started using your fingers as a comb. Pip was basically biting her lower lip as you continued to pet her mane. Those hands of yours are a real blessing, love, Pip said. After a while of petting her mane, Pip then spread her glorious wings and rested them across you as if she were trying to use herself as a blanket. She then looked up towards you and suddenly got closer to you and gave you a small kiss on the cheek. Sleep tight, Pip said before she moved her head back to your chest and slowly drifted off. You then felt your eyelids growing heavier and heavier as you felt all the stress within you release. She had actually done it. She was able to relieve you of your constant stress. Perhaps, just perhaps, you and Pip could make this a constant thing.
Tell me you see me just as I see you. I want to grow up with you. Cliche to say, but it's true. Tell me you see me just as I see you. Do I have what it takes to make you fall in love with me? can.
And you now... Business at Main Melody was... Business at Main Mel... To meet Pep there. Pretty and Pink by Silk Rose. Rarity was trotting towards Sugar Cube Corner on her way to ask Pinky to model for her. She decided she was going to make a dress for Pinky as a surprise. Her plan was to make the dress under the guise that it was for someone else, and then ask Pinky out afterward. She would give her the dress they made together. She's had feelings for Pinky for a little while now, so she was looking forward to this. She already had plans and ideas for the gown. It would, of course, be pink. She would make sure it brought out the beauty that she saw in the mare. After a short walk, Rarity arrived at Sugar Cube Corner. She was somewhat hesitant to knock. After this, there was no turning back. She gathered some confidence and decided to knock on the bakery's door. Not at all to Rarity's surprise, Mrs. Cake answered the door. "Hello? Is Pinkie Pie in?" Rarity asked. "Yes, dearie. Do you want to go see her?" "Certainly, darling." Mrs. Cake let Rarity inside and closed the door behind her. Rarity walked up the stairs to the upper part of the establishment, while Mrs. Cake went back into the kitchen. Once Rarity had ascended the stairs, she knocked on Pinkie's door. "Here goes nothing." Pinkie Pie answered the door a moment later and said, "Hey Rarity, what's up?" "Hello, darling. I was wondering if you could be my model for a particular dress?" Rarity asked. Pinkie smiled at her friend. "Sure, when?" "Right now, if it wouldn't be a bother." "Okay," Pinkie replied happily. Pinkie jumped out the door and closed it behind her. They walked down the steps. Once they reached the bottom, Pinkie called out, "Mrs. Cake, I'm going out." Mrs. Cake replied from the other room, "Okay, have fun." Rarity opened the front door with her magic. They walked through it and Rarity closed it behind them. They started walking to Carousel Boutique. "So, who's the client?" Pinkie asked. "You wouldn't know them. They're from Manhattan. Their coat is pink, so you would be the perfect model," Rarity said, looking nervous. "Are you sure?" Pinkie asked. "I know a lot of ponies." "Yes," Rarity said, hoping Pinkie would drop it. Rarity took a moment to admire Pinkie as she hopped beside her, none the aware of the feelings she had towards her. She looked at her bouncing pink curls, so adorable, her pink fluffy ears, so cute, her blue eyes, so beautiful. Her thoughts were interrupted when Pinkie asked, "How's your day going, Rarity?" "Good. And yours, darling?" "It's going great." "That's good," Rarity smiled. "Do you have any ideas of how the dress will look?" Pinkie asked cheerfully. "I have a few. We shall see how it goes. Thank you for doing this for me, Pinkie. It means a lot to me," Rarity replied. "No problem, Rarity. I'm glad to help," Pinkie said. Shortly after the conversation had ended, they arrived at Carousel Boutique. Rarity opened the front door with her magic and motioned for Pinkie to go first. "After you." Pinkie Pie walked through the door. Rarity soon followed after and shut the door behind them. "Would you like to eat or drink anything before we get started?" Rarity asked. "Do you have any cupcakes?" Pinkie inquired. "No. How about cake? I've got some left over from a party Sweetie Belle had the other day." "Sure, I love cake," Pinkie chirped. "Let's go to the kitchen and I'll get it out for us," Rarity said, trotting to the kitchen, Pinkie soon following her. Once they were there, Pinkie sat down at the kitchen table while Rarity got the food out. "Would you like some milk with that?" Rarity asked. Pinkie nodded. "Yes." Rarity levitated the cake over the table and cut 2 pieces and put them on their plates. She put the cake back and got the milk from the fridge and poured them each a glass. "Here you are, darling," Rarity said as she laid the plate of cake and glass of milk in front of her crush, then laying hers in front of herself. "Thank you, Rarity," Pinky said as she started munching on her cake. "It's no problem," Rarity replied. Rarity looked over at Pinky and couldn't believe her eyes. How on earth does that mare look so cute doing something as simple as eating? Rarity thought. Then started eating to hide her blush. They sat quietly eating their cake and drinking their milk. Once they were done, Rarity cleaned up the dishes. "Are you ready, darling?" Rarity asked. "Yes," Pinky said. Rarity led Pinky to a work area and said, "Get on the stand and we can begin." Pinky got up on the stand so Rarity could do her work. Rarity floated over her red work glasses and placed them on her snout. "Why do you have to wear those while you work? You are too cute already," Pinky thought and turned her head to hide her blush. "Pinky, I need you to look at me so I can make this dress," Rarity said. "Oh, shoot, hopefully she doesn't notice," Pinky thought, reluctantly turning her head to face Rarity. "That's better, thank you, darling," Rarity said. "Good, she doesn't seem to have noticed." Pinky looked at Rarity. She was levitating different shades of pink fabric above Pinky's coat. "You could do this, Pinky. All you have to do is stand here while the mare you have a crush on is a mere foot away, unknowingly being cute," Pinky thought, gulping. Rarity had chosen the main fabric for the dress while Pinky was thinking and was cutting it in the shape of the main dress layer. Once Rarity had finished cutting it, she laid it on Pinky's back and started staring at Pinky. "Why is she staring at me like that? That doesn't look like a I'm making a dress kind of look," Pinky thought. Rarity stopped staring and floated a sizable piece of fabric in front of her face for a few seconds. When she moved it away, Pinky could notice the barest hint of a blush on Rarity's cheeks. "Why is she hiding her face? What's going on?" Pinky wondered. Rarity moved the fabric around Pinky's back as to level it out. Pinky stopped paying attention to what Rarity was doing, lost in her thoughts. "How long will this take? I don't know how long I can last. I need to tell her. Yeah, I'll do it after we're done making the dress. I can't hide my feelings any longer." "There," Rarity said. "It looks absolutely beautiful." "And so do you," she thought. The dress was pink with 2 layers, one going to within an inch of the floor and 2 going halfway down the dress. It had light blue stitching about an inch from the bottom of each layer that ran along the dress. Going from one side to the other on her chest was a darker pink ribbon with a light blue bow in the centre. Rarity led Pinky over to a mirror so she could see her work. "Rarity, it looks amazing! I'm sure whoever gets it will love it," Pinky said happily. "Well, there is something I wanted to ask you," Rarity said, fidgeting a bit. "Oh, there's something I want to ask you too. Can I go first?" Pinky asked. "Sure," Rarity replied. What else could she want to ask me at a time like this? Rarity thought. "Would you like to go out with me?" Pinky asked, looking nervous. Rarity stood for half a second. Did she just ask me out? "Yes," Rarity answered, leaning forward to hug Pinky in a tight hug. Pinky returned the hug. "I was actually about to ask you the same thing, believe it or not," Rarity said, pulling away from the hug with a slight blush on her face. "Wow, that's amazing," Pinky said with a giant smile on her face. "The dress is yours. There never was a client. I made them up," I'm sorry I lied. I just wanted to surprise you with a dress, Rarity said. Pinky's mouth hung open for a second, then she closed it and started tearing up. Oh, thank you, Rarity, you're the best! She wrapped Rarity in a tight hug. They pulled away from the hug and stared into each other's eyes, not speaking. They slowly moved their heads closer until their lips met. They held the kiss for a long while, both parties releasing weeks of pent-up lust and passion into the kiss. Once they were done, they leaned back and just stared at each other for a moment. Hey, you know what this calls for? Pinky asked with a big smile on her face. Rarity gulped and said, a party?
When the Day Became the Night by Shiutik. She did it. Sunny Star Scout ended racism after centuries of fights and wars and downright alienation between the three races. She and her friends managed to save all that was lost, and by bringing back friendship, magic soon returned.
Don't wait for me, honey. Don't wait, 'cause I'm always heading your way.
It was a busy afternoon. A lot of explanations were due. Earth ponies learning that Pegasi and unicorns weren't, in fact, out to get them. All of them had a lot to unlearn. But Sunny and her friends were patient and diligent, and they were together all afternoon long. With their newly returned magic, all ponies pitched in to help rebuild Sunny's lighthouse. The Pegasi had flown straight to Zephyr Heights as soon as they could to share the good news. But the sisters remained. By dinner time, the lighthouse was good as new, and the unicorns started walking back to Bridlewood, all but one. I don't want to leave you just yet, Izzy admitted, as Sunny carefully hanged the repaired picture frame on its usual spot. I know we're done, but what if you need help with something else? Sunny chuckled softly. She was exhausted. It had been the longest 3 days of her life, but she knew exactly what Izzy was talking about. She turned to see Hitch in her kitchen making dinner. Zip was moving some furniture to try and leave the house as before, but mainly to try out her now functional wings. Pip was taking pictures of the rest, saving those glorious memories for the future. How do you all feel about a sleepover today? Sunny finally said, earning a thankful smile from Izzy. Hitch looked up from the pot he'd been stirring and smiled and nodded. Zip finally let the furniture in peace and joined her sister and Hitch in the kitchen, without actually answering anything. The group of friends agreed to stay together one night more. Izzy helped Hitch serve the soup, and they all ate. They tried to recount the events of the previous days, their adventures, their feelings, and ultimately their hopes for the future. That last thing made them all unsure, for even if they had done the impossible and achieved peace and friendship between the three races, they still lived cities apart. When this whole thing was done, Izzy would have to return to Bridlewood and the sisters to Zephyr Heights. Another silent agreement not to talk about the future. Not yet. When dinner was done, they arranged pillows and blankets all over the living room, and one by one, first Izzy, then Sunny, then Zip, they fell asleep. Pip laid her fluffy pink body over the pillow concoction, thankful for the well-deserved rest. But despite how tired she felt,
She shifted over and over, unable to fall asleep. She slowly opened her eyes again, taking in the familiarity of her surroundings. It was the same living room she spent the afternoon repairing. Her sister and friends were lying beside her, snuggled with each other. She watched them dream peacefully, maybe expecting to share said dreams. For a moment her eyes locked with Hitch's. He was awake as well, also scanning his surroundings. He smiled apologetically at her, and she returned his smile. "You can't sleep either?" he whispered, careful not to wake up any pony else. She shook her head. Hitch slowly stood up, without a sound, and gestured for Pip to follow him. They went up the wooden platform with pulley system and up to the top of the lighthouse. Neither said anything for a while. They sat together against the railing and looked at the houses and stores in the dark, lighted by the starry sky and a pale moon. Pip was amazed by how quiet Maritime Bay was. The only noise she could hear was the distant waves in the shore and Hitch's breathing. The reminder that, after all, even in her restless nights, she was no longer alone. "So," Hitch finally said after a few minutes, "what keeps a princess up at night?" Pip sighed. She knew that question was lingering in the air, waiting to be asked, but truly she had no answer for it. "I don't really know," she shrugged, avoiding the stone's look. "I guess I just don't want to go back to my old life, not after all of this." He nodded. "If it makes you feel better, I don't think anything will ever be the same." That somehow made her feel even worse. She said so. "Oh," Hitch said, "sorry." She smiled and met his gaze. "No, I'm sorry," she said. "It's not your fault, or any pony's for that matter. I've been thinking. Before you all, I didn't have any friends, at all. I barely talked to Zip. Most of the times I doubt she even likes me. I guess the future scares me because I don't want it to be like the past." He listened carefully, trying to think of something to make the beautiful Pegasus feel better. Under the light of the moon, she looked radiant. Not that she didn't look radiant before, she always did. But after the first time he saw her, this was the only other occasion he got to look at her long and slow, to really take in her beauty. Her curled purple hair was messy, her fluffy wings sparkled as if they had glitter, and her eyes, so tired, so pretty. His heart skipped a beat every time she looked at him. How could such a graceful, talented and gorgeous pony not have any friends? "As long as I exist, you will never be truly alone," he said, without realizing how deep that was. "Sorry, you must think I'm pretty corny." She giggled. Even her laughter was adorable. He wished he could listen to that laugh 1,000 times more. "Thanks, Hitch. You too," she said. "I guess neither of us will ever have to be alone now." He smiled as the two slowly leaned close to each other, side by side. Pip leaned against Hitch's muscular shoulder, an electric feeling flooding her entire body. He felt so good to be around. "At least, now that the secret's out, I won't have to keep up appearances," she said after a short silence. "I don't even know if I'll be a princess after today." "Why not?" "Our entire royalty was built on a lie," she explained. "Maybe it's for the best. A new government, a new ruler, and a new identity for Pip. No longer Princess Petals, the perfect pop star. I can finally be the real Pip." He smiled for what seemed to be the millionth time. His hoof slowly went against her back as she shuddered. The beachy breeze was turning cold as the night got older. Pip noticed this as well, and she unfolded one of her wings to surround his body under it. is the real Pip like? He asked. She's passionate a lot, she said, a genuine smile leaking from her mouth. She's curious and bubbly, and she makes 1,000 mistakes, but she keeps trying. She loves and is loved by her friends, and she doesn't have to share every second of every hour on the internet. That sounds exactly like some pony I know, Hitch said. I like her. She likes you too, Pip replied, then yawned. And Hitch? What's the real Hitch like? He is calm and cheerful, and he loves to dance. This made Pip sit upright again as she incredulously looked at the pony beside her. What? You dance? I mean, I'm terrible, but I like it, he said, laughing a little. Maybe the real Pip should teach the real Hitch how to dance. She smiled, leaning on him again. Deal? Deal, he replied, and slowly they fell asleep against each other. There was no way to know what the future held, but after that night, the 5 friends understood that as long as they existed, none of them would ever truly be alone, and that was enough for them.
You'll always be the one I wanna midnight. You'll always steal my breath away. Yeah. You'll always be my heart, my love. Every second, every day.
Oh god, oh frick, I'm back on my bullshit and just in time for the May pairing contest. This title doesn't feel long enough. That's what she said. Though we, as a society, really ought to stop shaming people for their pool noodle size. By Super Trampoline. A super trampoline story with no embedded links or pictures. That is a super powerful smell. Smells good. I finally done editing my ladyship touchdown. Happy, how is it like Steph Curry? Precisely like Steph Curry. How spicy? Yeah, this one is one of the things I be. Okay, so you know the drill. I'm going to write a really dumb story and you're going to read it and maybe you downvote it or maybe you upvote it. I don't know, but the point is, you know full and well what you're getting into here. So don't come complaining to me in the comments section like a little bitch, unless you're Winona. Because she literally is a little bitch. Haha, get it? She's a small female dog. So in this story, Tempest Shadow and Pinkie Pie are going to fuck shit up together. They could fuck each other, but I don't think I want to try to keep this teen rated. Although, to be fair, I've gotten away with some pretty questionable things while keeping to the teen rating in other stories like the Princess Molly one and the Starlight and Trixie Do the Kiss one. Both of which I'm too lazy to link because I'm off my ADHD meds because I'm out of them until tomorrow, so I'm going through withdrawals, which basically means I'm really fucking tired and lethargic. Like I took a 3-hour nap earlier today. Anyway, one day, Ponks was like, "You, Tempura, by the way, that's your new nickname. Sorry, not sorry, can I go down on you?" And Tempest Shadow was like, "Yo, what the fuck? I know you're all about free love, but I'm sort of not really, but yeah, really look, it's complicated, we're both complicated mares, dating Twilight." Author's note. Someday when I have 300 or 400 or 500 to burn, I really want to commission Aragon to basically write Resting Witch Face, but for Twilight and Tempest instead of Glim Glam and Trixie. But I still want them to also show up too as secondary characters, and I want it to be a teen rated with the sex and profanity tags instead, so Aragon can use more of his fanatic dirty humour. Oh, now that my ban is over, I should see if he has published any more of his fantastic comics. Seriously, check out his comic blog posts if you haven't. He is really great at writing them. So Pinkie Pie was like, for sure, I got you fam, and I'll be your wingman too. Anyway, Tempsy, when you invaded Equestria, why didn't you use any actual gunpowder like my cannons do? And Tempest was like, because it's a fucking PG movie for a TV-Y show. The Storm King and eyes/eyes action in reality would probably have killed dozens if not hundreds or even thousands of creatures, and I'd be considered a war criminal, but because this is magical happy fantasy land, now I get to snog the de facto ruler of this nation instead of get executed or spend the rest of my life in unsexy jail. Pinkie Pie was like, okay, I get that, but you know I actually have gunpowder because I have fucking party cannons. Except this is Pinkie Pie logic, so I don't end up with severe burns every time I fire one. And also firing one into someone's face doesn't instantly kill them. Anyway, I have a fuck ton of explosives, and Trixie does too, but this is for the May Pairings contest, so she's not going to show up in this story. Anyway, do you want to blow up shit in the desert? Hempfest was like, yeah, sure, that sounds fun. I can get to know you more, weird pink thing. So they skated through a wormhole in Scott Pilgrim's brain, which the Scott Pilgrim comic book series elaborates so much on more than the movie. Anyway, they did that to save time and ended up in some desert in Equestria. I don't fucking know which one. There are like 3 or 4 deserts on the official map of Equestria, so like take your pick, my dude or dudette, or whatever the non-binary form of that word is. So Pinkie grabbed from her bag of holding, scratch that, mane, a stick of dynamite, because of course she did, and she was like, yo, Alfred Nobel invited this shit and it's fucking fetch. You can blow stuff up with it, and it's used for blasting tunnels for like rail construction, and also sexy damsel in distress artwork on image fap scratch that derpy buru. Anywho, you want to try it? And Temperate Biome was like, fuck me, what the fuck am I getting into? But yeah, sure, you got a match or something? And then Ponk was like, dude, fucking use your horn like a natural lighter. Like if you were at a boomer rock concert, you would just wave it around during the power ballad instead of a real lightsaber. Or do what all the kids are doing, just use their fucking phone screens. And Fizzy Wizzy was like, okay, so I know you don't usually think about things like safety, but what do I do after I light it? Punkers was like, oh yeah, no, that's a valid question, and you fucking run? Or I mean, I think you can kick it? I know you're really good at kicking things based on the action sequence in My Little Pony, the movie where you froze all the princesses in stone, because by the 8th season or 7th season or whatever My Little Pony the movie came out, there were way too many OP, overpowered, not original poster, characters, and you needed to easily nerf a bunch of them. I mean, Discord doesn't even fucking show up, save a brief end credits cameo, because he's a fucking reality warper. Just like Luna doesn't show up in the season 2 finale. Thanks to the magic of fanfiction, however, several people have written about why Discord wasn't around during My Little Pony the movie, but enough about that. You can definitely try kicking the dynamite. I don't think it will immediately explode or anything, but just to be safe, it really probably is better to just throw it. Apparently you're good at throwing things too, because I heard through the rumour mill that you threw out Twilight's back last week during sex. I'm really happy for you two, by the way. I absolutely love the way her face lights up when she's talking about you, or light it and run away. I mean, I think the fuse burns for a while, but also we use a much longer fuse than the ones that show up in cartoons, which is ironic given that we're cartoon characters. Seriously, the fuse is like 8 feet long. Then Tempest was like, okay, cool. And she lit it with her sparky horn, and then she and Pinky ran back and hid behind a flimsy plywood facade of an American Wild West building like you see in Blazing Saddles, which is an excellent movie I watched on an airplane flight once. And goddess damn did that shit fucking blow up. Boom went the dynamite and it exploded and left a little crater in the desert, and it was cool as fuck. And Tempest's shadow was like, yo Pinky, you got any more of this stuff? And Pinkie Pie, being fucking Pinkie Pie, had like a whole stack of 6 sticks arranged in a little pyramid. So then they lit the fuse on that cornucopia of kaboom and ran, and when it exploded it was an even bigger boom, which a few local seismographs even picked up. And Tempest was like, holy fuckballs, this makes me wet. Pinky, I retracted what I said earlier. Please go down on me. So Pinkie Pie ate out Tempest's shadow in the desert for approximately 40 minutes, and Tempest came 3.5 times. If I explained the half part, I think it would bump the story's rating up to mature. So you'll just have to take my word and use your imagination. Which, I mean, you have to do anyways when it comes to Pinkie Pie shagging anybody, including you, on account of her not being real, which fucking sucks. Because trust me, I would totally fuck Pinkie Pie. Both of which I'm too lazy to link because I'm off my ADHD meds, because I'm out of them until tomorrow, so I'm going to... But I still want them to also show up. But I still want them to also show up too as secondary characters, and I want it to be a teen rated. But I still want them to show... And Tempest was like, because it's a fucking PG movie for a TV/Y show. Because it's a fucking PG movie for a TV-Y show. The Storm King and Eyes on Image Fap scratch that Derpy-roo.
A Visit from the Sisters by Anon R. Moss. 'Twas the eve of hearth-warming, and all through the town all the ponies were smiling with nary a frown. Everyone was laughing and in a fine mood, with drinks and candies and lots of good food. Foals huddled by fires, wrapped in blankets tight, as their elders told stories of the first fateful night. Everyone was jolly and filled with good cheer, except for one Anon who smelled of cheap beer. He was all by himself, locked up in his home, where he brooded and pouted and drank all alone. He sat in the dark, his mind all muddled, as beer after beer he gulped down and guzzled. He downed each bottle, only to wince at the taste, but the discomfort did little to slow his quick pace. He had just finished his 6th and reached down for one more, when suddenly there came 3 knocks on his door. At the noise he did stiffened, his face became grim. There was only one pony who'd be there to see him. This late at night, with weather so cold,
If he opened that door, he knew what he'd behold. A mare of yellow coat and pink mane, who visited each day come hail, snow or rain. She always came calling with some stupid guess, and just the thought of her now brought him much more distress. Grumbling to himself, he rose from his chair. I wonder what she wants now, that stupid little mare. Across the room he stumbled, his footsteps uneasy, for he had drank half his supply of beer already. He finally managed to find the door with great care, and he threw it wide open to shout at the mare. But instead of Fluttershy, he found instead Strawn, upon his doorhead the princess of the sun and the moon. Their faces were red, and they giggled quite gamely, as they swayed back and forth in a manner ungainly. With their flanks on the floor and their hooves in the air, their crowns were gone and their chests were both bare. As the door opened, they looked at the man, and with a drunk smile Luna quickly began to cheer and to shout, though her words were quite slurred. "Ah, there he is!" she practically purred. "Oh, anon," Celestia said with a snort and a smile. "We finally found you, though it took us a while. We were looking for you all over the town. Luckily Pinky told us where you could be found." Anon stared at the mares, his mind all befuddled. As they stared back at him, large grins on their muzzles. After a moment he finally slumped and sighed, and opening the door he motioned them inside. "Get your flanks in here," he said through his teeth, "and Luna, kindly stop eating my wreath." The mares didn't need to be told more than twice, and they slipped inside out of the cold and the ice. They glanced around blankly as he slid the lock in place. Then Celestia said with a sad look on her face, "Where is the fire? Where are the treats? Where are the streamers and the decorative sheets?" "You'll find none of them here," Anon said with a scowl, and the sisters could see that his mood was quite foul. "I haven't celebrated the holidays in over 3 years, but if you're looking for a drink, I have some more beers." Luna looked sad, in fact she looked quite forlorn, but not Celestia, who quickly lit up her long horn. And in a flash of light and a jingle-like sound, festive things began to appear all around. There was a tree in the corner and the streamers down the halls, and wreaths and garland appeared on the walls. Candles appeared with their flames all a-flicker, as Celestia danced around with a whinny and a nicker. In short order his home was covered in tinsel and lace, and a merry fire was roaring in the proper place. It was so brilliant, and the dark all but disappeared, as Celestia stood there grinning from ear to ear. "There we are," she said with a drunken half giggle, and diving on his couch she began to wiggle. Under the blankets in front of the roaring fire, Anon just stood there trying to figure out what had transpired. "Where did this come from? What have you done?" "Oh, Anon," she giggled, "don't ruin the fun. My sister and I have watched you each year, as you sit all alone and drown in your beer. That's no way to celebrate such a wonderful night, so my sister and I are here to make everything right." "'Tis true," Luna added with a lopsided grin, "for I too know about the sorrow that lies deep within." "You two are crazy," Anon harped. "I'm perfectly fine." Celestia then pouted and held up some wine. "Please, Anon," she said, her lip all a-quiver, "will you at least let us help you kill off your liver?" Anon stared at the bottle and tried to debate whether or not he was in the right state. To deal with these ponies they could be quite tricky, but eventually he decided that he couldn't be picky. And company was company, especially tonight. So with a sigh he nodded and said, "All right. We'll do things your way, but just so you know, if either of you try something, you're out in the snow." "Why, Anon!" Celestia cried with a startled gasp. "We would never do something so vulgar and crass. We've just come to help you celebrate the holidays proper." And with that she quickly pulled out the stopper. They drank all of the wine and partook in the treats, even as snow slowly continued to blanket the sheets, and soon enough a smile appeared on Anon's face as the sisters helped him escape depression's embrace. The trio laughed and they joked through the dark winter night, chatting and singing in the soft firelight. They snuggled deep down in blankets so warm, ignoring the snow that outside did storm. They spoke of past experiences of friends they had known. The sisters told of the days before they had taken the throne, and Anon had too tales of his past, which he had shared with no one but now revealed at last. It was just about nearing 4:15 when Luna suddenly started to snore. She had fallen asleep right there on the rug, with frosting on her lips and eggnog in her mug. Celestia and Anon both watched her with smiles as they continued to work through their candy stockpiles. Slowly the fire began to fade until only embers remained, and that's when Anon's smile slowly began to fade. He looked at Celestia with her coat all so white, and he thought about what had transpired that night. So as the embers and the burnt logs did sputter, Anon leaned back and said in a mutter, "Thank you, Celestia, for all that you've done, but all of this stuff you've clearly overdone. I'm no one to waste such time and such flair. Your efforts tonight would have been better spent elsewhere. I'm not all that special, not in the least, yet you come here bearing good food and a feast, the likes of which I've never had before. So tell me, Celestia, why did you knock on my door?" Celestia was quiet for quite a long while, but when she did answer, she did so with a smile. She unfurled a wing and pulled him in close, till a scent hit his nose of lilac and rose. "My dear little human," she hummed in her chest, "when it comes to how you're feeling, I know it the best. For hundreds of years I have been all alone, celebrating the holidays in my room on my own. I'd stare up at the moon and the face it did bear, and I'd think of my sister who was trapped up there. Together we suffered in our own special way, her during the night and me during the day. We both know the feeling of sorrow and hopeless grief, so that's why we came to you tonight bearing relief. For this is a lesson we both learned too well on our own. No pony should ever have to suffer the holidays alone." With that she yawned and lay down on her head and promptly fell asleep using the couch as a bed. Anon just sat there, the princess's head in his lap, as the embers before him quietly continued to pop and to snap. He stroked her mane gently, his touch was so light, and he felt himself begin to drift off for the night. He whispered slowly with his eyes full of tears, "Thank you, Celestia, for the best gift I've had in years." And with that he snuggled on down into the blankets warm, where he would stay until the dull light of the morn. Awoke the trio and brought with it a horrible headache. He cared little now though, as that was future Anon's fate. And with that the small party came to an end, but with all three of them now the closest of friends. And with that, I think I'll put this book back on the shelf. Merry Christmas to all, and go fuck yourself.
Oh, but I am weak and helpless, by Flint Sparks. Oh no, I'm completely bound in strong, tight rope. I cannot do anything but flail about and struggle. Oh, woe to me, the damsel in distress. I sure hope no male of unspecified species happens to come across such a young, innocent girl and take advantage of her. Why, I wouldn't be able to defend myself at all, being so helpless and available," Fluttershy cried as she rolled on the ground, struggling against her bonds. Discord rolled his eyes as he turned the page of his newspaper. "Fluttershy, you're rolling in the yarn you borrowed from Rarity." Fluttershy, tangled in red and blue string, whined, "No, I'm tied up like a damsel. Now, please don't hurt me." Her blue eyes teared up and she whimpered, using her squeaks to her advantage. It did nothing but irritate the older, wiser Draconicus. Discord threw aside his paper and stood up from the couch. "Yeah, I'm going to make myself a sandwich now." He yawned, stretched, and walked towards the minibar in his castle chamber. Fluttershy made to intercept him, but her wings caught in the yarn and she tumbled forward. She yelped as she landed on her muzzle. "Wait, where do you think you're going?" She wiggled on the carpet floor, trying to crawl her way to Discord. Discord turned away from the open chamber door, chewing his sandwich. He rolled it in his mouth, swallowed, and then answered, "I'm getting out of this loony bin. I'll be back when Tia gets home from work." He stepped into the castle, but flinched when Fluttershy shrieked. "What about me?" she cried, rolling onto her back and swishing her tail back and forth. "Yes, what about you? It's not like you're weak or helpless." "Oh, but I am weak and helpless," she said, smiling upside down at Discord, "and I appreciate your cooperation if you just rescue me." Discord shook his head. "No, no, and most definitely no. I've been around longer than even Celestia, and I know all the tricks in the book. If there's 1 ounce of chaos I can't stand, it's the heart of a mare." Fluttershy roared, "You are going to love me!" Discord gulped and snapped his fingers. "Oh no, I'm under attack by a savage and frightening beast. If only there was some pony with magical power to rescue me, as I'm trapped in this corner. I would be so grateful. I would probably reward my prince with everything I have," Fluttershy dramatically declared, holding her hoof to her forehead as a bear shuffled toward her in the hedge maze. "Why, I would even go far as to give him my heart and my body." Discord casually lifted his shades as he sunbathed, lying on top of his conjured beach chair. He sighed and lowered them. He casually sipped his lemonade's glass before tossing the lemonade in the trash. "Fluttershy, that's your pet bear." "No, it's not," Fluttershy defended as the bear lifted her up and planted a kiss on top of her head, slightly messing up her neat mane. The Draconicus ignored her, causing an angry blush to emerge on the mare. "Oh no, I'm dangling off a cliff above my door." "Fluttershy, you're a Pegasus, you can fly." "I forgot the rope." "Yup." "Oh no, I'm being foal-napped." "Fluttershy, that's the servant giving you tea." "I'm being robbed." "You just paid the guy." "Help, someone's assaulting me." "Your masseuse doesn't seem too happy with you screaming at him." "Oh no, I suddenly forgot how to swim. Someone help. For Celestia's sake," Discord shouted. "Fluttershy, you're one of the best swimmers I know. Before this was slightly annoying, but now it's just getting aggravating." Fluttershy sat in a tiny kiddie pool, one that she could easily stand up in, seeing how it was only about a foot deep. Fluttershy was trying to simulate what she thought a drowning pony would look like. From Discord's perspective, it looked more like she was throwing a temper tantrum, which wasn't too far from the truth. "Oh, but I really do need help," Fluttershy said in a voice so sweet that Discord nearly barked. "Please, Discord, just help me. I promise you'll get your just desserts," she added with a wink and a sultry smile, forgetting that she was supposed to be drowning. Discord looked her over and smirked, slowly getting up from his pool chair. "Well, I guess since you're not in trouble anymore, I can just leave." He stretched, savouring the pleading look on her face. He resolved not to talk to her until she had calmed down and was thinking rationally, at least rationally by Discord standards. Before he teleported away, Discord risked one last glance at the miserable-looking Fluttershy. Seeing her in such a state, he mumbled to himself, It'll take more than a pretty face to get me in with you. And with that he snapped his fingers, transporting himself back to his room in the Canterlot Castle. Fluttershy sighed, looking up from the kiddie pool into the sky. If only I was a bird, she thought. Then maybe this whole charade would work. The males would fight over me while I looked pretty and helpless. She climbed out of the kiddie pool, shivering as a gust of wind swept past. Discord had not taken any of her bait, no matter how weak she pretended to be. Maybe I've been going about this all wrong, she continued to ponder, while drying off. Perhaps it isn't helplessness and distress that Discord wants. Maybe something a little more chaotic. Then she got an idea, an awful idea, an absolutely awful idea. She gathered herself together and headed towards the castle, cackling madly at the notion of putting her plan into action. Discord sat inside his room, one of the only places that he could spread chaos magic with little to no rebukes from Celestia. Aside from the occasional cotton candy cloud escaping from the windows and soaking an angry royal, his chaos was surprisingly well contained, even though more than once he was tempted to move the sun just a few inches to freak Tia out. The best part about the room, that Honor would have to go to the deadbolt Luna gave him, one of the strongest locks in all of Equestria, able to keep away even the strongest of the royal guard. The guards could testify to it. Right now, though, Discord was less interested in the lock than he was his own creations, specifically his attempts at creating a perfect glass of chocolate milk. So far the results had been less than satisfying. I have the milk part down, but not the chocolate. What would little Miss Smarty Pants do in this situation? He wondered aloud as he drank the chocolate milk to a crazy straw. Less than perfection or not, it was still chocolate milk. Discord almost considered asking Fluttershy about this problem when he heard some pony banging on the door. Their beating sounded like they were throwing everything they had. Slightly startled, he hurried to the door in case, Luna forbid, an actual threat was coming and he was needed. Unfortunately, Discord would only wish it was that bad. "You better open this door right now, mister, or so help me I will tear it down splinter by splinter until it's so mangled that its children wouldn't even recognise it," came the angry screeching voice of Fluttershy. Discord froze in mid-air, not quite certain that he was hearing this. He shook his head as if to clear it before replying, "Pardon?" "You heard me. Open this door right now." More beatings came upon the door, causing Discord to back away from the door with genuine fear in his eyes. He breathed in and out a few times before answering in the most level voice he could. "Fluttershy, I'm not going to let you in until you are not threatening to do something I don't want to do at this point. Or probably any point in time. Besides, this is a special patterned deadbolt separating us two. Even the Royal Guard couldn't get past it. You might as well give up now, or at least apologise for your behaviour earlier." A pregnant pause settled over the room. The insistent banging had stopped. He found it strange. Discord thought that Fluttershy would have at least made some noise if she was leaving. Oh well, he thought. It didn't really matter either way. He could figure out the inconsistency late. A huge boom sounded off as the room shook in very unnatural ways. The movement managed to toss Discord into a corner of the room, knocking his breath away for a second. When he managed to open his eyes, a sight that would forever locked in his mind came into view. Fluttershy standing just outside the room, directly on top of an enormous pink cannon that was easily taller than Celestia. The door was almost completely off its hinges, simply hanging on by a single bolt. Discord sat up, dazed as his eyes struggled to adjust on the once calm mare standing before him. Well, maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Maybe there's still a way out of this. Then with a crazed smile and an eye twitch that would make Twilight Sparkle proud, Fluttershy spoke. "Now come to Mama." "I'm surprised, Twilight. Your management with the Griffin Kingdom's embassies was impeccable. I'm sure every pony as well, is proud of you." Princess Celestia praised her shorter yet talented protege as the group of alicorns walked down the castle halls. Cadence and Luna were locked in a fierce debate over something Twilight found petty, but Celestia had encouraged. Twilight smiled and looked up to her mentor. "Well, I can't honestly say it. What was that?" She turned her head towards the elaborate mahogany door they were passing by. It looked like every other door of the hundreds inside the castle, but the door had several bumps and holes smashed into its surface. Banging and bumping noises were inside, and the voices of a couple ponies. "That's odd." Princess Celestia walked close to the door and eyed the claw marks by the doorknob. "The doors are enchanted to be soundproof." Cadence and Luna approached. "What seems to be the problem?" A feminine voice screamed, "Yay!" through the door. It was quiet and hushed, but echoed through the hall. The four alicorn princesses stared at each other in shock. Cadence broke the tension and politely coughed. Without a word, 3 bags of bits were thrown at her hooves.
Twilight's New Year Resolution by Try-Fanatic. It was New Year's Eve, and nearly all of Ponyville had gathered in the centre of town for a celebration at Pinkie Pie's insistence. Everything had been planned by her, from the coming fireworks all the way down to the streamers, which Mayor had been a little opposed to. Every pony had been invited, and all but the most reclusive and isolated in Ponyville had shown up expecting a signature Pinkie Pie party. As usual, the element of laughter had outdone herself, bringing Ponyville together for as much excitement and cheer as they could muster. While most of those in abundance traded stories from the year and hopes for the one ahead, one purple alicorn was content to simply stare across the party at a certain cyan Pegasus. Though she stood next to her friends Rarity and Fluttershy in order to conceal her actions, her eyes restlessly scanned the Pegasus while her mind ran on overdrive. The young mare was unsure when she had developed feelings for her brash friend, but she was even more unsure of how to confess them. "It just doesn't make sense," Twilight thought to herself. "I'm nothing like her. I can't fly fast, or do tricks, or hold a conversation of flying, the Wonderbolts, or anything else she likes. Why am I so drawn to her?" Twilight's eyes drifted from the object of her affections and torment to her nearby friend Rarity. She recalled her unicorn friend's obsession with romance, as well as all the cliches Rarity had such love for. Maybe opposites really do attract. Twilight had promised herself she would wait a while to tell Rainbow how she felt until she was completely sure she wouldn't make a fool of herself by doing so. But, entranced by the wonderful atmosphere Pinkie had set and feeling lonely from another year gone without a special sun pony, the Princess of Friendship found herself plotting to confess tonight. She was just growing desperate for a clever way to do so when a pink blur suddenly appeared by her side. "Rarity! Fluttershy! Twilight!" Pinkie exclaimed. 10 minutes to midnight, so spill! What are your New Year's resolutions? Personally, I want to bake a cake so big that it could be sold as a whole bake sale by itself. Of course, I'd have to make sure it could be sold outside without melting, and it would need to be able to last a few days without getting stale. Otherwise, no pony would buy more than a couple slices. Oh, maybe Discord would help me with his chaosy magic to make a super stale-free, weatherproof ultra cake of ultimate flavour. She finished her speech proudly with an ear-to-ear smile and patiently waited for her friends to respond. First to recover from the unanticipated verbal assault, Rarity tossed her hair and met Pinkie's smile with one of her own. "That sounds wonderful, darling, but perhaps you could let me know in advance when you plan to invite Discord over for baking." Upon Pinkie's questioning look, she quickly backpedaled. So I can attend the sale, of course. Nothing more. As for my resolution, I want to finally expand my customer base past Ponyville and occasionally Canterlot. All of Equestria would benefit from wearing my line.
And I want my dresses to be seen everywhere. She turned to her shy Pegasus friend. That's me. What about you, Fluttershy?
Well,
The mare in question could scarcely be heard above the constant drone the party created, forcing her friends to lean in to make out what she was saying. I really want next year to be a little quieter, maybe with fewer dangerous adventures. I mean, only if that would make you girls happy too. She quickly trailed off, hiding behind her long hair once her confidence had petered out. Careless as ever, Pinky threw her front legs around Rarity and Fluttershy. I think those both sound great! What's your resolution, Twilight? Despite knowing her turn to share was approaching, Twilight had no idea what her resolution could be. The only thing she could think about was halfway across the centre of town, chatting with an orange earth pony. I wonder what her New Year's resolution is. Suddenly, an idea took form in Twilight's mind. Instead of answering her pink friend, the alicorn offered a sly smile. Ask me again after midnight, if you'll excuse me. She began to leave, finishing her sentence as she passed her friend. I have one more thing to do this year. A short walk away, Rainbow Dash and Applejack were locked in their own conversation about the approaching year. Right in the middle of telling her daring friend what she had planned, the apple farmer noticed Twilight moving towards her. Following Applejack's gaze, Rainbow tensed almost imperceptibly upon seeing the alicorn. Only Applejack noticed, who knew exactly why her daredevil of a friend would grow nervous around Twilight. Smiling happy for her smart, organised friend and knowingly for her athletic restless one, Applejack greeted Twilight as she was in hearing range. Howdy, Sugar Cube. Some party, huh? Once comfortably close to her friends, Twilight answered with equal cheer. It's fantastic! Pinky always does such a great job. Turning to Rainbow Dash and calming her nerves, Twilight continued. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Caught off guard, Rainbow scrambled to form a response. No. AJ and I were just discussing, the winter and the, fun we had on Hearth's Warming and stuff. Applejack resisted the urge to laugh at Rainbow's flustered change in emotion, sensing that she would be of more use to both her friends somewhere else. She waved at Rarity and behind Twilight. I think Rarity needs to see me right quick. You two keep talking. I'm sure she'll keep me there for a good while. Receiving a happy nod from the princess and a grateful look from Rainbow, Applejack leapt to join her other friends. Once she was sure Twilight couldn't see, her face morphed into the telling expression that she had just lied. Left alone with Rainbow, Twilight clumsily set her plan in motion. It really is a nice party. I can't wait for the new year. All Rainbow responded with was a strained smile, immediately killing any confidence Twilight had built up. Come on, Sparkle, you can do better than that, she thought to herself. Do you have a resolution, Rainbow? What? Rainbow asked, clearly confused. Before Twilight could respond, her mind made the connection. Oh, for the new year, right. Well, I guess... She frantically looked around the party, almost as if she had an answer she wasn't willing to give. I think this is the year I finally joined the Wonderbolts. It's been my dream for so long, you know. Twilight nodded in recognition. She was well aware of Rainbow's life goal, and the familiarity of conversation made her think of her relationship with the blue Pegasus in front of her. She had known Rainbow for several years now, but she was largely the same mare Twilight had met before the summer sun celebration. Headstrong, quick to assume and quicker to act, but always there when she was needed most. Skillful and determined, if a little cocky, Twilight could never tire of watching her friend fly her stunt routines. Well, I told you mine, Rainbow interrupted the alicorn's line of thought. What's your New Year resolution, Twilight? Okay, play this right, just like you planned, Twilight told herself. Well,
She giggled shyly, turning away from Rainbow's gaze. It's sort of embarrassing. There's some pony I know who I really like and I want to have a relationship with. I'm not sure if they have any idea how I feel, but I've admired them for a long time. I haven't had the courage to tell them how I feel, but next year I will. Having cast the bait of her trap, Twilight proudly looked up at Rainbow. To her surprise, she didn't find any embarrassment or confusion on Rainbow's face. Instead, she saw a flicker of pain. Oh, cool. That's great, Rainbow offered, suddenly more somber in tone. I'm happy for you, and I hope it works out. She then turned to look out at the party, leaving Twilight in painful silence. Unfortunately, just as the confused princess was about to press the issue, Pinkie commanded the attention of every pony at the party. Hey, every pony! She yelled from the edge of the crowd. 1 minute to midnight! Get ready for the fireworks! Followed by cheers, the party mare quickly ran out of sight. The fireworks should be great this year, Rainbow said, her voice still lacking emotion. Pinkie told me she saved up for 3 months just to buy everything the party store had to offer. She made a pathetic attempt at a laugh. Happy New Year, Twilight. Twilight certainly didn't feel happy. She was busy wondering what she had said to make Rainbow so sad. All I wanted was for her to start wondering who I was going to ask out. Unless, she gasped. Does Rainbow like me too? Oh, Celestia! And I just told her I like some pony. She must be heartbroken. Twilight was prepared to drop her charade entirely when another of Rarity's cliches crossed her mind. Confident that she could fix her mistake and win Rainbow over at the same time, she patiently awaited Pinkie's fireworks. 10, 9, 8, 7. All around Twilight and Rainbow, ponies began counting down to the beginning of another year with more adventures and challenges to be had, as well as more friends to be made. To Twilight, the new year suddenly couldn't come fast enough. When the fireworks finally started, they were colourful, bright and loud, every bit as much as Ponyville itself. In a moment of bravery, Twilight grabbed Rainbow's face with both hooves and turned her friend's head to face her. Somewhat roughly, she pressed their lips together and closed her eyes. Both ponies were tense and awkward, yet neither wanted to pull away. Their kiss was sloppy, dry, more perfect than anything either could have wished for. The festive fireworks went on well after the kiss had ended and lasted even longer in the minds of the bewildered mares after they had faded away. Breaking the silence between them, Twilight smiled and laughed at Rainbow's expression of pure shock. Happy New Year, Rainbow! Will you go on a date with me? Confused, blushing, and more happy than she could ever remember feeling, Rainbow responded in the most sophisticated way she could. Sure.
Happy New Year!
Falling in Love Again by A Fanatic Rabbit. Twilight obsessed over the reflection in the mirror. She reared herself up on the sink, staring at the myriad of imperfections apparent to her. She never felt most of them, but that didn't make them any less real. The wider jaw, the broader shoulders. She pressed an ankle to her neck and chin, feeling the roughness of her fur from puberty slamming into her like a train. It was a little much to hope that her becoming an alicorn would fix all those problems, she supposed. At the very least, the work she could put in, the solutions she could find, all worked much the same. Rather than staring at each little imperfection any longer, Twilight pushed herself back
and took in her entire self. Up close, she could easily spot every little detail that might paint her as something other than a mare. Further out, she could see a more complete picture, and the myriad of problems almost disappeared. She could still see them, of course. She knew where to look. If her face were a map, she could give coordinates on every hated geographic point from memory. But further away, she didn't see an atlas of disgust and shame. It had taken her years and plenty of love from friends, as well as learning to love herself again. She was a painting, with new coats of paint being applied over and over, altering and improving the original work, but never replacing it. She'd grown her mane out in the years since she came to Ponyville. She had let Rarity do her makeup to hide some of the things she disliked, and to emphasize what she did. Her eyes, for one, and the shape of her mouth. Twilight grinned, and the feelings of discomfort and surety in who she was intensified. Rarity called from the other side of the door, gently knocking as she did. It startled Twilight out of her thoughts, but she quickly turned and unlocked it, opening up the door to the rest of the boutique, to Rarity standing there before her. "You were in there for a while, darling," said Rarity. "Is everything all right?" She tilted her head just a little, an eyebrow raised a fraction. Her voice took on a familiar tone as she asked the question, and Twilight knew what she was really asking. She felt glad she didn't have to lie for once in a long while. "Never better," said Twilight. "Thanks for doing my makeup. You know I'm hopeless with this stuff." She leaned in and down, pecking Rarity's nose, and the seamstress flushed and chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Besides, you're still getting used to this stuff. I had several decades to put it all together and become the professional I am." Rarity made a small gesture with her head, and the two mares walked back down the stairs and toward the main floor of the boutique. "Most of the others are about ready, by the way. Applejack's just helping the little ones get some face paint done." She pulled a face, a stuck-out tongue and played-up grimace. There was still a smile mixed into it. "Face paint is always so tacky." "And makeup isn't?" Twilight asked teasingly. Rarity growled lightly, then tossed her mane back and held up her nose. "That's different. You know that." Twilight giggled and nodded. "Yeah, I know. Still, they're both about making yourself look different, and can be about hiding yourself and celebrating something. What sort of face paintings have they gone for?" Rarity opened her mouth, then cringed as she heard a crash, and a little orange filly fell out of a swinging door. The door smacked against the wall, and Rarity frowned. "Scootaloo?" The little Pegasus blinked, then scrambled onto her hooves. She had 2 little squares of paint on her cheeks, one pink, blue, and white, and the other in shades of orange and purple. "Sorry, Rarity. I hope I didn't break anything." The door was pulled away from the wall, and Rarity ducked around it. There was a slight tensing in Rarity's shoulders, and Scootaloo shuffled back against Twilight's legs. A moment later, Rarity relaxed as she stepped back. "I broke something, didn't I?" Scootaloo asked. Twilight placed her hoof onto the filly's shoulder, and she tensed up for a moment. Rarity shook her head. "Nothing Sweetie Belle hasn't already done herself," she said. "Think nothing of it. Today is meant to be fun." That said, Rarity's expression turned a little more serious, though her grin remained. "Please try to keep the rambunctiousness out of my house for now, Scootaloo nodded and buzzed her wings. "I promise I'll behave until we leave," she said, and she went through the motions of a pinky promise. She took a few steps back to the door, then paused before whirling around to look back at Twilight. "Hey, want to get some flags painted too?" "Like yours?" Twilight asked the Pegasus. Rarity glanced up and down between Twilight and Scootaloo, and as the alicorn grinned and answered, "Yes," the seamstress let out a small groan. Ponyville was full of noise.
since Twilight's castle had sprouted from the ground, making the once small and sleepy little town a centre of tourism and the home of friendship and harmony. Now it saw far more celebrations. Twilight had seen parades like this in Canterlot once in a while. She never paid that much attention to them, having refused to accept who she was. Now she felt her heart swell up like a balloon and try to lift her off the ground. She understood a little of what it must have been like to be Pinky on an average day. The market was much busier than usual. On top of the usual food stalls, there were booths for games and activities. The space that was usually reserved for just the Apple family's little cart was now a marquise, and several booths selling apple-flavoured treats and a few more rural-styled activities that could be safely practiced in the town centre. Twilight recognised only a hooful of the extended family, and only one by name. Twilight insisted on paying Apple Fritter the bits for the pair of candied apples she picked, and then gave Rarity one of them. "Apples, there's something new," Rarity said flatly, though she chuckled a moment later regardless and tried to delicately bite into it. It was, unfortunately, just a little too large and glossy for her to simply nibble, forcing her to take a larger bite and get some caramel stuck to her cheek. It left a silly orange streak right beneath the purple and pink heart painted below Rarity's eye. Twilight chuckled and took a braver bite herself. It didn't help keep her face clean. She hadn't even swallowed her first bite before she felt a napkin prodding at the side of her face and wiping the melted sugar off. "Honestly, Twilight, you can be so messy sometimes." She made sure Twilight's face was clean, then tended to her own sticky fur. "A lady doesn't take big bites out of her food." "Well, it's a good thing I'm not a lady then," said Twilight, taking on a slightly more serious tone. Rarity paused, then frowned. "Twilight, don't..." "I'm not a lady. I'm a princess," Twilight smirked, then Rarity rolled her eyes before giving her mere friend a small shove. "You are insufferable sometimes, you know that?" Twilight shuffled back beside Rarity, their bodies touching, and she flicked her tail around to fall into Rarity's tightly spun coil. "You love it, really." "No, I do not," Rarity protested, and Twilight kept smirking, using her height to loom down onto Rarity. "Okay, maybe a little. A lot. Stop smirking at me like that." Twilight giggled and kissed Rarity on the forehead. "I can't help it. You're cute when you pout." Rarity pouted harder, opened her mouth to say something, then took a large, unladylike bite out of her candied apple. This just made Twilight laugh again and grin. She watched Rarity eat as they walked, remembering to take a bite from her treat every once in a while. Somewhere ahead, Fluttershy was chaperoning the Crusaders, helping them out of too much trouble, though they did get a few stern words thrown at them from the odd stall owner, and even Rarity herself. The girls tossed back apologies, and frowns turned to smiles as they let off their energy elsewhere, and slowly bankrupted Fluttershy as they collected balloons and trinkets and snacks aplenty. Despite that, and despite the noise, the volume of the ponies around them, Twilight couldn't take her focus off of Rarity, and off of herself. She chewed on another mouthful of her apple, and reflected on what her life was like before, how dark and bleak it was. Despite how good and capable she was, maybe it was only such compared to the bright, gleaming hope and love she saw in Rarity and her other friends, but it was definitely much better now. Rarity caught Twilight's stare, and another errant smear of caramel. She floated up another tissue. "What's on your mind, Twilight?" Twilight made a small noise. "You've got that look about you, like you're thinking too hard." Rarity chuckled. "Reminds me of the times I caught myself snagged by my muse." "Maybe not quite the same." She ensured Twilight's cheek was sparkling clean once more. "Do you want to share?" Twilight hummed, then shrugged. "I'm just thinking how much I love everything right now." She gently bumped Rarity. making her drop her appleless stick, though Twilight caught it before it hit the floor. You especially, of course. But just in general too. The girls, all the other friends we have, everything seems so sunny. She bit her lip. That sounds sappy, doesn't it? Rarity gently bumped her cheek against Twilight's, and the little electric shock of love and acknowledgement made the hair on Twilight's back stand up. Not at all, love. Rarity stopped and turned to face Twilight head on. Twilight did the same and took another bite from the remains of her apple. Loving being alive isn't sappy. It's wonderful and delightful. It reminds me that the mare I fell in love with is worth all my effort and attention. Twilight gently ran a hoof in circles on the floor. You think so? I know so. I know you have a unique experience with life. She then leaned up, kissing Twilight's lips. They held together for a few moments, and then the sticky sugar pulled apart as they separated. It's good to know that despite that, you've taken to life like you've taken to every dress I give you. It fits you perfectly and brings me an endless amount of joy to see. Twilight's heart almost burst, and they kissed again.
Mood Wings by Crimson Warp 360. I'm sorry, you did what? Rainbow asked, tilting her head to the side. Sitting at the corner cafe in Ponyville, Twilight Sparkle and a close friend, Rainbow Dash, enjoyed a nice breakfast consisting of oats, eggs, pancakes, and more than a few strawberries. At least they were until Twilight decided to share the events of her previous day with her prismatic friend. I said goodbye and went to the theatre. Why? Twilight asked, tilting her head to the side. Rainbow loved her friend dearly. She was kind, fun, intelligent to an alarming degree, and sweet, but for all her qualities, the pony sitting across from her also happened to be quite dense when she wanted to be. Granted, she'd only been an alicorn for a few months now, and learning to fly had taken quite a bit of her time to learn the nuances of Pegasi societal norms, but still. Okay, just run this by me one more time. I need to make sure I didn't miss something here, Rainbow replied slowly. Twilight shrugged. Okay, I was in line for the movie yesterday when I ran into Derpy. She's a nice mare and we get along really well. So we started chatting. While we were moving in line, she brushed her feathers against my cutie mark and... She began but halted as Rainbow held up a hoop. I thought I heard you right, Twilight. She brushed her feathers against your cutie mark, Rainbow replied, looking expectantly to her lavender alicorn friend. Okay, and? Twilight asked, raising her eyebrows to match Rainbow's expectant look. Rainbow immediately face hooped. Twilight, do you not know what that means? Or do you just not care when ponies sexually harass you in public? She deadpanned. An aghast look instantly took over Twilight's face. Sexual harassment? She exclaimed. Now, with over 3/4 of the venue staring at them with concerned glances, Rainbow quickly hushed her friend and leaned in close, gesturing for Twilight to do the same. No need to announce it to the whole restaurant, Twi. But yes, sexual harassment. You mean you seriously don't know? She pressed, a genuine look of concern forming on her muzzle. Twilight hastily shook her head. No! Why would I know that? I was a unicorn my whole life, in a city populated by 90% unicorns. Ponyville is 75% Earth ponies and 12% unicorn, so I haven't exactly had a ton of Pegasi in my life to show me what counts as sexual harassment in the avian world. She whisper-shouted, holding her head in her hooves. It's okay. That's what you got me for, alright? Now look, for future reference, anytime a Pegasus touches your cutie mark with their feathers in any way, they're propositioning you for sex, or essentially saying they want to get frisky with you, Rainbow explained. Twilight quickly nodded. Okay, good to know. Derpy is a much more forward mare than I would have expected, she admitted. Dash scoffed as she leaned back in her seat. Are you kidding? We had a nickname for her in high school, called her Slurpy Derpy for a reason. That mare has been through more stallion meat than a changeling. Honestly, what's surprising is that she's going after mares now too. She shook her head. Twilight shrugged. Well, now that I know better, I'll be sure not to let it happen again. Derpy is a nice mare, but I'm more interested in stallions. Rainbow nodded and continued to devour her pancakes. Twilight, seeing the conversation had come to an end, decided to finish off her scrambled eggs, but just as she finished her plate, a thought wormed its way into her head. Hey, Rainbow, she asked. Rainbow inquisitively replied through a mouthful of pancake. Are there any other things I should be aware of with regards to Pegasi body language? The wings specifically? Twilight replied, glancing down at her wings. Rainbow swallowed her food and fixed Twilight with a worried frown. Don't tell me that more stuff happened with Derpy than what you already told me. Twilight quickly shook her head. Oh, no, not with Derpy. Rainbow gave her a deadpan look once again. Spill. Well, there was the time Thunderlane wrapped his wing around mine. Kinda like if you were holding hooves with... Twilight began. Yep, that means he wanted sex, Dash interrupted. Twilight deflated slightly. Okay. There was also that time Flitter patted my back with her wing during the wing power training for when we had to create a tornado to siphon all the lake water to Cloudsdale, and when I looked back at her, she had one feather in the shape of a circle and another in the shape of another circle, and they were kind of mashing against each other, she explained, her voice falling more and more quiet as she saw the look Rainbow was giving her. Seriously? Rainbow deadpanned. There was also that time Spitfire gave me one of her primary feathers that fell out after the tornado, Twilight sheepishly recounted. That was a proposition for sex, Rainbow muttered quite bitterly and with a small blush on her muzzle. What about the time Fluttershy used her wing to tickle me at one of our sleepovers? Twilight pressed, sinking into a chair in embarrassment. Sex, Rainbow answered. Why are so many things involving wings just about sex? Have I been doing the same thing? I brushed my feathers through Flitter's mane last week. Sex. I poked Cloud Chaser's chest tuft with my wing. Sex. I gave a wing hug to Blossom Forth. Might as well have asked her to marry you. Twilight groaned, sinking fully into her seat until just her head was level with the table. Rainbow, seeing the clear level of embarrassment and shame her friend was experiencing, reached over and gently patted Twilight's wither with her wing. Thanks. This isn't you trying to proposition me too, is it? Twilight grumbled. Rainbow laughed. Ha! As if. Nah, this is just a normal, friendly kind of wing patting. If I were to do it on top of your head, then you'd know I was trying to get you into your bed, she explained. Twilight sighed. Well, while we're discussing it, are there any other things I should know when it comes to wings? Rainbow tapped her chin in thought for a few moments. Well, you might want to avoid waving with your left wing while facing straight on with a Pegasus. That's like one of the worst insults you can do. Twilight nervously looked away. You've been exclusively waving with your left wing and making direct eye contact, haven't you? Rainbow deadpanned. Twilight shamefully nodded and buried her muzzle into her hooves. No wonder Crafty Crate was so peeved at you. You basically told him to go buck himself. Rainbow sadly shook her head. Not helping, Twilight pouted. Relax, Try. At least you didn't do the cardinal sin of getting a wing boner in front of the whole town. Rainbow chuckled, though it quickly became apparent that she was chuckling alone. Rainbow's mirth quickly died off as she saw a look of dread on Twilight's face. I should probably get you a book on Pegasi wing cues, huh? Rainbow sheepishly chuckled. You mean there was a book for this the whole time? Twilight cried, her wings flared wide in frustration. A wolf whistle could be heard off in the distance.
I thought I was polite, just waving my wing. Turns out I've been saying the wrong thing. Brushed Derpy's feathers, didn't have a clue. Now Rainbow tells me that's a Pegasi woo. Glitter's little circles, Spitfire's feather gift. I thought they were gestures, I'd caused a big rift. Tickled by Fluttershy, a friendly display. Nope, Dash says Twy, that's for play. Why are wings so scandalous? I can't believe I missed all this fuss. Every flap, every brush, every move I make somehow screams, let's procreate. Wings are more than tools for flight. They're secret signals of delight. I need a guide, some help, a clue to stop inviting every pony to rendezvous. Gave a wing hug to Blossomfort. Dash says that's a valve word. Poke Cloud Chaser's chest with a feather. Apparently, I just asked for forever. Rainbow told me watch your left wing wave. Now I've insulted Crafty Crate to his grave. Can't believe my faux pas, they're piling high. Why didn't any pony warn me? Why are we so scandalous? I can't believe I missed all this fuss. Every flap, every brush, every move I make somehow screams, let's procreate. Wings are more than tools for flight. They're secret signals of delight. I need a guide, some help, a clue to stop inviting every pony to rendezvous. Rainbow said a book exists, could have saved me from all of this. From wing boners to friendly pets, Pegasi language feels like I'm back. I'll study hard, I'll learn the code. No more mixed signals on the road. Now every move feels loaded with risk. Wing cues they call it, what a discursive twist. But I'll master this art, I'll learn the lore. Won't accidentally flirt with ponies anymore. So next time Spitfire gifts me a plume, or Derpy brushes feathers assume, I'll wave my wing with confidence and grace, finally knowing the meaning in place. Why are we so scandalous? I can't believe I missed all this fuss. Every flap, every brush, every move I make somehow screams, let's procreate. Wings are more than tools for flight. They're secret signals of delight. I've got the guide, I'll see this through. No more accidental rendezvous. Pegasi cues, I'm learning the way. No more blushes or awkward displays. I'll master my wings, I'll get it just right. Twilight sparkle, ready for flight.
Home Remedy by Runic Treetops. You hold a tissue to your nose as you prepare for the oncoming storm. Sure enough, you find yourself sneezing several times, getting the poor tissue absolutely drenched. Throwing it into the nearby bin, you rub carefully at your nose, which at this point is bright red and irritated from the sheer volume of tissues that you've been pressing against it in the past few hours. You shuffle around a bit in an attempt to get your head more comfortable on your pillow. You're tucked into your large, comfy bed, but it is not exactly easy to enjoy said comfort when you're sick as a dog. This sucks. It isn't the first time you've gotten sick since ending up in Equestria or anything, but at least last time it didn't come with any burdens. You called off work, got in bed, made sure you had ample access to fluids and a toilet, and you let the sickness run its course. You didn't have to stress out or having someone worry about you or anything. Now though, sunshine, I brought you something. You glance at the hallway to your bedroom. There, grinning at you, is your lovely wife Celestia. The retired princess struts into the room, a bowl of something being held magically in the air. She slides a small tray, which had been placed on your nightstand, over to you and places the bowl on top of it. The liquid inside is a sickly green colour, and the small purple chunks in it make it look downright toxic. And the smell! Jeez, the smell! Tia! What is this? Your voice is weak and raspy, which does little to hide your hesitancy to accept whatever this foreign substance is. Just a little home remedy that will make you right as rain. What's in it? Oh, you know, flash bee honey, fruit from a dragon sneeze tree, water from the froggy bottom bog, typical stuff. You have another coughing fit, partially out of shock from that strange, potentially dangerous list of ingredients. How is this supposed to help the flu? The flu? I'm sorry, darling, but you're mistaken. I know ponypox when I see it. Ponypox? Those flushed features, that stuffy nose, that horrible cough, not to mention your nausea. Those are all signs of ponypox, love. Those are also signs of the flu, which I've had before, and I am fairly certain I'm experiencing now. Bup, no more stalling. Today I'm taking care of you, and I'm going to make you feel so much better, but I'm also not going to let you get up without taking your medicine. Now then, she levitates a spoon into your hand. Eat up! Ugh, there's really no getting out of this, is there? Well, bottoms up. You awaken from an apparent nap. You feel groggy and a little strange apart from the general sickness. You rub your eyes and look at a nearby clock. Looks like it's been a few hours, stretching just a little bit and having a coughing fit while you do so. You notice the bowl still sitting on the tray, back on the nearby nightstand. The bowl is still pretty much entirely full. It's at this point that you notice the indescribably disgusting aftertaste on the back of your tongue, and you begin downing a cup of water to have literally anything else on your taste buds. If you had to guess, you'd wager that Tia's strange concoction was so gross it knocked you unconscious after one sip. Home remedy, your butt. That stuff was straight up poison. Placing the cup back down, you try to adjust into a more comfortable position, only to find that your legs feel weird, kind of numb actually. Lifting the covers, you are once again so shocked that you have a coughing fit as you struggle to make sense of what you see. Covering your legs are about a dozen leeches, happily helping themselves to your blood. You briefly gag. It takes everything in your power to stop anything from coming up. Those things are disgusting. You've heard of leeches being used in some medical practices, but how is this going to help the flu? And who could have even... Never mind, that's a stupid question. As if on cue, your wife enters the room once more, looking just as chipper as ever. She trots over to the side of the bed, glancing down at your exposed legs and then back at you. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Tia, why are there leeches on my legs? To help with blood flow, of course. You can't let ponypox cause any issues in your legs while you're laying down. Especially you, since you're so tall. Tia, I don't have ponypox. I can't even get ponypox. This isn't going to help me at all. If anything, this is probably seriously unhealthy for me. Come now, sunshine. There's no need to be such a baby about it. It's okay if you're not very good at being sick. That's what you have me for. Just let me take care of you, okay? You grab another tissue and sneeze a few times. You then catch your breath before responding. Tia, I appreciate it. I really do, but please, I know my body. This will pass on its own. If you really want to help me, could you just bring me some regular soup? Or maybe a wet towel? Are you sure? I am. Don't worry about me, okay? If your ponypox gets worse, don't blame me. In a huff, she leaves the bedroom, closing the door behind her. You feel kind of bad. She really did just want to help after all, and you more or less shooed her away. Still, there's a bunch of freaking leeches on your legs. You have to draw the line at some point. With a sigh, you begin the horribly disgusting process of removing the blood-filled leeches from your legs. About an hour later, you hear a knock at the door. You try to welcome your visitor in, but your voice gets caught in your throat. Being sick isn't easy. Regardless, the door opens, and to no one's surprise, Tia enters once more. There is a concerned look on her face, and feeling a sense of deja vu, you notice that she is carrying a steaming bowl. Wordlessly, she walks over to you, retrieving the tray, removing the old bowl, and placing the new one in front of you. This one smells pretty good actually, and the steam alone helps to clear your sinuses just a bit. It looks like ordinary soup. You look up at her and her ears droop. My sunshine? I must apologize. What for? I asked our practitioner about your condition, and he agreed with you. He said it sounds like the flu, not ponypox. Then what? He scolded me for my treatment methods. Apparently, my home remedies haven't been commonplace in hundreds of years. They don't even work. Wow, really? You did figure that, even though you don't understand much about ponypox. Her remedies were a bit strange. After coughing a bit more, you continue. I'm surprised you didn't know that, what with your experience and all. Come now, darling, don't make me bring up my age. I've been around the block more than a few times, but the only pony I've ever had to take care of like this was Luna, and that was over 1,000 years ago. I just wanted to help you. You give her a warm smile. If you weren't feeling like crap right now, you would absolutely go in for a hug. I know, Tia. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. And I'm sorry if I came off as mean earlier. I wasn't trying to assault you or anything like that. I know you weren't, dear. Though to be fair, you put freaking leeches on my legs. She giggles. It's adorable. Please never do that again. I make no promises. Giving you a teasing smile, you watch as she magically adjusts the blanket for you, making sure you're as comfortable as possible. I'm going to get a wet towel for you. You just focus on getting better, okay? Thanks, Tia. Love you, sunshine. Love you too, dear. With a warm smile, she turns to leave the room. You look down at the still steaming bowl of soup and lift the soup to your lips. Sure enough, it's delicious, and it feels heavenly on your throat. Gosh, you love that mare. few days later, standing in the hallway, you delicately knock on your bedroom door before opening it. There, sitting in the big, comfortable bed, is Tia, her nose red and irritated, and her mane frazzled and all over the place. Hey, Tia, how are you feeling? To be honest, not too great, but hey, I've been worse. Her sentiment is cut short by a sneezing fit, giving her a moment to compose herself. You grabbed a nearby tray and placed it in front of her, along with the bowl of soup you brought in with you. Here you go, Tia. So thank you, my sunshine. She takes a sip and gives you a nod of approval, to which you respond by giving her a grin. Need anything else? Leeches, maybe? No, thank you. I learned my lesson already. No need to tease me about it. Alright. I'll leave you to it then, okay? Oh, sunshine, before you go. Yeah? Can you get me a half gallon of vinegar? Why? I know a quick way to clear this ponypox right up. Are you sure that's... Looking at her pleading, tired eyes, you stop yourself just before finishing that statement. Instead, you let out a resigned sigh. I'll be right back. Her doctor is going to kill you.
Seasons, they won't wait for me. Swiftly they pass by. With each new breath, new roads ahead, embracing every moment as my guide.
A Cold and Stormy Night by Winterstormed. Sunny Star Scout could not believe she agreed to spend a night in jail. Maybe she was distracted because she was so happy at the time. Star Scout, along with her new friends, brought friendship and harmony once more to the three pony races. Or it could have also been because she was not paying attention to Hitch while he was talking to her. Honestly, you could not blame her. She was having so much fun with her spectral horns and wings, she just simply nodded her head and took off, with Pip and Zip. She only realised her mistake after every pony was starting to leave. Zip and Pip went back to their mother Queen Haven to Zephyr Heights, though they promised they will be coming back soon to visit. Izzy did the same, but reminded her of what she unwittingly agreed to. Goodbye, Izzy. I will be waiting for your visit, Sunny said as she hugged the purple unicorn. You can count on that, giggled Izzy. Just as Pip and Zip said, we will be back soon. Yeah, I know. Sunny was already missing her friends. You should be going, Sunny. The sun is down. You promised Hitch that you would be there before the moon rises. Izzy broke from the hug confused. What promise? Izzy giggled. You do not remember? Hitch was talking about your prison sentence. Sunny's eyes widened. What? He said you broke a lot of bylaws on the day of our escape and some other stuff I could not understand. Originally, your prison sentence was 2 years. Sunny's jaw dropped. But he managed to make it only 1 night in prison. Sunny sighed in relief, but only to realise she will still have to spend a night in jail. Eventually, Sunny and Izzy hugged one more time and parted ways. Ugh! Sunny kicked a stone in her path as she headed to the sheriff's office. Hitch and his dumb laws! Eventually, she made it to Sheriff Hitch's office. Sunny, said Hitch cheerfully. I was about to get some... Sunny? Sunny was not in the mood for his donut cravings. Can we just get this over and done with? She said irritably as she headed towards the cell. Hitch looked at Sunny with a puzzled expression. Why are you upset? Sunny scowled. No, Hitch, she said sarcastically. I'm peachy. Going to spend my night in jail is what I've dreamed my whole life. Hitch frowned.
You were okay with it when I told earlier on with the rest of the gang.
That's because I was not paying attention.
The sheriff shrugged. Oh well, either way, you were going to spend some time in jail for all those bylaws you broke.
For good reason, interjected Sonny. How were I and Izzy to...
Hitch waved her off. That is not the point. The law is the law. I know you brought the 3 races together and all of that, but the fact still stands that you broke the numerous bylaws. Your sentence was 2 years, but because you did it for a noble cause and you are my friend, I reduced it to 1 day. You have to be punished. No pony is above the law, and I will not be able to sleep at night, guilty for not upholding the law. There were tears in Hitch's eyes as his hoof was placed to his heart.
Sonny was not amused. Gee, I hope my time in jail will give peace of mind to sleep, Hitch. Hitch, of course, did not pick up the tone of her voice.
Thank you for understanding, Sonny.
As he wiped his tears.
Now, I will be right back. It's donut time, said Hitch gleefully. Do not worry, Sonny. I will bring you one, he said as he left.
Sonny sighed in frustration in her cell as he left. She looked at her cell. It was bare, an empty room, a stark contrast to the one Izzy and she was in back in Zephyr Heights. Her ears pricked at the sound of thunder and the patter of rain. She muttered in irritation. She forgot what the weather forecast was tonight. Sonny shivered as the wind blew through the tiny window in her cell. It was getting cold. Where am I going to sleep? Thought Sonny. Is this part of my punishment? Sonny's thoughts were broken as the doors swung open, revealing a slightly wet Hitch.
I cannot believe I forgot about the weather,
muttered Hitch.
And the donut shop was closed too.
Hitch?
Yes, Sonny?
Where am I going to sleep?
Hitch snorted. On a bed, of course.
This cell is empty, Hitch.
No, it is... What the hey?
Said Hitch in surprise, looking at the cell and the scowling bear in it. Is this my punishment?
No, said Hitch quickly. I forgot that the cell's furniture was removed for repairs. I am sorry.
Sonny took a deep breath. He was being sincere. Can I just go home? It may be partially destroyed, but the bottom part is still intact and...
No, Sonny. It is raining pretty hard and the winds are howling. It is too dangerous to go outside, said Hitch as he dug behind his table looking for something. Here you go, revealing a thin mattress, pillow and blanket. I'm sorry, Sonny, Hitch said once again.
It's fine, yawned Sonny as she laid down on the mattress with Hitch covering her. That was when Sonny realized something as Hitch was leaving. Hitch, where are you going to sleep?
I will be sleeping at my desk, said Hitch, chuckling. Do not worry, I am used to it. Sometimes I review cases into the night, and I eventually fall asleep on my desk.
Sonny looked at the bottom of the blanket, revealing Hitch's initials. Liar! He gave me his bed. Sonny looked guilty at Hitch as he was about to leave the cell. Hitch? The sheriff turned around.
Yes, Sonny?
Sonny's cheeks turned red. Do you want to share the bed with me? It was Hitch's turn for his cheeks to turn red.
No, it's fine, Sonny. I can totally...
This is your bed, said Sonny. Please, I insist. Hitch did not know what to do, his brain malfunctioning. Eventually he formulated a response.
Okay,
said Hitch as he slowly walked towards the makeshift bed, laying down next to Sonny, their muzzles inches away from each other. Hitch stayed at the edge of the bed as Sonny turned around, feeling tired. Hitch turned around as well. He did not sleep. The sound of thunder and the patter of the rain was too much for him, coupled with the fact that his best friend was in the same bed as him. He felt something poke in his back. Hitch? He turned around. Sonny was shivering badly. He was used to the cold nights since the office was badly insulated, but Sonny's house... In fact, every pony in Maritime Bay had insulated houses. Do you have an extra blanket? Chattered Sonny. Hitch shook his head.
Sorry, Sonny, this is the only one.
Sonny's cheeks became red once more. Can I hold you? Pardon me? The blushing Hitch said. I mean, can I come closer to you? You know, for body heat?
Okay,
said Hitch as he turned around once more. Hitch felt Sunny as she scooted closer to him, touching his fur. He could feel her breathing on his neck. For the next hour, Hitch stared at the floor. He definitely could not sleep now. His best friend was sleeping with him. His chest was feeling warm and fuzzy too for some reason. It was a nice feeling though. Whoa! Hitch felt two Who's wrap around his stomach, pulling him towards Sunny, her muzzle buried in his neck.
Sunny?
No answer. She is asleep. For the next 2 hours, Hitch tried to get out of Sunny's grip. Without much luck, she held him even tighter and entwined her back legs with his. Hitch gave up. Boy, does he have a lot to explain in the morning. As he was falling asleep in Sunny's embrace, he felt a slight pain in his right ear. He yelped as it pained a little harder. Sunny was nibbling his ear. Hitch tried to escape. No pony knows that Hitch's most sensitive part of his body is his ears. Hitch tried to stop the moans coming from his mouth. This night is a nightmare. Eventually, the sleeping Sunny stopped. My teddy bear, giggled the sleeping Sunny. Hitch blushed when she said that, the warm feeling in his chest growing. Eventually, he fell off to sleep.
I'm holding on to somebody like you. You're here in every melody that I sing. I'm returning the table. I refuse to let you in. Unfold from my mind, I don't want you near. If you killed me with kindness, I no longer feel you near. You fall into someone new. A feathered heart forgets everything that's true. Feels like I've ran into 1,000 shades of blue. Why am I holding on to somebody like you?
Sunny yawned as she lazily opened her eyes. What a wonderful sleep. Hey, Hitch? The words died in Sunny's throat as she realized she was holding something. Some pony. Arg! Yelped Sunny as she fell off the bed. She stared at the still sleeping Hitch. Would he? No, I was holding him, not the other way around. Sunny sighed a breath of relief. He probably did not notice. Thank God no pony was. Hi, Sunny! Ah! Sunny jumped in fright. Izzy, her cheeks turning red. What are you doing here? Izzy giggled as she hopped around Sunny. I told you I'll be visiting soon. When did you arrive? Asked Sunny nervously. Izzy tilted her head. When I arrived here in Maritime Bay? Or when I came inside Hitch's office? Sunny gulped. When did you come here in Hitch's office? Oh, about 10 minutes ago. Does that mean... Izzy grinned. Yup, you were literally embracing him like he's your... Sunny quickly stopped Izzy from speaking. Shh! Hitch must not find out. Any pony for that matter. Izzy looked at Sunny, puzzled. Why? I thought you two were having some alone time. No, I was feeling cold and... So you don't have feelings for him? No, I mean... The two mares stopped talking as they hear a yawn coming from the bed.
What a night,
Yawned Hitch as he turned around, raising an eyebrow at Izzy.
Are you not supposed to be in Bridlewood?
I came for visiting. Sorry for disturbing you guys. I will meet you all at Sunny's place. And with that, she hopped away. Sunny and Hitch looked at each other, blushing. They immediately began to speak at the same time. About last night. They chuckled nervously.
You go first,
said Hitch. I just wanted to say thank you for keeping me warm last night and showing kindness to me, Sunny said, blushing.
No problem, Sunny. I will always be there for you,
smiled Hitch. Sunny's heart was beating faster. Always be there for you? Hey, Sunny? Sunny shook her head as she saw Hitch already moving towards the door. Let us go and get some breakfast. I'm starving. Sunny smiled. Right behind you, as she walked towards him. Hitch? Yes, Sunny? You wanted to say something earlier about last night? Hitch blushed.
I'll tell you later. Let us get breakfast.
Fine by me.
You falling for someone new. A feathered heart forgets everything that's true. Feels like I ran into 1,000 shades of blue. Why am I holding on to somebody like you? You falling, you falling, you falling. Why am I holding on to somebody like you?
The Great Ponyville Book Fort by Runic Treetops. The sound of your footsteps echo through the grand halls of the Castle of Friendship. It was only a few short weeks ago that this place came to be, and a lot has happened in that time. Twilight wasn't too keen on living here at first, but with the help of her friends, like you, she was able to slowly become a bit more comfortable. That being said, you still get the impression that she would rather have her library. This castle is huge and downright gaudy, so you don't really blame her. Still, it's only fitting that the Princess of Friendship has a castle, right? You walk through the twists and turns of the castle's large hallways, doing your best to mentally map out where everything is. You've been here more than a couple of times by now, but that doesn't make the darn place any easier to navigate. It could take months before you remember where everything is. How does Spike do it? Finally, you come to a stop in front of a grand set of double doors that hang open. Peering inside with a smile, you see Twilight using telekinesis to sort through about a dozen books. Taking a couple of steps inside, you look around at the grand library before you. Rows upon rows of books are stacked high, reaching all the way to the ceiling. There are a few tables and chairs for reading and working, as well as several more bookshelves not attached to the walls, cutting off your line of sight in several places. It's hard to tell if there are more books here than there were at the Golden Oak Library, but this room alone is probably bigger than that whole tree. Twilight mumbles something to herself as she checks the covers of a few books before sorting them on the shelf and removing about a dozen more. With her back turned to you, she hasn't noticed you yet. Seeing this as an opportunity, you tiptoe towards her, being as careful as possible to make as little noise as you can. Sure enough, you manage to make it within arm's reach. Just a little more. Twilight goes stiff as you start to scratch behind her ears, moving only to look back at who her assailant is. When she realizes it's just you, she breathes a sigh of relief before having to catch her breath. You and Twilight have been together for some time, and you know that her weak spot is right there. She whimpers as she practically melts into your hand. After a couple of moments, she composes herself just enough to take a step away with a giggle before turning to look at you properly. Hi, Nonny. What are you doing here? You shrug.
I had some free time and figured I'd check in on my favourite princess. How's the castle treating you?
It isn't without its problems, but I probably shouldn't complain, considering that it came from the Tree of Harmony. I figure I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Well, I guess every princess needs a castle. Probably could have used a better location though.
How so? Ponyville is where I met all of my friends, including you. Doesn't that make it ideal?
Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you didn't have to move away after we lost the library. I'm just saying that the castle sticks out like a sore thumb. Makes the town feel less, I don't know, quaint, I guess?
I see what you mean, but there isn't much to be done about it now. I choose to believe that the Tree of Harmony planted it right here for a reason.
If you say so, Twy. What are you up to?
Oh, just trying to sort the new library. I've been having a lot of books shipped in to replace the ones that were destroyed, so I think I've been having to do a lot of organising and reorganising.
Wouldn't it be easy to just wait until all of the books are in? Then you could sort them all at once?
Then I'd just have a big mess until they're all here. As if on cue, Spike enters the room, pushing a comically large cart, upon which sits what must be over 100 books. He looks up at the two of you, clearly worn out from getting the cart here, and he pants as he speaks. There's a couple more loads of these downstairs. He takes a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. I'll go get them. He quickly unloads the cart's contents haphazardly onto the floor. With the cart in tow, he turns around and slowly makes his way back towards what is presumably the front door of the castle. You look at the new pile of books on the ground before glancing at Twilight with a cocky grin. She looks unamused.
See what I mean, Twy?
Fine. I can at least wait until all of today's books have arrived.
Atta girl, you've been pushing yourself too hard lately. Relax.
Heh, easy for you to say. The list of things I need to take care of seems to grow with every passing day. I'm not complaining or anything, but right now I just don't have the time to sit still for too long.
Not even to, I don't know, actually read one of these books?
I can multitask. A blush reaches her face as you call her out. You know full well that she spends a great deal of time reading and is probably overstating how much work she has. You figure that her dramatics aren't intentional though. She tends to get stuck in her own head, and this prevents her from seeing the forest for the trees.
You do have a lot of them in here. It's crazy that a castle like this can house such a huge library.
I'm certainly not complaining, that's for sure.
You know, a castle is partially defined by its defensive capabilities, yes?
Well, I suppose castles are more difficult to penetrate than a regular building. Why?
Would that mean you could also refer to this castle as a fort?
Where are you going with this?
Is this room then not a book fort?
She looks at you with half-lidded eyes. She's trying to show that she isn't amused by your antics, but you don't really care. No, Anon, my new library is not a book fort.
Kinda looks like one to me, Twy.
She elbows you in the side of the leg. It doesn't hurt, but you can't help but laugh as she does so. Her cheeks go pink once more. Don't tease me, Nonny. I'm still trying to get used to the castle in the first place. There's no need to make fun of it. You innocently hold your hands in the air.
I'm not making fun of it. I'm just trying to make it seem a bit more homely.
Well, the Golden Oaks Library certainly wasn't a book fort either. It was a place of learning. The same will be true for this place. You look around at the library. It already looks complete, but with a few hundred more books coming in, the shelves are going to be stuffed. Well, either way, I'm sorry to cut our conversation short, but I have a meeting with Mayor in about 15 minutes. I probably won't have time to talk again today, but feel free to stick around in here for as long as you like. She gently grabs you by the shoulders with telekinesis, a motion that you're very used to. Understanding her request, you bend down to give your mare friend a parting hug, and she kisses you on the cheek as you pull away.
Good luck, Twy.
With a wave and a smile, she trots out of the room. You don't fail to notice the smile disappear as soon as she looks away from you. The poor mare has a lot on her mind right now. Maybe there's something you can do to help with that. The next day rolls around and Twilight, with bags under her eyes and a drink levitating in the air by her side, yawns as she walks into the library. What she sees immediately snaps her awake and nearly makes her drop her cup. Anon, what is this? You smirk at her through the makeshift window. Over the night, you had come up with and executed a plan that was downright silly. With the help of Spike, who currently sits on top of your glorious creation, you made a massive book fort out of the books in the library. Thanks to the massive size of the room and the thousands of books ready to be used there, the fort stands at about 2 stories tall, featuring glorious medieval-style towers on each corner. It has 2 main floors, as well as a roof that has 1 more tower on top of it, with a flag bearing Twilight's cutie mark proudly displayed above the whole thing. The inside, meanwhile, is about as comfortable and lavish as you could make it, with pillows and blankets galore. The whole thing is really comfortable, with closable windows and everything. You don't get the chance to make things like this all that often, but Equestria has a way of bringing out your inner creativity. It helps that the books were surprisingly easy to work with, and allowed your vision to become a reality. Hey Twilight, check it out! We call it the Great Ponyville Book Fort! Spike's voice rings throughout the now very echoey room. Why did you make this? What did you do to the library?
Because it was fun, duh. Come on, Twi, join us.
Your offer makes her face palm. Face hoop? Whatever. Anon, this was your idea?
Yup.
Do you realise how much work it's going to be to put all of these back?
Sure I do, and I have every intention of helping you do so when the time comes. But for now, just get in here. It's super comfy.
I have more important things to...
Twilight!
Your sudden increase in volume makes her jump a bit and lock eyes with you once more.
You've already learned this lesson, Twi. It's not good to overwork yourself, and I can tell that this castle is only contributing to your stress. Come on, let yourself have fun. Let yourself actually enjoy your new home for a change.
With a sigh and a growing blush, she slowly makes her way to the fort, stopping just outside as she looks at your excited face through the window that your head is sticking out of. How do I get inside?
Haha, funny story that I probably should have worked from the outside rather than the inside out.
Which means...
I accidentally barricaded myself in the first floor. Spike's fine though.
Spike gives her a wave from up above.
He should be able to teleport in there no problem.
Seriously, Nonny, do you ever think these things through?
I think them through right up until the part where I know I'll have made you happy. After that, I kind of stop paying attention.
She sighs once more and shrugs in disbelief as she places her cup on a table outside the fort. Suddenly, she disappears, and a quick flash of purple light next to you tells you exactly where she went. She lands softly on the floor inside of the fort, which is covered in about 3 layers of blankets. The room is lit by what little light is pouring through the windows and a magical lantern that you have hanging from the low ceiling. She looks around at the veritable mountain of softness and comfort you have prepared before noticing a few of the new books that came in yesterday piled in the corner.
Spike confirmed for me that you haven't read those ones yet. I figured you might want to do so in here, where it's nice and cozy.
Twilight's face goes from annoyed to shocked as the stress that was visible in her expression slowly melts away. Her features soften, and she looks at you, who has to crouch to get around in here, with a warm smile. This is all very silly, Nonny, but I'm touched that you did all of this for me.
Only the best for my favourite mare.
She closes her eyes and leans forward. Thanks to your crouched stature, she easily reaches your face, giving you a quick, loving kiss. After a moment, she backs off, both of your faces a beet red, as she sheepishly takes a few steps back towards the books. Well, would you care to read some of these with me?
Absolutely, Twi.
The two of you find a nice, soft corner of the Great Ponyville Book Fort, snuggling up against each other. The hours seem to fly by as you read together. Perhaps this castle can be a home, after all.
I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine,
First Date with Twilight by Geodesic Dragon. You always told yourself that Ponyville at night is always something special. This feeling is only heightened as you walk slowly through the quiet streets, enjoying the feeling of cooling breeze on your face and the sounds of a town which is about to shut down for the night. The market vendors are packing up their goods. Most of the tourists are heading back to their hotels after seeing the sights, and the locals are heading home to their comfy beds. Your own bed, however, will have to wait for now, as you are currently on your way to the castle to take Twilight out on your first date together. You have a plan, and with Celestia, Luna and Discord as your witnesses, it is going to work, damn it! When you first arrived in Equestria, Twilight was the first pony you met. The friendly Alicorn took you into her home and gave you a room to sleep in while she tried to figure out a way to send you home. Naturally, that didn't work, and you both came to realize that your stay in Equestria was going to be permanent. So, being the good friend that she is, she helped you to adjust to your new life in Ponyville, culminating in you getting a job at the local bakery alongside Pinky, who thinks very highly of your kneading abilities. Over time, you met the rest of her friends and soon became a part of everyday life in Ponyville, but a few months later, when Tourette came along, you found yourself hiding in a basement along with some other towns-ponies. Twilight had told you she was actually going to fight him, and you were worried sick. The next few hours were the worst of your life, as you heard nothing but explosions, crashing, banging, and Tourette's incessant gloating. A particularly loud explosion close to your hiding spot had made a little bit of pee come out, but other than that, you couldn't do anything but remain hidden and hope for the best. That came after a while, when Rainbow Dash opened the door to the basement and told every pony it was safe to come out. When you did, the first thing you did was head back to the library, which was now a pile of blackened and splintered wood. You feared the worst, but soon caught sight of Twilight, who smiled as she laid eyes on you. All at once you were overwhelmed by your feelings and sprinted towards her, tackling her in the biggest and most bone-crushing hug you have ever delivered. And then, just for good measure, you planted a big wet one on her lips. It was as much a surprise to you as it was to her, but the main thing was that she eventually reciprocated. The two of you separated and gazed into each other's eyes, a gaze which was only broken when you finally noticed the giant castle which had definitely not been there a few hours ago when the fighting started. And that brings you to now, nearly 2 weeks later. Twilight needed some time to recover from the events of the battle, particularly when it came to the loss of the library. You and the rest of her friends salvaged what you could, but the damage was done. You are hoping that the date you are about to take her on will go some way to taking her mind off things and help her take the first steps along this new road in her life. In other words, doing for her what she did for you all those months ago. You pass Town Hall, casting your eyes briefly over the notice board outside the entrance. Besides the usual adverts about items for sale and services such as the local tour guide, there is also a faded bounty poster depicting a pony whose name begins with S, seemingly wanted for being two-faced. You're not sure why that is worthy of a bounty poster, but they've clearly annoyed someone with the money and time to go to this much trouble. Pressing on, you soon had the castle in your sights, the ornate crystalline structure looking seriously out of place amongst the simple wood of the nearby homes and businesses. You almost feel as though you are part of a child's playset and their youngest sibling has come along, plonking their own toy down in an attempt to join in the fun games. You stroll up to the door and knock on it a few times, then smooth your hair and wait patiently for it to be opened. It takes a while. Twilight is not used to the layout of the place yet, and often finds herself in a cupboard instead of where she wants to be. She eventually throws the door open, her smile broadening and her cheeks turning pink as she lays eyes on you. You smile back and lean in for a kiss. She is all too happy to return the gesture, breaking away from you with a contented sigh. 3 minutes, you say. A lot quicker than last time. Twilight giggles. I'm still in the process of making a map, she replies. At least this time I only ended up in one cupboard. You laugh, and she looks you up and down. Pardon me for saying, but you don't look as though you're dressed for a date. Her horn flares up and a book, titled First Dates for Dum-Dums, is soon floating in front of her face. It says here that the stallion, or man in your case, should be wearing a suit and tie. She closes the book and puts it on a table near the door. So either the one Rarity made for you is in the wash, or that book is out of date. You roll your eyes.
Trust me, Try, I don't need a suit. You point at the dress she's wearing. Technically, even you don't need to be dolled up, at least not for the place we're going to. Speaking of which, you hold out your hand. Shall we depart, my beloved?
Twilight nods, discards her dress, and takes your hand and follows you down the stairs. Ponyville has pretty much shut down by now, though a few businesses remain open to cater to the tourists who aren't quite finished doing tourist stuff yet. A throng of ponies lingers outside the only bar in town, licking their lips in anticipation of the delightful booze that awaits them inside. So, Twilight says, where are we going?
All in good time, babe, you reply. All in good time. Follow me and I promise you it will be worthwhile. At least, I hope it will.
Can I at least guess? Twilight asks, to which you nod. Alright, let me see if I can deduce where we're going before we get there.
You shrug. You can try, but I'm fairly certain you won't.
Twilight sticks out her tongue at you. Challenge accepted, Mr. Smarty Britches. She looks around. This is Hoofton Avenue, where the burger place is. Her eyes light up. Are you taking me to try the new Triple Hay Shot Deluxe? I heard it's really good.
Nice try, but nope.
You laugh as she lets out a small whine.
To be perfectly honest, Try, this is our first date. I wouldn't take you to a dang burger place on such a special occasion.
You think for a moment.
I'll save it for our 4th date, which is when I expect to have run out of ideas of where to take you.
My book says that the 5th date is a special milestone, because after that is when it's best to... She blushes. To, you know. You get what she's saying, and blush along with her. The two of you walk in silence for a moment, ignoring the stares of tourists wondering why the Princess of Friendship has suddenly become a walking light bulb, and soon approaches the train station. Oh, the station! Twilight says, snapping out of her stupor. Are we going up to Canterlot? There's a sale at the big bookshop up there, and I'm eager to see what they've got.
Really, Twilight? You've got so many books already. You could start selling them yourself, you reply. At least find some space for those first. Heck, Spike was telling me he was able to build a makeshift bed using some of the many hardbacks you've got.
Twilight turns to face you so fast, you hear her neck cracking. He did what? She shouts. I was wondering why I was missing a few. I honestly thought I was losing my mind.
Crap, you mutter. I wasn't meant to tell you that. It was only a temporary measure. One I'm sure he's addressed by now.
Twilight pouts. He better have, she says. Speaking from experience, I can say that books make better pillows than beds.
Noted, you say. And now, steering the subject back on track, I'm sorry to tell you that we are not going to Canterlot.
Twilight thinks for a moment. It's not the burger place, and it's not Canterlot. She taps her chin with a forehoof. What about Sugar Cube Corner? They're still open for another hour or so. You do your best impression of a buzzer.
Bzz. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong answer, you say. You've missed out on the grand prize, but would you like to try for a consolation prize instead? Haha, very funny. Twilight rolls her eyes. Alright, keep your secrets as much as you want, but I'll figure it out eventually. You shake your head. I bet you won't, but I'm not going to stop you from trying. You smile at her. You're cute when you try to figure stuff out, you know that. You're cute too, Twilight replies. I love you. I love you too, Twi. You glance at your watch and smirk to yourself. Right then, I think we've dawdled around town for long enough. Let's head back to the castle. Twilight cocks her head at you. The castle? She parrots. Why? You'll see when we get there. You tap your nose. Trust me. Twilight nods, and the two of you begin to walk back to the castle in contented silence. It doesn't take long for you to reach the front door, arriving just as it opens to reveal the rest of the girls leaving. Hi girls, Twilight says. What brings you here? You'll see, darling. Rarity replies. You'll see. She turns to you and winks. Everything is ready, dear, just as you asked. Thanks, girls. You give them a thumbs up. I appreciate it. The five of them smile and nod before bidding farewell to the two of you and taking their leave. Once they're gone, you head inside with a curious Twilight in tow. What's going on here? She asks. What was Rarity on about? She was referring to... You head upstairs and open the door to the balcony, motioning for Twilight to go in ahead of you. This! Twilight walks onto the balcony. After a moment, you hear her let out a small gasp. You follow her inside and survey the scene to see that the girls have done their job impeccably. In the corner, a telescope points towards the starry sky. In another corner stands a large pile of books next to two large beanbags, and in the middle is a rug with a basket on top of it. A multitude of candles give off both a soothing light and the smell of lavender. A record player stands ready with a selection of songs for both relaxing and dancing. And there, amongst it all, stands the mare you love, her eyes shimmering as she takes in the sight. I wanted to do something special, you tell her. So here we have stargazing, combined with reading books and enough food to keep us bloated for a week. I asked the girls if they could help, and they were more than happy to. It was actually their idea to distract you by taking you for a walk around town. You take her forehooves in your hands and look into her eyes. So, do you like it? Twilight responds by kissing you. It's great, she says as she pulls away from you. She then walks over to the rug and opens the basket, her eyes widening as she looks in. Are those the new Triple Haze Shot Deluxe? You nod. Sure is. Twilight grins at you, delivering another kiss as she goes over to the telescope. You let out a massive sigh of relief and go to join her, confident that this is the start of something amazing. And funnily enough, it's all thanks to Tirek.
I Love It by a Brony Mouse. It? That's its pronoun, Twi. Its name is serial number 24090647709. What? The first 6 letters are its certification date, and the last 4 are the manufacturer. Who made it? It came from the Vickers factory. Oh. I know, Pinky. Newcastle. Hey, don't say it like that. even if its name is kinda silly. Your cannons. No, don't call it that. That's essentializing. Sorry, I mean 60469. What were the other numbers again? Sheesh! 24090644709. Anyway, it's down to Newcastle's new Fungican mayor. Having fun? Yes, her. She's made the place super duper fun. I know, but changing its name to It's a Fun Place is a bit on the muzzle. Are you taking your serial number 290467? Are you taking it there? We're not sure, but it has said it would like a trip down memory lane. Relive its foalhood? What's wrong now? Foalhood? Twilight? Really? Oh, right, relive its certification. When I was certified, it was massive. I remember everything like it was yesterday, just like it does. That was one of the first things we bonded over. Oh. We both just wanted to fire confetti and not round shot. I keep forgetting about your brief stint in the military. Everyone is just the same about serial number 24090644709. It's such a shame that no one can see beneath its surface. Deep down, it's such a fun, loving piece of ordnance. Wait, ordnance? Isn't that a little essentializing? When it's me, it's different. Besides, you should hear what it calls me. Boom, I should imagine. Oh, sorry if I offended. It's rude to read a pony's mind, Twilight. I didn't. What? You mean it actually calls you that? Well, duh! What else would it call me? It doesn't have this. They're called vocal cords. Out of interest, what does boom mean? Ha! Pretty much everything, I guess. Oh, so when it calls you boom, what does it mean? Well, obviously, Pinkie Pie, my beloved and most fun and wonderful princess. Obviously. Are you saying you never knew, even after all those times it went boom and sprayed confetti over us? Oh, no, I did. I was just, checking. Fluttershy always screamed, "I love it!" when it did that. I think she was probably just screaming because she was frightened. Of her sexuality, I know. She frightens me sometimes, but it has tamed her. No, wait, what? Oh, for pony's sakes, it's been years and you still haven't realised. She's Pan, Twi, like me and it, and we're in an open relationship with her too. I see. But she's more interested in it than me, I think. I don't mind though, because she makes it happy. It told you that? Yup, it told me while she was sitting astride it, in fact. Stop winking at me. That's just what I said. To it? No, her. She was riding the boar and I was tasting the breech, so I had a pretty good view of her. Ugh, just please tell me none of my other friends are in a relationship with your serial number 024688 something something. It! What's the matter? No, nothing. I respect your decision to date it, I really do, and even though I am a little surprised by Fluttershy, everyone always is. Bats, birds, Discord, serial number 24090644709. There's nothing that Minx won't try it on with. She's insatiable. Oh, okay. Maybe you just see a different side of her. Stop winking! Anyway, as I was saying, I'm not one to judge when it comes to what happens in the bedroom or how anyone identifies. I'm a bisexual pony female. Now these days some may call that vanilla. Nothing wrong with vanilla. Speaking of, I'm hungry. We'll have lunch in a second. For you to confess your feelings? Me and it would just love you to join us. Pinky! I was saying that I respect your relationship. Now, please do me the courtesy of respecting my desire to remain single and whole until I find the right mare or stallion for me. Very well, but for your information, Wily Twily, the others are not in a relationship with it. Well, at least there's that. Dashi does keep trying to shove it up her ass, though. Really? Damn! I thought we'd had a breakthrough on her anal retentiveness in our therapy sessions. It's had a breakthrough or two, I can tell you. Ew! And stop waggling your eyebrows, that's not funny. She could do herself an injury. It would never hurt her, Twilight. Oh, for soul's sake, I didn't mean... Just be careful, Twi. We're friends, but me and it, we're like, this. Upside down? Head over hooves. Oh, so have any of our other friends? Mighty interested, aren't you? For a pony whose whole stick is to keep her whole whole? Hey, what have we said about puns? I get enough from Dad. Oh, that reminds me, it loves him. Please, no. Not like that. They both love equestrian history. Military? You've got it all wrong, you know, despite its looks. Serial number 24090647009's number one interest is clowns. Oh yeah, Dad does like clowns. So creepy. Hey, it's not creepy! I never said it was. It's not a clown, is it? Are you loco in the cocoa? It's not just any town. It's one of the most famous tumblers in the country. It's even been in Circuit du Soleil. As a clown? Well, actually, that dampens its fuse a little. It says they may have typecast it. As a cannon. Oh, how narrow-minded of them. But it has some great lines. Mainly, boom. Right, so aside from Dashi and Fluttershy, what do the others think of you going official with it? Well, Applejack was tickled pink because she loves having another thing to hang with who doesn't talk all hoity-toity. She said, she yucks! That serial number 24090644709 sure does remind me of my cousin Apple Howitzer. She's also a Geordie, you see. And Rarity? Well, she can be a bit of a meanie pants. Oh, she disapproves? For it, Try, not me. I think she thinks a pony like Cheese is more my size and that it deserves a larger, more open and rounded Pinky. I'm sure she doesn't think that. I sure hope not, Try. Maybe she's just jelly, like you. Hey, I am not jealous. Maybe not, but then why are your cheeks the bestest colour, Wily Twily, whose face I can read like a book from her library? Am not. I think you've been keeping secrets again. No, not at all. Pinky promise? There's no need for...
Pinky promise.
Pinky, really, be reasonable.
Pinky promised me that you hadn't been with it.
Well, go on. It's just that, yes, I was drunk. I was at a military exhibition at the Vickers factory in Newcastle. It was ages ago. I was barely out of Celestia's school and my friends had pressured me to stay late. There were so many cannons firing at once. Grape shot, round shot and even chain shot. Their operators could barely keep up. One of them asked if I wanted to try, so I lit its fuse and it blew confetti all over the place. I didn't even know its name. I was so ashamed I galloped all the way back home and swore off not just artillery or other firearms, but all polymology. I knew it! Circuit du Soleil. Circuit du Soleil. Circuit du Soleil. Ce que du soleil. Ce que du soleil. Ce que du soleil.
It's not a cannon, don't call it that. Its serial number 24090647009. From Newcastle town to a life of fun, it's me and my boom boom. We party as one. Twilight's confused, she don't understand how a piece of ordnance could hold my hoof in its hand. Fluttershy screams, but I know what she means. I love it, she cries as confetti streams. Its serial number 24090647009. Boom means love and love means boom. Confetti fills up every room. From the breach to the bar, it's a party tune. Boom means love and love means boom. Rainbow Dash is daring, trying out her luck. Applejack just laughs, that thing's tough as a truck. Rarity's sighing, Pinky really pleased, but my boom boom loves me and that's all I need. Clowns in the circus, soldiers on parade. It could have fired cannons, but a better choice it made. No round shot, grape shot, nothing but confetti. Every boom it makes says, Pinky, are you ready? It's serial number 24090647009. Boom means love and love means boom. Every heart goes kapow in bloom. From the circus floor to the stars above. Boom means party and party means love. So don't be jealous, don't call it crude. My boom boom's perfect, it's got the right mood. It's more than a cannon, it's my heart's true tune. Boom means forever. And forever goes boom.
The Strawberry in the Apple Tree by Art Inspired. The wind shuffles a few orange leaves by Applejack's hooves. She looks at her red barn and sighs while walking in. The memories of her visit to town are still too fresh in her mind and she scowls. She nearly loses her temper towards a heap of innocent haystacks, but Applejack calms herself down to the best of her ability and remarks, "I don't see why I've got to be the one to apologize to her, when she was the one that behaved way more toxic than I did." She huffs briefly for a few times and then says, "Okay, calm down. Okay, calm down now. What are you gonna do about this to make it up to her?" The air around Applejack is fresh, and thanks to what little rainfall her farm has gotten, it also smells slightly moist. She considers the many different directions that she could take, but ultimately Applejack knows that all she really has to do, and all that she truthfully wants to do at the time, is to simply apologize to Strawberry Sunrise. She turns around vigorously and gasps with shock. This is because Strawberry just so happens to be walking into the barn just then and there. The sun's rays shine lightly on her red mane and tail, and she stops a few trots away from Applejack to say, Hello, Applejack. The Earth Pony just gulps at her winged visitor and looks all around hesitantly. What are you even doing here? Strawberry merely chuckles before saying, "Oh, sheesh, Applejack." With a roll of her eyes, she reveals, "This is going to be just a tiny bit difficult, but I came here because I felt like we shouldn't, Huh? Applejack asked. "Could you speak up? I can hardly hear you." Strawberry Sunrise then speaks up rather forwardly. "I just wanted to say, sorry." She rolls her eyes, although there's a hint of reluctance in the way she does it. "You see, Applejack, I realized earlier that I might have been a little bit too harsh. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really don't like apples at all." She even goes so far as to wave a hoof, and to that, Applejack just frowns. "Oh, don't look at me like that." Strawberry then stares with a hopeful grin. "What I mean to say is, I've never had one that I've ever necessarily liked before. I've heard how big you are on honesty and all that, so truthfully, I'd be willing to share an apple with you since..." She scratched the back of her neck. "I've, never actually had one from Sweet Apple Acres." Applejack asks, "You haven't? Well, why not?" "Because," Strawberry says as she hoofs towards Applejack in order to calm her down, "even as a foal growing up, I just never really liked them. Well, I'm sure that by now you know how much I absolutely detest them." Applejack nods, but wears an annoyed expression. "You painted the picture mighty clear the other day." She looks down and clears her throat. "I was having an awful week when you showed up, and I confess, I sort of took it out mostly on you," she scoffs. "Also, this isn't exactly easy for me to say, but the second you left, I wandered into the kitchen to find my father eating one of your Sweet Apple Acres apples." Applejack just gasps, but she also tries hard not to laugh too much. The farm pony asks in between her snickers, "Then what happened?" Strawberry asks rhetorically, "What do you think happened?" I asked him on a scale of 1 to 10 just how disgusting it is. He said that it was, she gulped nervously before finishing, delicious, and that I should really try one sometime. Standing there attentively, Applejack allows that to sink in. "You're really willing to do that?" She then shakes her head and says, "Nah, you know what, Straw, you really don't have to. I'll accept your apology if you'll accept mine. I'm sorry, Strawberry, for trying to shove the idea that apples are awesome down your throat." "That's no good though," Strawberry says. "I think that I really should just have an apple anyways. Again, I actually have never really had your apples yet." She motions some of her mane away to then state regally, "No pressure, right?" Applejack can't help but to feel intimidated by this lone remark. She can see where this could turn out badly for the two of them if she ends up accidentally giving the mare anything unsavoury. She smiles calmly, however, and invites Strawberry. "Follow me. I think I know just the right kind that'll change your mind. Just you wait." They go by tree after tall apple tree until Applejack at long last brings Strawberry Sunrise to quite possibly the largest of them all. It towers, and as they slowly come up to it, Applejack begins to climb the nearby ladder. She also says as she goes along, "This here is what we've always called the forgiveness tree. We hardly ever have to use it, but any time we do end up using it, the ponies that have tried the apples that grow off the forgiveness tree have always at least somewhat enjoyed the crisp flavour." Strawberry replies, "Is that so?" There's silence, so she keeps talking. "Well, we'll see." As they reach the summit, Applejack lends the Pegasus a hoof and helps pull her the rest of the way up. "There we go, whew," Applejack huffs while she wipes away from sweat from her forehead. "Alright, let's see. Which apple's just right for us?" Strawberry pants as well, but just waits for Applejack to pick out the best one. "Here we are," the farm mare joyfully voices, and she then picks the fruit with just one hoof after it's detached and yanked away from the thick stem it once hung from, and makes an audibly beautiful popping sound. Not even Strawberry Sunrise dares to deny its ripeness. It has a smooth surface and a perfectly red and shiny colouring to it. "Just to be on the safe side, you want me to take the first bite, right?" Strawberry just breathes for a few seconds, and then she nods. She watches closely while Applejack firmly sinks her teeth into the very edges, and all that's heard afterwards are Applejack's moans and giddy laughs of enjoyment. Is it that good?" Strawberry asks. Applejack neglects to answer the mare sitting closely next to her. She instead keeps on chewing contentedly, and starts cutting into the apple with a small butter knife. "Here you go," she tells Strawberry Sunrise, while she generously hoofs her a yummy looking slice. "You tell me." The clueless Earth Pony then averts her attention back to the apple, and begins cutting away once more. Upon returning her attention to her companion, Applejack receives a thorough surprise. "It's not all that bad now, is it, Strawberry?" A sweet and succulent end of Strawberry Sunrise's very own slice of the apple is gracefully inserted into Applejack's opened maw, and at the other end, Applejack initially expects to see Strawberry's hoof. However, that's not what's there at all. Instead, it's her cute, light yellow muzzle, and she's smiling blithely and lightly blushing. Strawberry's harlequin green eyes stare angelically back into Applejack's too, and for a moment Applejack is paralysed by her understandably modest though unexpected urges. Strawberry forwardly takes more of the apple into her cheeks and allows their lips to meet quite casually, but it's also very, very brief. Applejack clamps down softly and nervously breaks off her half, and begins to nibble rather timidly. Strawberry is still directly in front of her, and she's smiling back at Applejack passionately, and is watching the whole time. She begins breathing steadily, and looks down at Applejack's nose for only a second. She then swiftly looks up, and back into Applejack's dilated eyes, only to tell her, "You're right. This apple really does taste incredible." Since she's still a little bit shaken by the way Strawberry has decided to forgive her, Applejack fails to respond right away, so Strawberry just keeps on openly flirting with her. "Can I have some more?" She finally coughs and holds a hoof up to her mouth, and looks away while trying to speak coherently. "You just... with me. I've never... but I thought you... on the lips?" Strawberry just laughs, but she then calmly asks Applejack, "You didn't like it then?" Applejack goes silent, and her hoof lowers itself back down as well. Save for the birds, nothing else can be heard from where they are. So she says more calmly, "Well, I didn't say that. You're actually, a good, that is to say..." Giggling even more, Strawberry says innocently, "If you'd like to keep going, Applejack." She flutters her eyes alluringly before saying, "I sure wouldn't mind kissing you again. You've got to admit, that sure was fun. And if it makes you feel any better, I wasn't lying in the slightest when I said that your apples actually really tasted great. It wasn't anything like the ones I've ever had as a filly." Again, there's a calming silence in the air, but Strawberry simply waits patiently. "I suppose." "You suppose?" Applejack glances at the Pegasus. "I suppose I wouldn't mind one bit, making out with you just a few more times." Her face turns red as a tomato while she speaks, but Strawberry doesn't mind this at all. To her, this only helps in making the farm pony appear that much more attractive and adorable. At first, for a second, Applejack attempts to hide her face with her hat, but Strawberry stops her with a hoof. She brings her face closer towards Applejack's and tells her, "I'm glad, because I was worried that I had overstepped my bounds, you know." This time, while Strawberry's eyes are closed, it's Applejack's turn to sneak in a kiss of her own. Nah, but I gotta say, I've never met some pony that's quite so boldly assertive. That's why, she just starts blushing again and then says, I'm just not used to all this marshy stuff. Strawberry just laughs some more and then holds onto Applejack tightly to say, you might want to get used to it then, because I have a feeling there's plenty more mushy stuff on the way. Applejack asks, yeah? Like what, Straw? The amorous Pegasus isn't shy with her advancements. Another kiss meets Applejack's quivering lips, and she's gently laid down on her back atop the wide and thick, though soft bark. Strawberry leans down carefully, and while their bellies touch every so often, so do their lips, and Applejack is taken to cloud 9. Everything becomes a romantic blur the more and more Applejack feels Strawberry's muzzle against her own, and eventually their tongues force open the blocked passageways simultaneously to get at each other too. Thanks to those two ponies, there aren't just sounds of birds frequently chirping high up within the sky anymore. Applejack and Strawberry create sharp and luxurious commotions of their own. They giggle together for a spell before hastily getting back into the action. Another smooch occurs following their laughs, and Strawberry then relaxes a little more to say, I've never, been with another mare either, so I'm just really happy to find out that you enjoyed making out with me today too. She swoons. I've never really felt like this before. Applejack lightly presses her left hoof against Strawberry's small chest and compliments. You're so beautiful, and I don't think I've ever felt this way before either. She kisses Strawberry once more before asking, if it's alright with you, do you want to keep going? Chuckling and then glancing away with embarrassment of her own, Strawberry Sunrise says merrily, Of course I do, Applejack. The two of them stay in the tree like that for a few minutes longer, and even as they start to climb down the ladder, Strawberry begs Applejack to bring her back to the forgiveness tree again sometime soon. I'm really ecstatic too that you chose to bring me here, she says while trotting along side by side with Applejack. These apples that you grow on this farm, they really are something else. And Applejack? Yeah, Straw? She kisses Applejack one last time, and she then states lovingly, and so are you. Movie Night, Judgment Nay by Miles Prower 06. Hitch stood in front of his bathroom mirror, wondering if his aqua green mane was acceptable as it was, or if he should apply a little styling gel. If he was perfectly honest, he even felt a little strange going out without his sash and badge, instead opting for a simple small saddlebag much akin to Sunny's, save for all the cutie bark buttons she had on her strap. Looking himself up and down one more time, Maritime Bay's off-duty sheriff deemed himself presentable and turned to leave the bathroom, shutting off the light behind him. Normally, his days off were spent relaxing at a nice secluded spot on the beach, where he didn't risk spotting litter on the street and instantly kicking himself into sheriff mode. But that was a risk he would have to take today, because Sunny Starscout had invited him to go see a movie. It had only been a couple weeks since they had played their part in bringing magic back to Equestria and reuniting the nation, and Hitch had begun to take inventory, as it were. His friendship with Sunny had been considerably strained because of her activism, and he was feeling increasingly guilty over that because she and her father had turned out to be right all along. So when he had gotten a text from her a couple days ago asking him to the movies this evening, he immediately said yes, seeing it as an opportunity to continue healing their strained friendship, making sure he had enough bits to cover 2 tickets, popcorn and a soda. He was out his front door and into the cool Maritime Bay evening.
I gotta be honest, I'm feeling tired tonight. But the look in your eyes got me feeling alive inside. Every moment, here and now with you. No, nothing is better with you, I feel brand new. You and I can run away till we take flight. Nothing in our sight can take away what we can do tonight.
The most common sight by far for the past 2 weeks were orange construction pylons, as crews worked to remove all of Cantalogic's unicorn entrapment devices from the street, and then resurface the affected areas. The biggest factory in town was also undergoing a major rebranding, cancelling all of his anti-unicorn and Pegasus devices, and beginning to design products that were beneficial to all races and their settlements. Regardless of city-wide street repairs, Maritime Bay's nightlife was as lively as ever, with venues all over seeing increased revenue from the new Unicorn and Pegasus visitors. The Maritime Bay Cineplex was near the centre of town and was currently showing 4 films: Horns, Harry Trotter, Dirty Prancing, and the main attraction for the past few weeks was Judgment Day, a highly anticipated sequel to a hit sci-fi film that had come out before Sonny's time. Construction crews hadn't yet gotten to the 10 unicorn entrapment devices on the walk-in street, so the lines had to make do in making their way around them, as pylons and caution tape had been put up around each one. It made them a bit longer and curvier, but ponies didn't seem to mind. They were doing a good job of staying clear of the tram tracks, something else Hitch frequently had to remind younger ponies of when he was on duty. Off to the side of the line, over by 2 of the movie posters, he noticed a familiar apricot earth pony wave at him, and he gave a smile and trotted over.
Good evening, Sonny, and here I thought I'd beat you here. You haven't been waiting long, have you?
Don't be silly, you'd have to be late for me to be waiting. I've just been taking in the sights tonight. It's amazing seeing every pony enjoying our city together, Sonny replied. She did have a point. The line to the theatre's ticket booth was 30 ponies long, and it was filled with a mix of earth ponies, unicorns, and Pegasi.
So, ready to get in line?
Hitch asked, and his friend nodded, and they began walking past the posters to get around to the end of the line around the corner.
You think movies like this will stop with the reunification?
Hitch asked as he glanced at the theatrical poster for Horns. I wouldn't be so sure. In fact, I think it might get better as filmmakers from different races come together and discuss what they've been doing, Sonny replied.
Really? Hitch asked.
Well, you don't think we're the only ones who let our biases influence our movies, do you? Zip was telling me of a Zephyr Heights movie called Friday the 15th, about a mass murdering unicorn named Jason Voorhoofs who used his horn to stab ponies who camped near Crystal Lagoon. And Bridalwood isn't immune either. One of Izzy's favourite movies is called Blazing Saddles, Sonny explained.
Blazing Saddles?
Yeah, it's a Horner Brothers comedy about an earth pony sheriff that comes to protect a town full of racist Pegasi.
Should I be offended at that?
Hitch asked, and got a giggle out of Sonny for his trouble as they got in line, with 2 earth ponies and a unicorn filling in behind them a few moments later.
Driving through our memories, hand in hand, you and me, we were making plans to be forever, babe. I know you don't need me, but I see you and me, we can make it happen. Be my forever, babe.
In all seriousness, in response to your first question, I think some of the most blatant biases will fade, but not disappear completely. Self-deprecation is a form of art after all, Sonny told him.
So what'll it be? Judgment Day?
Hitch asked. Yep, I've actually heard nothing but good things. Even Zip and Izzy liked it. They popped in to see it the day after everyone's magic had been restored, Sonny answered. Nothing official had been decided, but a lot of ponies around town had come to call it Reunification Day.
That's the sequel to the one that was before we were born, right? The one about Unicorn and Pegasus robots from the future?
Yep, that's the one. I remember how they closed off a section of Cantor Logic to film part of the sequel, Sonny answered.
Yup, I remember having to escort you off the premises that day,
Hitch said, another pang of guilt hitting him in the chest as he recalled how she had attempted to protest the making of the film. It must have showed in his expression, because Sonny noticed. Hey, don't worry about it, water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned, Sonny reassured him with a smile. He returned the smile and shrugged the feeling off as they stepped up to the ticket booth.
2 for Judgment Day, please,
Hitch told the ticket agent on the other side of the glass. Together or separate? The older mare asked.
Together,
came the simultaneous reply from both ponies. They both did double takes, glancing at each other and giving a nervous chuckle.
I can take care of it, Sonny,
Hitch told her as he began to reach into his saddlebag. Nonsense! I invited you, remember? Sonny countered, also reaching into his saddlebag. Hitch paused and realised she did have a point. That'll be 4 bits, ma'am, the ticket agent told her. Sonny came out with the correct change, and she was handed 2 tickets, and they made their way over to the doors.
Popcorn is on me though, you hear?
Hitch said with a smile. The pair of ponies passed through the double doors and quickly picked up their snacks, extra large popcorn and 2 sodas, which Sonny let Hitch hand over the bits for. Now they were fully ready. They went over to the usher who took their tickets. Theatre 1 on your left. Thank you and enjoy your movie. The popcorn smelled so good that they started munching on it on their walk down the hall to their theatre.
Where do you want to sit?
Hitch asked. I've always loved it right up front. Come on, she told him excitedly, walking down the outer aisle of the theatre, going right down to the front row, where luckily the 2 centremost seats were still empty. They hadn't realised how close they had cut it, because not even 2 minutes after they had sat down, the lights dimmed and the various filmmaking factoids faded out to the Lighthouse Entertainment intro slate.
3 billion equine lives ended on August 29, 3997. The survivors of the nuclear fire called the war Judgment Day. They lived only to face a new nightmare, the war against the machines.
When Sonny and Hitch came out of the front doors of the Cineplex 2.5 hours later, their hearts were racing, and the dusk sky from when they had gone in was now a clear starry night. Whew, what a ride! Hitch exclaimed, glancing up at the review quotes that were posted up on the main marquee of the building. How is very good only 3 stars? Ugh, critics, he said, rolling his eyes.
Come on, I'll walk you home.
You sure?
It's a nice enough night, why not?
Together they walked towards the coast. Well, I can't say this too often, but that was better than the original in every single conceivable way, Sonny said.
You got that right. Wonder if they'll make any more,
Hitch added. I'd say leave it as it is. How many movies about robots travelling back in time to change the future by killing John Trotter do you think they can make? Sonny asked. Hitch laughed.
Those special effects were really something. A Pegasus robot made of liquid. And those shots in Cantor Logic. Wow! You'd really think they'd have a section of that place filled with molten steel?
Hitch commented as they cleared Maritime Bay's main square and headed to the outskirts, the streets turning to dirt paths and grassy hills.
So where do you want to go next time? Nice dinner perhaps? Plenty of places offer a great view of the coast, or plenty of atmospheric places downtown,
Hitch told her. Wow, you make it sound like we might be dating, Sunny teased. Hitch nearly stumbled in his gait, but saved it for the last moment as they made their way up the final hill to Sunny's lighthouse, which was still undergoing repairs, having scaffolding all around the damaged tower, but had enough work done now to be considered livable, at least on the first 2 floors. The off-duty sheriff swallowed a nervous lump in his throat.
Are we?
He asked, his cheeks flushing pink. Well, isn't that forward of you? Sunny said, smiling at him.
I'm sorry, Sunny, I shouldn't have said that, and
Hitch got tangled up in his words and got another giggle out of Sunny. Hitch, I'm teasing you, Sunny said, playfully elbowing him as they came up to a front door. Besides, I said it first, we've known each other our whole lives, so I don't think it would be that surprising to too many ponies in town if we did get that far. Hitch smiled at her as she dug the key out to unlock the front door, and she opened it before turning back to him. I had a great time tonight, Hitch. To answer your last question, you can take me anywhere. I'm not picky. I just know you'll pick somewhere amazing. With that, she held up her front right hoof, and Hitch immediately knew what to do, bringing his right hoof up as well.
Up high, down low, hitch it to a post, flip it sunny side up and on a piece of toast.
Instead of letting go at the end, Sunny held on and took a step forward and kissed him on the cheek as she stepped back towards her door. Now her cheeks were a delightful shade of pink as well. And that, she began, was the answer to your second to last question. I'll let you think about it while you plan our second date. She turned and stepped into her house and turned to give him one more smile as she began to close the door. Good night, Hitch. It was all Hitch could do to return the smile as his cheeks positively burned and his mind went a mile a minute. The door latch closed, leaving Maritime Bay Sheriff to slowly turn and walk back towards town, wondering what kind of step he had just taken.
Better together, you and me, we will be. Leave the light on for me, but honey, let me down slowly. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. I know I don't deserve it, but honey, I need it. I've never been a dreamer till I met you.
Finn. So, Pinky Killed You by Spaz Kid. So, Pinky killed you. It's a bit of a long story as to how, or maybe it isn't. All I really know is that Pinky killed you. She was sure you were fine. You were fine for the longest time. Right in her head, that's where you were. But then Pinky killed you, and you weren't there anymore. But she didn't mean to. She didn't want to. It doesn't matter, because Pinky killed you. Pinky isn't too happy these days, but she's been getting better and better at hiding it. Ever since Pinky killed you, she hasn't been able to focus too well. On her normal things, she could focus just fine, but on you, she couldn't. Why? Because Pinky killed you. She remembered going on all sorts of adventures with you and her other friends, She remembered your joy. She remembered hearing your laughter. But she can't hear it anymore because she killed you. She remembers how you and her would bake together, would sing together, would dance together. But not anymore because she killed you. She did. It's true. Because why else would you be gone? You were always there before, with her friends. You were always there even when no one else was. For years you were there. But now she stares at the wall and she can't see you. So she must have killed you. Right? She never has done that before. She doesn't know how she could ever have killed you. The one thing she never could do with you was touch. She remembers one time, a few years ago, you and her were sitting under a tree. You and Pinky had an amazing conversation. She thinks, oh no, Pinky is starting to forget. Pinky's already killed you, so she can't forget you too. Not you, anyone but you. Please, I can't forget you. You're the only thing that's ever been real to me. Please! I love you. You love me too, right? You used to say that. You love me too? Right? The warm, setting summer sun beams down at the beautiful green grass. I can see Ponyville in the distance, even from all the way over here. The light dances between mountains, between the clouds, shining off the windows in the distance, and that lake down at the bottom of the hill. I feel myself smile. I know how much you love the sunset. I wish you were here. But maybe I just have to wait still. You've got to be somewhere. Everyone is somewhere, right? I look back upwards, further up the hill. The tree, its beautiful green leaves waved lazily in the wind as I stare. I trace my eyes down the branches and look at the trunk of the tree. There was a noticeable chip in the bark, right smack dab in the middle. It was in the shape of a heart. That's where we met, me and you. All those years ago. I did most of the talking. We hung out every day after that. We went all over Equestria on our own with the girls. Oh, I miss you. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I don't really know what I did. Did I do something wrong? Oh, why would I ask that? Of course I did. I killed you. I think. Ugh, why is love so hard? I'm walking down the main street of Ponyville. It's getting rather dark out, looking for you. The girls were starting to get a little worried, but it's okay. I got the perfect idea. What is it? Oh, come on, you know. A party! You'd never miss your own party. Right? It can just be me and you. I know crowds tend to overwhelm you, and while I'm usually one for the biggest parties ever, sometimes we don't need the biggest ever. We just need something perfect. I need something perfect. I need you. I don't know, but it's happening right here in Sugar Cube Corner. I usually have a schedule whenever I do one of these, you know, but you're special, always have been, so the door's open for whenever you're ready. If you're ever ready. Oh. Time just keeps rolling on and on. And on, and Mr. and Mrs. Cake have asked me if I'm waiting for someone. I had to tell them I wasn't. I mean, no one else has ever seen you but me, so why try to explain it, right? I felt terrible for lying, which didn't help calm the sadness forming within the deepest pits of my stomach. It was a different kind of sadness compared to the sadness I'm used to. I've cried before. I mean, who hasn't, right? I want to cry right now. Yeah, but it's more than that. There's a horrible feeling in the back of my mind. A sense of dread continues to loom over me. I feel helpless. I feel wrong. I feel broken. As I stare at the cake I baked you, so many things are flying through my mind, things I can't describe or name, things that seem to mock me, mock everything I've ever tried to stand for. The absence of your voice, your laughter, it hurts. I know I keep saying it, but it does. Through all the years you were here, you always felt like just another one of my friends. You never stood out, in a bad way at least. You've always been special, but I never wanted to single you out. I know how much you always hated that. Too many eyes on you. I wonder if I didn't do enough. Did I do too much? You know, the more I think about it, did I really kill you? Were you ever there? Ponyville was always real. It's always been real. I've always been able to see it, walk through it, talk to every pony in it. It's, what's that word Twilight uses sometimes? Tangible. It's tangible. Ponyville is tangible. I know for a fact it's real. My friends are real. My love for all of them is real. I know all of that for a fact. But you? I've only ever felt you. I've only ever heard you. I don't even know what you look like. Are you a boy? Are you a girl? I don't know anything about you, come to think of it. It's always felt like there was a wall between us, a window pane, a two-way mirror of sorts. Whenever I look to see if I can spot you, I only ever see nothing. But you could always see me. I know you could. It's hard to describe. I wonder, this cake, it's chocolate with whipped frosting and some sprinkles. Simple. It's one of my favourite combinations. Well, to be fair, every combination is my favourite. But anyway, this cake, this is something I love. That begs the question, would you like this cake? You'd politely accept it, I'm sure, but would it be your favourite? Would you love it? I've always been so in tune with mine and everyone else's favourites. Foods, books, toys, places, sports, everything. Maybe that's why you fascinate me so much. I put the cake into the fridge for later. You're not showing up. At least not anytime soon. The tree. I'm back with the tree. You know, the tree is first met you under. Hee. I think I've decided. I didn't kill you. I realise now how extreme and honestly silly that conclusion was. But there lies the problem. I don't know what happened to you. Where did you go? Did you leave? If so, why? Will you come back? If so, when? There's just so much I don't know for sure. So here I wait. Under the tree, under our tree. I lay against it, the rough bark digging into my fur. As I stare off into the horizon, the sun is beginning to peek its face over the horizon. I feel my eyelids begin to feel heavier and heavier. I've been awake all night, looking for you. I feel exhaustion finally getting to me, and I don't resist. My eyelids begin to shut, being pulled into sleep. Under the watchful eye of Luna. I hope she's there still. I know I'm a little late to this. Hehe. Maybe when you wake up, you'll be here. I hope. I hope.
So I guess I killed you. That's the story I tell. You lived inside my laughter. Now there's only an empty shell. We baked, we sang, we danced around. Your voice was the sweetest sound. But now I stare at walls of gray and I don't hear you anyway. Did I lose you or let you slip away? Were you real or just a dream that stayed? I don't know what's true, I don't know what's fair, but I hope, oh I hope you're still out there. I wait with cake and candles lit, but no pony showing up to sit. I laugh, I smile, I play my part, but there's a hollow inside my heart. Maybe I didn't kill you, maybe you're gone, maybe you were never here all along. But under the tree where the sunlight fades, I still see the heart in the bark we made. Did I lose you or let you slip away? Were you real or just a dream that stayed? I don't know what's true, I don't know what's fair, but I hope, oh I hope you're still out there. Maybe when I wake, you'll be near. I hope you're still here.
A Cold Heart in a Warm Bed by B25. The rain was cold, and it poured from the darkness above. It pelted the grass as winds froze the area. The boutique toweringly loomed, something impersonal that scared Applejack's very psyche. There was no reason she should be here, outside in the storm. all alone before her friend's door. But, try as she might, she couldn't go home, couldn't wait around in her room, unable to sleep, forced to deal with the feelings and thoughts that kept her awake. They haunted the farmhouse, lurked in the walls and loomed in the ceiling, a pervasive sense that pressed all around it. Nothing good could come from staying there. She had to leave. It was better the storm than absolute silence. Applejack knocked on the door, and then she did so in a slow, odd rhythm, like a tired traveller searching for lodgings. The knocks provided different sounds from the winds and rain. Shuffling came from a couch, a clopping of hooves, the sliding of a lock, the squeaking of hinges on wood. Now, whoever could it? Rarity's form appeared behind the door, at first blocking the way, but as recognition lit on the sapphire eyes, the mare opened the door, fully exposed. Applejack! Whatever are you doing out there? Applejack's mouth opened, but Rarity shook her head. No. Rarity cleared the way and nudged into the darkness of the boutique. Inside, I'll put on some tea. A few orange candles warmed the interior of the boutique. Rarity had floated over a towel and set another on the couch, leaving to put the kettle on, wanting to warm her friend up, who dried herself off. Applejack nervously sat on the cushion afterward while leaning back. A book and a glass of wine had been set on the table before the couch, another way of surviving the night. The cover was a mare, reaching out to a stallion half submerged into a shadow. Applejack rolled her eyes, scoffing, but something inside couldn't be as harsh. The clicking of cups on plates rattled into the room. Applejack looked afar to see Rarity walking over, a smile with 2 drinks floating beside her, each set on the table, before Rarity took a seat as well. She gave a smile that held back the confusion behind it. "A delight to see you, my dear," Rarity said with an awkward air. "Though you are fortunate that I was awake. Don't you know the time?" Applejack nodded with a swallow. A little mouth kept open, unsure of itself. Reckon it's past the sensible hours you'd expect any knocking?" She rubbed her head and looked around. "Nearly worried myself that you wouldn't be awake." Applejack looked back. "Though I can leave if need be. Wouldn't hurt me now." "Applejack!" Rarity stretched out the name in a sing-song voice. "Sensible hours are for sensible ponies. I'm sure that you and I have shown ourselves to be quite the opposite of that from time to time." A giggle, something self-amused but lightened the air. "I would have rolled out of bed for you. Stay awake the whole night should you need it." Rarity's forelegs crossed over the middle of the couch as she leaned over, sinking into the cushion, lowering beneath Applejack's muzzle. The alabaster unicorn grinned with a glint in her eyes. "I am yours after all." She rose like a white, determined snake, an adorable predator-like expression. "Just like how you are mine." Applejack stiffened but didn't fight it, the delicate lips ascending and tapping, and then sealing against her own, a merging softness that rolled her eyes up before sealing them tight. She immersed herself in the kiss, drowned in its delights. Rarity's lips pulled back. Applejack's eyes opened to see her mare friend's annoyed, concerned expression. "Something's bothering you, something critical." She leaned back, licking her lips, wincing. "I can taste it in your kiss." Applejack shivered and turned. Sorry." Hooves touched her shoulders and turned Applejack back around. White forelegs curved around her neck as the fashionista held her close. Rarity's face was an inch away, narrowed in love. "Don't be! That which is troubling you will be the thing that is truly sorry." That had been the reason why Applejack had fallen in love, why she had confessed in a daze and found herself delighted when she came awake. It was the dramatics of the other mare that gave her life, that made things feel like more than what they really were. how the smallest things could be ballooned, how Applejack could be allowed her own dramatics, her own right to fill things to whatever extents her feelings demanded. But I can understand if you have no idea to talk. Rarity fell into her friend with a hug, nuzzling the back of Applejack's neck. We can just sit here and rest in each other's company, she hummed, or any number of other activities that appeal to you. That's not what Applejack wanted, not in the slightest. Something else gripped her, a matter that she'd been too afraid to confess to another. Applejack sounded the word but could not feel the rest supported to go with it. The syllables deprived of oxygen sinking into her love's neck. She laid all of her weight on the other mare, Rarity held without shudder or complaint. I'm afraid. You afraid? The comment had hurt. Rarity felt the shiver that rocked against her. White forelegs clutched Applejack's frame tighter. Sorry, don't you mind that comment. There is nothing wrong with being afraid. It's just something unexpected from one usually so strong. The side of Applejack's face fell into the cushioning of Rarity's frame. I ain't all that strong, not underneath it all. Lies! Rarity's hooves massaged across her back, alighting the nerves beneath the muscle, the softness beneath the firmness. But tell yourself what you must. You are strong to me, no matter what. Though, in the end, we cannot stop ourselves from feeling that which we'd rather not feel. Rarity sank into her a moment. What has you afraid, Applejack? How does one answer a question like that? How does one explain everything in their existence to this very second? Everything that influenced Applejack and the world around her, the seconds in a day that dictate the coming years. How could Applejack say all of that in a single conversation? Or even hope to explain all of that well? Everything, Applejack collapsed into herself. Everything's always got me. Always at the back of my head, just waiting to come out. Her head shook. Some days I don't mind it much. Other times it eats me alive. None of the family are back home. Even when they are there, This wasn't making sense. It wasn't a problem with an answer that could be given, a symptom that selected the correct remedy. It was just a piece of existence that troubled one's soul, a state of affairs that, if it could be changed, would have already done so. I'm just worried this is it, Applejack finally confessed. Getting up, going out there, working in sun and snow, seeing the land beyond change day by day. Ponyville's changed. Granny's gone, Bloom too, Mac's always out. It's just me there. I don't mind, but... Rarity pulled back into Applejack's view. She was smiling. It's not just the loneliness, Rarity softly mused, is it? Applejack's head shook with eyes that never left her love. No, it ain't. Rarity turned without leaving the embrace. A blue glow surrounded her horn, as it did her cups. Both floated to their mouths and, touching their lips, allowed themselves to be sipped. Applejack smiled at the little pampering. She hadn't let herself be consoled like this before, not made to feel the things underneath her inner shield. I just worry this is it. Applejack's muzzle pulled from the cup, which levitated back to the table. That everything great has come and gone. Can't tell you the last time I saw Twilight outside the castle, or when Rainbow ain't knocking out a nap in her office. She used to lounge by the farm every dang day. Now she's always away, and it's just... Yourself? Applejack shuddered. Not that you... A white hoof sealed against her lips. Shh, I'm not accusing you. Rarity's hoof retracted. Just trying to learn more. Applejack nodded, but missed the touch. I just worry for myself. Never used to do that. I was pretty alright with my lot in life. Applejack turned down at the orange fluffiness in her chest. Seeing white forelegs wrapped around it made Applejack smile. Could be strong because everyone needed me to be. But now everyone's gone, and I've got none to be strong for. She looked at Rarity. Except you. I thought you were the one I'd be strong for. She chuckled with a shaking head. But then you cracked me open, and everything came pouring out. Now, I'm just a deflated mess. Something that don't even know itself. The hooves continued to stroke her coat regardless of her words. There ain't much excitement in life anymore, Applejack went on, looking at the cup. It magically raised again, keeping its distance, waiting to be summoned. The farm is all I have left. I'll work it the same way till I die, and then that'll be it. Her throat croaked. But I'm not okay with that. Wetness stung the corners of Applejack's eyes. I don't want that to be me anymore. I don't want every day to be the same, to have to go through the same torment day in and day out. I'm getting tired, and I had no pony to be strong for. The cup floated over, and Applejack took a drink, struggling to do so, a pain in her throat. The finished tea was pulled away seconds later. Applejack sat in the silence. The troubled mare turned to her love, held by the pony she once declared overly dramatic and sentimental, who felt and whined too much, who now had lived life more fully than Applejack, faced her fully without hiding the tears. You're the only worth I have anymore, Applejack admitted. Her hooves slipped out of Rarity's hug and wrapped around the mare, sealing around the white pudge. The only thing that has any development that might lead to something better than this. But you could leave me, go on to do better. Rarity shook her head and finally spoke. But how could I do better than perfection? Applejack's mouth wordlessly opened. But I understand your terror. Applejack nearly scoffed. How can you? Because of all the little times you've shared them with me throughout the years. It wasn't preaching or admittance that she knew everything, but it was confidence, meant to reassure. A wisdom Rarity had acquired over the years. What you've told me after work over a bottle of wine, or in the time you spent in my room after the funeral, or our nights on the farm after we waved apple bloom from the train. Rarity wiped Applejack's tears. She then kissed where they had been. It was the action, the gesture, that could cure the pain. Her lips remained inches from the orange fur. The breathing behind her words washed across Applejack's cheek. One cannot explain the terror of their existence in a single conversation, but another can come to understand it, to assuage it, in little moments throughout the years. Another set of tears came, already rubbed away from the one always there. Applejack chuckled in defeat. I suppose I felt better about life with you around. For which part of me? Silence passed before Rarity embraced her love again. The two hugged tightly and cared not for the seconds, content to be in another's embrace. The warmth of the other, the brushing of furs, the caressing of skin, the merging of consciousness allowed them to experience the state of another's life. I cannot tell you that life will get better, Rarity confessed from the side of Applejack's neck, but there are things we can do to improve it. She nodded into Applejack's coat. All I can attest is that I will be there for you, in every terrifying little second that passes, and that no matter what happens, I'll ensure everything will be okay. Applejack smiled. Rarity? Yes, my dear. Could I stay here tonight? I wouldn't dare cast you into the storm. Could we? Yes. The two went upstairs after that, into the bedroom, and shuffling beneath the sheets, coming to embrace the other, a tight hold softening the darkness, a promise that, no matter what came tomorrow, they would awake to it together.
Let's be lazy, baby, no troubles on our minds. Tell me, maybe we can leave it all behind. The two of us, we're here, no rush. Let's be lazy,
Holding Her Forehooves and Wondering If She Liked It by Soaring. Anon was holding Sun Horse's forehooves. He was sitting there in his seat, attending their usual get-together in the castle. They were in the dining room where Sun Horse, Celestia, and her sister Luna usually shared breakfast. Celestia had used this time to meet with him for lunch, a get-together only brought about by, well, their friendship. Just thinking about how corny that sounded in his head made his heart nearly fall out of him, but during that moment where he felt the warmth of Celestia's forehooves rubbing against his hands, he realised his heart was already outside him. Either that, or it was diabetes. How he got to this point of hand-to-hoof contact was due to the original situation being off. See, Anon did not understand the seating arrangements that the two sisters had always shared. Celestia would be seated at one end of the table, while Luna would be seated on the opposite end of the table. It would be normal if the table wasn't nearly as long as the length of the room. Also, there were various displays situated at random intervals on said table. It was like as if they were preparing the table for so many more ponies, but there were only 2 chairs available to sit at. This whole arrangement had bothered Anon. It was stupid. Why would Celestia want all this stuff piled up on the table and not be able to see her sister while communicating with her? Was she afraid of looking her sister in the eye? Or were the roles reversed? And why were there random trinkets and display models there in the first place? And why was the table ridiculously long? Did they take what he said about humans living in Texas liking everything bigger as a test to see if they would like it? Or was this table this ridiculous before he arrived here months ago? All these questions had plagued Anon's mind, so he had decided to make Celestia see reason. He had hoped Sunhorse wouldn't melt him where he was sitting, but if that was what it took to instill change, then he'll turn into ash. He hoped it wouldn't go to that length, but if it did, maybe she would regret her decision and somehow bring him back from the ashes of her anger. Either that or the impromptu cremation would never happen, and she'll just question his motives, thinking he's weird. Anon had been banking on the latter. Hey, Sally. Yeah? Mind if I sit closer to you? Kind of can't see you with all these great displays in the way. Sunhorse lit her horn, and all those displays were surrounded in a golden hue, and then they disappeared in a flash of white light. Down the avenue known as Celestia's dining room table, Anon could see her pearly whites as she grinned rather sheepishly at him. Does that help? He squinted. Yeah, but you're really far down there now that I can see you. Do you mind if I get a bit closer? She blinked. You know, now that you mention it, you are really far down there. She chuckled into a hoop. Why haven't I noticed this before? Am I blind? The sun blocked your view of... Do not blame this blunder on my sunshine, Anon, Celestia said sternly. She flicked her muzzle and then smiled. But you can blame me for not questioning this at least once. I mean, this table is ridiculous. What am I waiting for? All my ponies to join me in our get-together? No wonder Luna doesn't sit with me anymore. Anon laughed. Don't have an existential crisis over there, Sally. It's not a good look. Oh, quiet, you, she said, before neighing while glaring at him. He responded in kind, giving her a smirk. That smirk must have broken her as the two shared in a bout of laughter. And after a few changes of seating, Anon was now closer to Celestia. much closer. The change was simple. Anon had shuffled himself and his chair all the way down toward her at the end of her side of the table. He sat on her left, angling his seat toward her instead of directly under the table. This allowed for that closer feel, one that Celestia had taken the opportunity to utilize, much to Anon's surprise. That's why he was holding her hooves, and that's why she was rubbing his hands. He looked up at Celestia. She was happily staring at him, her gaze half-lidded. The warmth that radiated from her eyes alone gave him signals that were more mixed than Twilight trying to run a lemonade stand in the middle of a scheduled thunderstorm. He would walk up to said lemonade stand and ask for grapes instead just to see her reaction, only for her to prattle on about how him buying the lemonade would fund Spike's latest endeavour that was brought to him by a bout of dragonfire mixed with whiskey. To put it short, it wouldn't make sense. Much like Celestia's gaze towards him, no one had ever looked at Anon like this. It was like she looked more than content with having him suddenly holding her hooves. If her smile had radiated towards him, had anything to say about it. Or was it? Anon couldn't tell. He was inept when Sunhorse threw curveballs like this. She usually threw flaming fastballs at his skull, but this one felt strange. It was like all of her emotions were being filled in one pitch. He sighed. He didn't know what to feel about all this. He just knew that he was holding her forehooves. So he opened his mouth. Sally? Yes, Anon. Her voice peaked, her ears perked, and her head tilted. It made Anon worry what he was going to say next, but he cleared his throat anyway. Do you like this? She let out a brief blow. This? Sunhorse was being Sunhorse. He paused and drew one of his hands back, pointing at their hooves in Hand's conundrum, unfolding right before their very eyes. This? Oh, she muttered. She raised a brow. I thought my intentions were clear with this gesture, were they not? She rubbed said hooves against his only hand. He brought his other to rejoin the crowd, which made Anon look up at her again to see her smile again. He leaned forward. I don't know. I'd hate to assume. You and I have these weekly get-togethers as friends, and we've never done this before. Is there something you're not telling me, Sunbutt? She rolled her eyes. You and your nicknames, Anon. She shook her head and closed her eyes. Then she let out a deep breath before continuing. As for your question, you are a dear friend, and I just wanted to show you that I cherish you, and... Are you sure, Sally? Because I'm pretty certain, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you have been smile-y and looking at me like I'm the best piece of hay you've ever seen. That's not how someone would look at a dear friend, Anon said, pulling her forehoof slightly closer to him, albeit gently. She paused to collect herself, but all she could do was wrinkle her muzzle, which made Anon's heart stutter. I think you read me a bit too well. Tell me, have you been speaking with Twilight's friends of late? A little, Anon began. He gave Celestia a winning smirk. At least that's what he hoped it would look like. It's what I get for hanging out with a walking southern lie detector and a pony obsessed with friendship. Celestia rolled her eyes. Friendship is a great thing, isn't it? You can meet new ponies with new perspectives, and then those perspectives can influence your own, and vice versa. Exactly, which is why I'm trying to understand you here. Anon gestured to their predicament again. This is not normal, Sally. Do you, by chance, like me? Like you as in how? Romantically? She licked her lips before she replied. Yes. Since when? Her ears splayed back against her head, her eyes now looking elsewhere. Recently, I discovered my feelings when I was thinking about you non-stop. I was worried about how you were treated in day court and... Really? The noble that thought I was a more proportional looking diamond dog irked you that much? Sunny side up, the horse laughed. No, he was actually pretty funny. It was the stone who wanted to get the animal out of the court. Oh, him. Anon knew who that was. Sunbutt, you don't need to worry about one stallion who wasn't a fan of me. I mean, if everyone liked everyone, we wouldn't have differences in opinions and... It was her turn to interrupt. Anon, it's not just him. There were other mares and stallions giving you the stink eye, while others whispered to each other about you. I can handle one pony, but if the rest of them think so lowly of you, how am I supposed to keep you safe? You want to keep me safe? Anon asked with a raised brow. A light pink hue graced her cheeks. I do. And if I want to keep you safe, I need to find a way to make you more approachable to others. They don't have to like you, like you said, but if all my ponies deserve to be safe... Anon sighed. Sally, you don't need to lump me in with your stable. Celestia's cheeks turned red, while her wings snapped open. Anonymous? What? I'm not sure why you're acting surprised. Guess you didn't mean it like that, she whispered as she tended to her wings. Like that? What was she inferring? Anon's eyes widened, his brain currently conducting nuclear meltdown safety procedures after his disastrous attempt at humour had gone south. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable there. It's okay, Anon. I would be offended if any pony else said that. But you're you, so... Thanks, Sunbutt. You're welcome. Celestia replied with a curt nod. She gave him that smile again. Besides, I'm glad you're you, otherwise I wouldn't like you as much. It was Anon's turn to feel like a forest fire. Good to know that you, like me. Do you not feel the same? This made him pause. What were his feelings for her? He did want to get some food with Celestia, that was for sure. But did he like her like she liked him? He didn't know, and it wouldn't hurt to explore it, right? After all, he was here for the foreseeable future, and with no definitive way back home. I don't know, Sally, to tell you the truth, I never thought about you like that. I thought you'd find a way for me to get back home before this would even happen. She frowned. I know. All of the greatest spellcasters that we know could not identify a way to send you back. His heart reminded him that it was there, throbbing as his sadness festered there. He shook those feelings away and smiled at her. Yeah, I'm glad they at least tried though. Seeing Twilight stress about it made me happy that someone cared. But still, now that I'm stuck here, I guess it would make sense to figure out my future. I just didn't think someone wanted to be part of that future in that way. Anon? Celestia began, letting go of his hands. He looked at her as she scooted closer to him and she held his hands again in her hooves. You don't need to be alone in figuring this all out. Yeah, but I don't want to burden others with my problems. I want to prove to others that I deserve to be on equal footing, so to speak. He pulled Celestia close to him and hugged her against his shirt. And, to be honest, I'm down to try this out. He could feel her warm up in his grasp. She was like a walking furnace. I'm happy that you want to try this. She pulled away from him for a moment, nuzzling his cheek as she continued. This means we'll have to schedule another get-together here soon. Maybe we can have it down at the local winery by the station. Anon's eyes widened, and he pulled back to get a look at her face. Is that a date? Yes, Celestia confirms, smiling at him. We could hold hooves like we did earlier if you'd like. He brought her 4 hooves into the palms of his hands and grabbed them firmly. Deal! Her eyes were darting around his face as if she was looking for something, but then she sighed happily and nuzzled into his neck. Then it's a date. Would 2 days from now work for you? I might have to clear my entirely busy schedule of a whole lot of nothing, but I'd be stupid if I didn't clear my schedule to see this through. Celestia giggled snorted. Good. Now, I don't know about you, but I think we should check on the staff. They were supposed to bring our tea out a little while ago and... Princess? We've been standing here for a few minutes now. The pair of hooves and hands stared at the new pony, who had laid their tea on the table and were looking at them with a tilted head. Sunbutt's eyes were as wide as can be, and Anon felt like his entire face was on fire. But still, despite the distraction, the two kept holding each other close. After all, Anon wanted this to last for just a bit longer, even if it meant having to play 20 questions with a maid who was most likely listening to their entire conversation. That was the price he paid for being friends. Scratch that. Dating royalty.
You don't feel the same, wondering when it changed. Did you come to play, my baby? I'm running your race, my heart's in its place, wondering if you'll stay.
When We Were Young by Serena. Nightlight adjusted his deep phthalo blue bow tie, making sure it sat perfectly against his greyish azure coat. The heart-warming Eve dance at Princess Celestia's school for gifted unicorns was always a grand affair, and this year was no exception. The grand hall was adorned with shimmering lights and festive decorations, casting a warm and inviting glow that reflected in Nightlight's moderate amber eyes. As he entered the hall, he couldn't help but be captivated by the enchanting atmosphere. The air was filled with laughter and the soft melodies of the orchestra, creating a magical ambience that celebrated the spirit of the season. Nightlight, being Princess Celestia's advisor, was well acquainted with the importance of such events, but tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the air of anticipation or the subtle magic that hung in the air. Twilight Velvet, a vision in her light grey coat and a mane that blended moderate purple and light grey, stood near the refreshments table. She was engaged in a conversation with a group of ponies, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Nightlight couldn't help but admire her from a distance, appreciating the grace with which she carried herself. Making his way through the crowd, Nightlight found himself standing beside Twilight Velvet. "Good evening, Miss Velvet," he greeted with a warm smile, his voice a gentle melody. Twilight Velvet turned to him, her light arctic blue eyes meeting his. "Good evening, Mr. Nightlight. What a splendid night for a celebration, isn't it?" "It certainly is," Nightlight replied, his eyes reflecting the twinkle of the lights around him. "The princess has outdone herself with the decorations." Twilight Velvet chuckled. "Well, it is Hearthwarming Eve after all, a time for joy and magic." As Nightlight and Twilight Velvet delved deeper into conversation, the hall buzzed with the festive energy of the Hearthwarming Eve dance. The soft strains of the orchestra served as a melodic backdrop to their discussions, creating an intimate atmosphere that encouraged the exchange of ideas and shared interests. Their conversation seamlessly transitioned from magical advancements to the intricacies of unicorn chess. Nightlight was animated as he described the strategic brilliance required to excel in the game.
His eyes alight with enthusiasm. Chess is not merely a game of moves and pieces, it's a dance of intellect, he explained, a certain fervour in his voice. My father taught me the nuances, the delicate balance between offence and defence. It's a reflection of life in a way.
Twilight Velvet, captivated by Nightlight's passion, nodded thoughtfully. I've always admired the strategic depth of unicorn chess. It's a beautiful blend of magic and intellect, and your insight adds a whole new layer to its complexity. Their discussion seamlessly shifted to literature, another shared interest that ignited a spark between them. Twilight Velvet, a book publisher and writer herself, spoke animatedly. Books have this incredible power to transport us to different worlds, to evoke emotions we never knew we had, she expressed, her eyes gleaming with the fire of a true bibliophile. Writing allows us to weave spells with words, creating realms where imagination knows no bounds. Nightlight in turn shared his appreciation, though from a different perspective.
In my role as Princess Celestia's junior advisor, I often find myself immersed in political tomes and historical accounts. Yet there's a certain artistry to it. The diplomacy, the power of words in shaping the fate of nations. It's a dance of its own, one that requires finesse and precision. The correct words are often more important than any pony realizes. In the gentle cadence of their conversation, Nightlight and Twilight Velvet discovered an effortless harmony, each revelation knitting their hearts closer together. The exchange of ideas felt like an intimate dance, a shared rhythm that resonated in the quiet spaces between their words. The magic of the heart-warming Eve dance became a backdrop to the creation of something profoundly personal, a tapestry woven not just with threads of intellect, but with the delicate fibres of their individual stories. As Nightlight unveiled the lessons of his past and the challenges he overcame, he could feel Twilight Velvet standing beside him, not as a distant observer, but as a compassionate confidant. Her gaze held an understanding that reached beyond mere acknowledgement, diving into the depths of his experiences. In return, when Twilight Velvet spoke of her adventures in literature and the inspiration behind her tales, Nightlight wasn't just an audience, he was a willing participant, enchanted by the vivid hues of her narratives. Under the soft glow of hearth-warming Eve lights, Nightlight opened the door to his past, inviting Twilight Velvet to step into the corridors of his childhood. His voice, usually composed and steady, now carried a warmth tinged with nostalgia. I grew up in a small village in Equestria, Nightlight began, his eyes reflecting distant memories. My father was a wise unicorn, and he imparted to me the essence of hard work and the importance of the mind. It wasn't just about school, it was about understanding the ebb and flow of magic, about keeping your mind sharp and always expecting the next action before it happened. Nightlight's eyes now glassy at the thought of his father. I lost him a few years back. Not to death at first, but his mind. He was no longer himself, not the father I knew.
Twilight Velvet listened, laying a hoop on Nightlight's shoulder, her arctic blue eyes filled with empathy. Nightlight continued.
There were challenges outside of family, of course. The path to becoming Princess Celestia's junior advisor was paved with uncertainties.
Nightlight wiped his eyes and sniffled.
But I always remembered my father's words. In every challenge there's an opportunity. There was a guiding light that led me through the trials.
As Nightlight shared the vulnerabilities of his journey, Twilight Velvet found herself drawn into the emotional landscape of his past. The dance floor seemed to fade away, leaving only the echoes of Nightlight's experiences. In his words, she felt the resilience, the determination, and the heartache that shaped the pony standing before her. Moved by his sincerity, Twilight Velvet reciprocated by unveiling the stories hidden within the pages of her own life. She spoke of her early days as an aspiring writer, the struggles of finding her voice, and the passion that fueled her love for literature. Writing Daring Do wasn't just about creating an adventurous character. It was about embracing the unknown, facing fears, and discovering the hero within, she shared, her eyes reflecting the fire that fueled her creativity. It was an escape from the life I had in my home,
Boys focus on school, don't take risks, and speak only when spoken to. Twilight Velvet sighed deeply. Being the youngest mare of so many siblings, I often felt overshadowed, like I was nothing. But another mare to be a gold star on my parents' socio-economic report card for Canterlot's elite. Twilight Velvet's tales wove a tapestry of imagination and perseverance, and Nightlight found himself enchanted not just by her words, but by the genuine emotion she poured into each anecdote. The hearth-warming Eve dance became a backdrop to the unveiling of their true selves, and the connection between them deepened with every shared story. Amidst the revelry of the festive night, Twilight Velvet's voice shifted from heavy to carrying the resonance of joy as she spoke about the euphoria of sharing literature with others. There's a unique magic in witnessing some pony fall in love with a story, she confessed, a tender smile playing on her lips. To know that a tale I've penned has sparked some pony's imagination or brought comfort in their solitude, it's a feeling beyond compare. Nightlight's admiration for Twilight Velvet swelled, not just for her literary accomplishments, but for the kindness and determination woven into her being. The dance of words and emotions continued, creating an invisible bond that transcended the magical setting of the hearth-warming Eve dance. The dance floor beckoned, and Nightlight extended a hoop towards Twilight Velvet. Would you care to join me for a dance, Miss Velvet? Twilight Velvet's eyes sparkled with delight. I would be honoured, Mr. Nightlight. As they stepped onto the dance floor, the orchestra began to play a soft melodic tune. The two unicorns moved in perfect harmony, the dance a reflection of the connection forming between them. The world around them faded as they lost themselves in the music, their hearts beating to the same rhythm. You're quite skilled on the dance floor, Twilight Velvet commented, her voice carrying a hint of admiration. Nightlight smiled, his palalo blue mane swaying with the gentle movements. I could say the same about you. It's a pleasure to share this dance with such a graceful partner. As the dance continued, Nightlight and Twilight Velvet found themselves engrossed in conversation, sharing stories and laughter. The festive atmosphere of the hearth-warming Eve dance seemed to amplify the magic of their connection. Time passed in a blur, and before they knew it, the dance came to an end. I must say, this has been the most enjoyable hearth-warming Eve dance I've attended, Twilight Velvet admitted, a soft blush gracing her cheeks. Nightlight nodded in agreement. I couldn't agree more. It's not every day that one has the pleasure of meeting some pony as enchanting as you, Miss Velvet. As the night drew to a close, Nightlight and Twilight Velvet exchanged a lingering gaze. The connection they had forged in a single evening had the promise of something more. Before parting ways, Nightlight mustered the courage to ask, May I accompany you home, Miss Velvet? Twilight Velvet's eyes twinkled with a mixture of surprise and pleasure. I would like that very much, Mr. Nightlight. And so, under the starlit sky of hearth-warming Eve, Nightlight and Twilight Velvet walked together, the magic of the season weaving around them like a gentle enchantment. The festive lights illuminated their path, casting a warm glow on the budding romance that had taken root on this magical night. As they strolled through the snow-covered streets of Canterlot, Nightlight couldn't help but feel a sense of joy and anticipation for the future. Little did he know that this enchanting, hearth-warming Eve dance marked the beginning of a love story that would endure through the years, eventually blossoming into a family filled with warmth, magic, and the enduring spirit of the season. A family that would change the very path of all equestrians.
In Canterlot on heart's warming night, two hearts crossed paths in a magical hall, where laughter and music united them all. Nightlight stood with a steady grace, adjusting his bow tie, taking his place. The grand affair, a sparkling scene, a celebration fit for the season's gleam. Twilight velvet poised and bright, her words a melody, her presence a light. By the refreshments her laughter soared, drawing nightlight towards something adored. Oh, the dance of hearts, the festive glow, underneath the stars and the falling snow. In the warmth of the season their stories aligned, a tapestry of magic, two lives intertwined. They spoke of books, of chess, of dreams, of childhood lessons and life's swift streams. Nightlight shared of his father's spark, a guiding star through time so dark. Velvet revealed her daring quest, her voice like poetry, her soul expressed. Through tales of courage and shadows past, a bond was woven to forever last. Oh, the dance of hearts, the festive glow, underneath the stars and the falling snow. In the warmth of the season their stories aligned, a tapestry of magic, two lives intertwined. Through the twirls and turns on the polished floor, their laughter echoed, their spirits soared. Velvet's grace, nightlight's charm, together they weathered the winter's calm. With every word, with every glance, they found a rhythm, a destined chance. The hall dissolved to their shared delight, two hearts in harmony, a perfect night. Oh, the dance of hearts, the festive glow, underneath the stars and the falling snow. In the warmth of the season their stories aligned, a tapestry of magic, two lives intertwined. As they strolled through the snow-covered streets, the night whispered promises soft and sweet, hearts warming lights lit their destined way. Two hearts united to brighten the day. Through love and magic their story grew, a family born of the bond they knew. And in the season of warmth and cheer, a love began that would last through the years.
Nightlight smiled, his palato. Nightlight smiled, his palato. Nightlight smiled, his palato. Nightlight smiled, his palato. Nightlight smiled, his palalo blue mane swinging. Nightlight adjusted his deep plateau blue bow tie. Nightlight adjusted his deep palalo blue. Nightlight adjusted his deep palalo. Nightlight adjusted his deep palalo.
Swan by Praise the Sun. Please go to fanfiction.net and leave them a like and comment. I can no longer provide a link in the description due to others getting community guideline strikes for that. The late afternoon sun bathed the Canterlot Royal Gardens in a warm gold, stretching shadows long across the stone paths and painting the sky in soft orange and violet. The air smelled faintly of roses, trimmed grass, and earth after a light breeze had swept through. Somewhere in the hedges, birds chirped softly, not quite ready to call it a day. Anonymous walked with his hands tucked into his pockets, his pace unhurried. His shirt shifted slightly with every step, his shoes crunching the gravel beneath. He wasn't talking. He really did during these kinds of walks. Beside him walked Princess Celestia, as tall, graceful and quiet as she always was. Her long legs moved in practiced steps, light and soundless on the path. Her mane flowed in its eternal breeze, catching the golden light in its shimmering strands of violet, blue and pink. She was calm, like a reflection on still water. They had been walking together for a while. No guards, no nobles, no crowd, just the two of them. Celestia broke the silence first. Her voice was like silk smooth with leisure slowness. "This part of the garden is my favourite," she said. "Most never make it this far. Even many of the castle staff forget it's here." Anonymous looked around. The hedges grew taller on his side. The statues were fewer and the flower beds wilder and less arranged, making it all feel more natural. It felt quieter here, like the garden itself was holding its breath. "Yeah," he said, glancing towards the trees. "Definitely feels different. Not bad though. Peaceful." Celestia smiled at his words. "That is why I come here. When my duties allow, I often find clarity among the trees." He looked at her out of the corner of his eye. "And here I thought you just wanted to show me more flowers." "I could have shown you 1,000 roses," she replied with a gentle chuckle, "but this spot, it has something more important." Anonymous didn't ask what she meant. He had learned to let her words hang when she spoke like that. Sometimes she explained, sometimes she didn't. It was something Celestia does often, but he doesn't mind. The path curved slightly, opening into a small clearing around a pond. Lily pads dotted the water's surface. Cattails swayed at the edge. A stone bench sat beneath a willow tree, moss growing around its base. And near the centre of the pond, gliding without effort, was a white swan. Celestia noticed it first. "Ah, one of the few swans that remain year-round. They're quite particular about where they stay." Anonymous stopped walking. His gaze followed the swan as it moved slowly across the pond, cutting through the still water like it was painting a line. Its feathers gleamed in the evening light. He stood there, watching. Celestia remained beside him, but said nothing. "You know," he murmured eventually, "you kinda remind me of a swan." Celestia turned her head, surprised. "Do I?" He nodded toward the water. "You walk similar like them, all smooth and graceful, and you always keep your head up. You've got that tail, glowy thing going on, and your mane. Yeah, you're practically a magical swan." Celestia blinked, then let out a soft, melodic laugh. "I've been called many things, but never that." "It's not a bad thing," he added, still looking at the bird. "They're kind of beautiful, peaceful looking even. Everyone watches them, but they never seem bothered by it." The comment hung there a moment. A gentle breeze moved through the clearing. Celestia's expression softened, her eyes following the swan as it approached the edge of the pond. "Swans are solitary creatures mostly," she said quietly, "but when they choose company, they stay with them for life." Anonymous looked at her. "Didn't know that." She met his gaze for a moment, and for just that second, there was something deeper behind her calm eyes, something she didn't say. They moved forward again. The path wrapped around the pond and led back toward a shaded corridor of trees. After a few steps, Anonymous paused. There was a soft of something moving behind him. He turned. The swan had left the water. It waddled up the grass, slowly trailing behind him. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. Celestia turned as well. Her brow rose slightly. "It appears you've made an impression." He looked at her. "You said they don't get close to just anyone." "They don't," she replied. The swan continued following, unbothered, its head slightly tilted as if it had somewhere to be, and that place was directly behind him. Anonymous kept walking, so did the swan.
It's still following me.
Celestia's expression shifted to one of quiet amusement. Indeed it is.
Okay, now I'm starting to feel judged.
Perhaps it sees something in you, Celestia said, voice softer now, or perhaps it simply enjoys your presence. He glanced at her.
That why you keep following me,
Celestia stopped walking. He turned halfway to face her. When her voice came, it was gentler than before. There is a reason I often choose to walk with you. Anonymous blinked. He waited. You are not loud, she said. You do not try to impress. You do not ask for anything. And yet, when I am beside you, I feel lighter. He shifted awkwardly.
I'm not really doing anything special.
She shook her head, smiling faintly. You do not have to. The swan waddled up and stood just behind him again, lowering its head as it settled into the grass. He glanced back down at it, then back at Celestia.
You're really sticking to this swan metaphor, huh?
She chuckled. It was your comparison, not mine.
Well, now there's two graceful creatures following me, he muttered. Not sure what to do with that.
Celestia stepped a little closer. The tip of her wing brushed his shoulder, light as a breeze. You don't need to do anything, she said. Just let it happen. He looked at her, then at the swan. It had laid down completely now, perfectly content, as if it had made its choice.
We're really doing this?
He asked quietly. Celestia smiled, and the way the light hit her, it made her glow. We already are. They turned to sit down on a patch of grass and sat there in silence, the sun dipping further behind the castle spires. A hush fell over the garden. The birds had quieted and the breeze slowed. Celestia had her head on top of Anonymous while he scooted closer to her body and leaning into it, shifting slightly to get comfortable. The swan, still laying on the grass with eyes closed, let out a soft, pleasant snort. After a while, Celestia rose and turned to begin walking back toward the castle. Anonymous followed. And behind him, the swan waddled along, calm, steady and sure. The moon had just begun its rise when Luna entered the royal study. Her hoofsteps were light and her smile far too smug to be innocent. Celestia looked up from the scroll she was reading. Good evening, Luna. Good evening, sister, Luna returned, voice lifting with exaggerated sweetness. Enjoy your daily walk to the royal gardens today? Celestia raised an eyebrow. I did, yes. The gardens were peaceful. Luna trotted closer, circling like a cat. He knew it had caught a mouse. And your company? Peaceful as well? Celestia didn't answer right away, eyes narrowing with suspicion. I presume you have heard something? Oh, I have heard many things, Luna said, plopping herself onto a nearby cushion with a grin. A little bird. Well, technically a swan that was following Anon throughout the castle told me that a certain alicorn was compared to a waterfowl this evening. A quiet silence followed. Celestia returned to her scroll. It was a passing remark, nothing more. Luna smirked. Oh, no. The swan said that Anon mentioned you reminded him of its species, tall, elegant, graceful, and fond of following him. Celestia set her scroll down. Are you here to make fun of me, or is there a purpose to this visit? Luna grinned wider. Both. Celestia let out a long sigh. I must admit, Luna said, reclining in her hooves like a dramatic actress, I've always seen you as more of a heron, or perhaps a flamingo on a tired day. Luna? But now I must adjust, our wise and noble sister, royal swan of Equestria. Celestia said nothing, calm as ever, but with a flick of her wing sent a cushion flying directly into Luna's face. It bounced off harmlessly. Luna laughed. Tease all you like, Celestia said as she stood up and turned to leave, but I'm not the only royal swan who enjoys walking beside him. Luna's grin faltered a little. Celestia paused at the door, looking back over her shoulder. Oh, and Luna, she added with a soft, knowing smile, swans mate for life. And with that, she stepped out, leaving Luna sitting in stunned silence, cushion still at her hooves. She's in love? Luna muttered, blinking. By the stars, she means it. She sat there a moment longer, then slowly narrowed her eyes at the door. Well then, two can play this game.
In gardens bathed in golden light, they walk together through the night. No crowd, no throne, no need for plans, just quiet steps, two hearts at hand. She walks with grace, the evening's glow, her flowing mane the winds still know. He sees her come, her beauty drawn, and whispers, you remind me of a swan. Grace of a swan, tall and free, calm as the water, strong as the sea, following close wherever they go, a bond unspoken, yet they both know. A swan appears, it trails behind, reflecting truths they've yet to find. And when he asks why she's always near, her voice is gentle, calm, sincere. You do not ask, you do not take. With you I breathe, with you I wake. You make me light, you make me stay. I follow you, come what may. Grace of a swan, tall and free, calm as the water, strong as the sea, following close wherever they go, a bond unspoken, yet they both know. And Luna teases with her grin,
Dating Simps by 21km to Nerdiness. Friday night, the day every pony unwinded for the upcoming weekend looming upon them. However, this particular night was what many were looking forward to. Earlier in the week, the residents of Ponyville were graced with the sudden presence of a wide, fancy new restaurant, Mugs, Hugs and Cuddlebugs. Now completed on the outskirts of town, no expensive catches, enough space to make reservations obsolete, and lots of lonely hearts willing to kill for such an opportunity. Coco Pommel, on the other hoof, came against her will. Yes, what was meant to just be a friendly little visit with a certain fabulous fashionista soon became a forceful night of fun. That night, the shy mare struggled to make an approach towards the love-themed establishment. Ponies strolled past her with no issue, leaving her alone in an aura of overwhelming shyness. The Earth Pony flinched, catching herself as she noticed a pale lime green mare with a tan brown mane waving her over from behind a wooden podium. "Hey, you! You've been quivering in fear in that same spot for almost half an hour. You okay there?" Taking a heavy gulp. "Welcome to MH&C, girl. What can I do you for?" Coco kept her head down, frantically searching through her turquoise purse to pull out a red ticket with glistening gold trimming. I have a coupon," she uttered. "For a free mug?" "Wonderful!" The mayor collected the slip of paper. "Head right in. Pick a table, any table. Enjoy yourself." The shy gal gave a quick and silent nod, shuffling onward past the large, dark doors. Inside, the bustling building was in full swing. Couples had taken in its romantic decor. Exquisite and flavourful meals were being prepared and sizzled before the amazed customers, and the staff were quick and efficient, moving in perfect sync with one another. While still nervous of her unfamiliar surroundings, Coco was equally astounded by the aesthetic and excellent service being displayed. Her state of awe was then cut short as a bubbly filly zipped circles around her on roller skates.
"Hi there!
She yipped, squeaking to a halt.
Everything going well for you, ma'am?"
Yes," Coco mumbled. "I was about to find a table."
"Of course! Let me take you to a real good one."
The young one escorted her guests further into the restaurant. "Meeting a special sun pony?" "Me? No, I'm not that interesting."
"Not with that attitude. No worries, I'm sure some pony wouldn't mind mingling with you."
"I just had a coupon for a free mug. A friend of mine insisted I come here."
"Oh, do you know what a free mug comes with, right?"
"I don't think so."
"Comes with a free snuggle sesh with additional features."
Huh?
"Tell me, what do you like in a partner?"
I don't know."
"Come on, girl to girl, spill."
"I guess I like a tall stallion. One who'd like me for me and..."
"Here we are."
The filly guided the stunned mare into a curved booth with blood-red seats surrounding a sleek oak table.
"You'll love it, trust me. Your waiter will be with you in a bit."
Within a few seconds, the rushing child was already gone before Coco could question further. Clearing her throat, she sheepishly scooted onto the centre seat. Thoughts of a potential boo thing had plagued her mind, putting up vigorous fight with her crippling insecurities. It wasn't long going into her thought process when a peach-coloured earthstone with a golden mane popped up.
"Hey there,"
he greeted, giving a confident wink.
"So, it's one free mug for the lady?"
Coco pressed her back against the seat in surprise. Yes, that's me. But does it come only in mugs?" "Of course not, cutie. We have regular cups, sippy cups,
Wine glasses?"
wine glass would be nice. With wine too, if that's available."
"Coming right up.
Miss Coco Pummel. Xander. He scooped a hoof to smooch it kindly, chuckling as the flustered mare tried to hide a smile. Pleasure to meet you. Be right back. Left alone again, Coco let out a heavy sigh, letting her giddy emotions flood freely. Never had she been in the company of someone as caring or as handsome. She stared longingly at a hoof where he had smooched, smiling wide as a faint blush grew brighter. Eventually, Xander returned carrying a single glass of cherry wine on a silver tray atop his head, kneeling to swiftly slide it in between her hooves. For the lovely girl, he hummed. Thank you so much. As she took a sip of her drink, she held her breath, noticing the stallion in the corner of her eye sliding up beside her in the booth. Heart racing, she kept her eyes forward, watching other couples in the restaurant in each other's embrace. Nervous? Xander chuckled. About what? If you don't feel comfortable about free hug sessions, that's perfectly understandable. It's a unique concept we offer, but it's our motto. We all need love. No, it's just I never had a guy want to do anything like that with me before. I don't know what to do or say.
Let me help you. Tell me what you want.
I want to be snuggled.
Could you repeat that?
I want to be snuggled.
Xander held his arms out wide.
Of course.
A bead of sweat came down Coco's forehead. Taking a big swig of her wine, she placed it down and hesitantly inched toward the open stallion. A minute or two went by before Xander carefully guided her chin atop his shoulder, wrapping his toned hooves around her back. Shocked and breathless, Coco practically melted like butter into his warm hug.
I find that hard to believe,
the cheeky stallion uttered, rubbing down her fuzzy back.
Any stallion would be lucky to have you.
I'm just an average,
Coco managed to huff out, getting lost in the sensations.
An average mare.
Nonsense. I'm sure you're very fascinating. Tell me about yourself, Miss Pummel.
Face hotter than ever, the flattered mare rested her head against her hugging buddy's chest, raising her hooves to caress his sturdy back.
I'm a dressmaker. I make special costumes for plays. Sometimes I sell dresses across some big cities.
Well, that's wonderful. I myself enjoy a lavish production.
Xander looked down at the small creature, now staring back at him with glistening eyes, leaning in to plant steady, delicate kisses upon her off-white coated cheek. Very impressive. Coco bit her lower lip, reaching to the moist contact.
You're just saying,
The stallion's sweet kisses then trailed off down her slender neck, her grateful grip on him growing tighter.
Is that the additional features I've heard about?
The mare giggled, closing her eyes in delight.
That it is indeed. I can stop if you want.
No, I love it. Please, tell me about you.
Before working here, I babysat a lot of foals. A lot.
Wow, sounds like a hooful.
They may be gremlins, but at least they listen to me. The adults, not so much.
Oh, you poor thing. Hey, I'm listening, always.
The stallion's ears perked up wholeheartedly.
Thank you. That's a first for me. It really means a great deal.
Of course. So,
What is it, Miss Pummel?
Can you keep going?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Xander's playful pecks transitioned into light nibbles, occasionally tugging her skin between his lips and earning sweet moans from the customer. Coco's grip grew even tighter as she instinctively leaned up to return a kiss to the stallion's neck.
Eep!
She blushed.
I'm sorry.
Suddenly, a low but hearty belch escaped the stone.
Pardon me, he snickered. It's okay. We consider that our own personal tips. You got quite a strong grip, I must say.
Thank you. I just never felt this way before with any pony. It feels so good.
You deserve to feel good, Miss Pummel.
Call me Coco if you want.
Well, Xander lifted a hoop to boop her nose.
Do you feel special, Coco?
Very much.
The mare nuzzled into him with a pleased pout.
Anything special I could do for a special gal?
Coco popped her lavender sailor collar, puffing her fluffy chest out with an adorable smirk.
I've always wanted a stone to play with my floof.
What an amazing floof!
Xander licked his lips, placing his hooves deep within her fluff-filled forest.
Am I doing it right?
Yes.
Every strand of fuzz on the worker's neck stood on end as Coco's happy coos sent a wave of ecstasy up his spine. The two struggled to keep their hums of reflection low under the sounds of chatter and clatter. The sensual strawberry aroma of the candles circled around them. Their cuddle upgraded to a passionate snuggle. All throughout the session, a restless but simultaneously pleasing sensation gradually built up within the stallion's gut as he and his cuddle bug explored each other. Everything came knocking up every corner of his being. Coco's vigorous snuggling squeezed it up. There was no return. It was coming. The vibrations of his throaty roar shook the restaurant, reducing the clatter to a deafening silence. Soon, the staff erupted into supportive cheers as every pony continued on with their cuddling dates.
Sweet Celestia!
Coco laughed, poking her recovering buds back against his seat.
You're just a gassy type, aren't you?
He muttered, had a big lunch.
That ought to do it.
As the mare rested with her cup of wine, Xander reached for the small, fancy vase on the table beside the candle, plucking a rose and placing it behind her ear.
Beautiful,
he sighed, locking eyes with hers. Coco rubbed a hoof on his cheek.
Handsome.
Much appreciated. So, how was my service to you?
It was magical. I felt special, more than I've ever felt in my life. No pony's ever looked at me this highly before, but I have to tell my friend Rarity it was decent enough or she'd never let me hear the end of it.
Well, your secret's safe with me.
Coco flipped her two-toned blue mane to the side, giving the stone a grateful boop.
For that, here's your tip.
Xander's hair spiked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He fell petrified, helplessly watching the sneaky mare plant a generous peck on the lips. Eyes half-lidded.
I should probably get going,
she whispered in his ear.
All that cuddling took the energy right out of me.
Understandable,
the stunned pony fumbled to say, composing himself.
We close in less than an hour anyways.
Lovely. She finished her drink, being politely guided out from the booth.
We should do this again, soon, at least.
I would love that.
Coco's face scrunched into a cute pout as her hoof smooched one last time. Her gentle colt stood there curiously while she rummaged through her purse before setting a ladybug pin against his beige patterned shirt.
To remember me?
You're my first legit client. Ish. Of course I'll remember you.
The two briefly exchanged smiles before the mare turned heel and headed for the exit. Once she was out of sight, Xander pocketed the precious gift and let out a light sigh, swishing his tail in gleeful satisfaction.
Enough gawking, Casanova,
a gruff stallion waiter gave him a friendly slug in the arm.
Let's get to it. Yeah, coming. Dang, I haven't eaten this well in months.
Closing time. Mugs, Hugs and Cuddlebugs was a rousing success with Ponyville. Tables cleaned and customers satisfied, and long gone, the vast staff waited idly by the centre of the establishment. Xander, however, sat alone, fiddling dreamily with the ladybug pin. Eventually, a huge booming thud from the front doors grabbed every pony's attention. Landing before them was the green mare, a mischievously twisted grin across her face. "So," she hummed, popping her neck, "how was everyone's dinner?" All but Xander erupted into triumphant celebration and or belches. "I'll take that as an absolutely." With a heavy stomp of her hoop, the mare's cheekbones twisted and morphed to appear harder and less rounded. A glowing green wall of blinding fire surrounded her. Her appealing skin faded into a coal black coat as features from the entire staff followed suit. Reveling in her deceit under the proud authority of their queen, Chrysalis. Soon Xander changed into his dark, bug-like form last, begrudgingly, not breaking his golden-eyed gaze on the pin. "Why didn't we think of this sooner?" Chrysalis cackled, strolling through her subjects. "Creating a lovey-dovey dump like this, and those pathetic simpletons just come flocking in. We will no longer starve, no longer scavenge. We have a love farm on our hooves." Chaotic applause shook the roof. "So savour every last drop remaining on your vile tongues," the Queen continued. "A gold mine has blessed us tenfold, and we must exploit every sad, sour single sap that walks through our doors. Their hopeless love is their only ounce of significance, and what could be more valuable than love?" Under all the cheering commotion, Xander closed his eyes. The thought of the dressmaker's presence elicited a dreamy yet dopey grin as he chuckled to himself. "Couldn't agree more. And next time, my subjects, please just remove your bucking uniforms instead of tearing them up. These things are very, very expensive." "There's no scientific explanation for this," by The Princess Rarity. Boredom, the silent killer. Any pony in Equestria who was swamped by the feeling knew how distasteful it was to just sit around, do nothing, and have no idea what to do in order to keep occupied. Now, sometimes it affected some ponies worse than others. And the God of Chaos never had it. Ever. Until now. Discord had nothing to do at all. He had pranked Luna and Celestia, which caused him to almost get tossed in the dungeon, caused it to rain strawberry milk in the Crystal Empire because chocolate milk was now overrated, hypnotised some of the royal guards into thinking that they were trapped in a video game, which was quite amusing until he almost got hit with a sword, and scared a pack of high-class citizens with nothing but his presence in the town square. So now, he was sitting in his thinking tree, wondering what he could do next. There had to be something, anything. He would visit his dear friend Fluttershy, but she was off on another trip regarding her precious animals, and he'd hate to disturb her. So what could he do? After all, what with being limited to using his powers, there wasn't much to do. It was just such a shame that nothing was truly fun without a little chaos. But then, suddenly, it hit him. literally, as a piece of branch suddenly cracked off of his thinking tree, hitting him upside the head. The Draconicus brightened up. "Eureka!" he called, to no one in particular, and with that said, he snapped his talons, causing him to vanish in thin air. There was a certain sun pony he hadn't visited in quite some time. XOXO. It was a dreadful day in Ponyville. The clouds were a gloomy grey. Rain sprinkled on and off all throughout the town, and thunder echoed practically for miles. While horrible weather reigned over, it was still peaceful in an odd sort of way. It was a sort of rainy day that ponies could sit inside and enjoy. And Twilight Sparkle was going to do just that. With no royal duties in the way, or any ponies coming into the library on this wicked day, she had decided to allow herself a break for once. Seeing how Spike was out helping Rarity yet again, and trapped at her place until the storm cleared, Twilight really did have a day all to herself, which was a bit of a rare occasion she was now going to cherish. She had brewed herself a pot of tea, had a stack of books for later, and was now going to cuddle up and watch a movie. While this sort of indoor entertainment and advanced technology was often only allowed in theatres for the citizens of Equestria, the privileges of being a princess meant having a few little extras now and then. Letting out a content sigh, Twilight levitated over the film reel and adjusted it into the projector, settling down into her seat as it began to play. The famous Disney Castle lit up for the intro, which delighted her. Ah yes, a do-nothing day. They sure were nice. Levitating the mug to her lips, taking a sip of her tea, Twilight almost spit it out as she noticed a white flash of magic that certainly wasn't her own, and before her there was a certain sun pony splayed out next to her, or rather, some Draconicus. "Discord?" she asked in pure confusion. "Oh, hello, Princess Twilight," the Spirit of Disharmony replied, with a nonchalant wave of his lion paw, snatching a book from the stack she had set aside. "I had always pegged you for a Harry Trotter fan, you know." Twilight scoffed and rolled her eyes, using her magic to pause her film. "Why are you here?" she inquired. "Don't try to tell me you're sick again." Discord shook his head, beginning to skim through the books. "No, I'm not here for that," he assured. "Goodness gracious, you've got the whole series. I admit I've never read it, but..." "Discord," she declared. "What are you here for?" "Nothing," he said simply, with a shrug. This baffled Twilight, and she raised an eyebrow. "So, may I ask again, why are you here?" she repeated. The Draconicus let out a huff. "What? Am I not allowed to visit one of my friends whenever I feel like it?" he questioned. "No, but..." "And we are friends, aren't we?" Twilight's expression fell flat, and she stammered over her words. "Not this again." She rolled her eyes, releasing a deep breath. "I suppose so," she muttered. While he had practically ruined Equestria, that was almost a year ago, and he had been reformed by Fluttershy for Pony's sake. Granted, from the outside, he hadn't changed much, but Twilight was never one to judge a book by its cover. "Wonderful," Discord said with a smile. "So, what are you doing?" "If you ruin my limited edition copies," Twilight grumbled as she eyed the Draconicus who was carelessly tossing her books about. Just to put her mind at ease, she magically snapped the books away from him and put them in a nearby drawer, locking it and putting a protection spell on it. Who knows, he might eat them. "Well, that was rude," he commented, oddly enough smirking as he let out the statement. Holding back an exasperated sigh, Twilight nodded to the projector and managed a half-hearted smile. "I'm going to watch a movie. If you'd like to join me," she said simply. Discord sat back, crossing one mismatched leg over the other, looking at the projector thoughtfully. "So, this is the perks of being a princess, eh?" he laughed. Ignoring his comment, she pressed play and kept her eyes on the bare wall that sufficed as her screen, happily watching each scene unfold. Despite Discord's antics, which involved him making obscene noises and letting out unnecessary groans or just acting like the child he was, Twilight was trying to enjoy the film. Emphasis on trying. The boastful antagonist hadn't even asked the intelligent heroine to marry him before Twilight finally spoke up. "Could you please be quiet?" she said between gritted teeth. He wasn't doing anything terribly wrong, but he was the spirit of disharmony and god of chaos. Just his aura around her was enough to set off any sort of trouble and annoyance. Discord scoffed and rolled his eyes. "Always so quick to put the blame on me," he muttered. "What are you..." Just as the main character of the film began to sing the reprise of the intro song, which Twilight had unfortunately missed for the most part, another loud groan was heard, but not from Discord. The unspoken question was quickly answered, but as expected, it was far from a simple answer. Suddenly, a figure popped up from Discord's side, and of course, it had to something absurd. There was a sock with googly eyes on it, and a marker smile scribbled across. It was a sock puppet. He really was childish, wasn't it? "Oh, come on!" the puppet groaned, pretending to gag as it spoke in a shrill, sassy Manhattan accent. "We're gonna watch this? Whatever happened to some bad flank explosions and plots, eh? Some Grand Theft Equestria would be good right now, and..." The puppet was silenced as Twilight let out an annoyed grunt and yanked it off Discord's talon, tossing it across the room. With a mock gasp, the Draconicus turned away from the Alicorn. "How could you do that to Fabio?" he accused. "He was my only friend in this cruel world, and you killed him!" "It's a sock," she deadpanned. "You're racist against socks, aren't you?" Discord accused. Twilight raised an eyebrow and shook her head. "No, I'm not racist," she muttered. "I'm completely accepting of every and any pony, but I would appreciate it if you would be considerate enough to let me watch my movie in peace." She bit her tongue to prevent a comment regarding the fact that Discord probably didn't even know what peace was. Pouting, the Draconicus slumped down and refocused his attention on the film, as Twilight finally felt somewhat content despite the factor of who her companion of the day was. She'd just try to make the best of it. That was all.
"Why is that candlestick talking?" the god of chaos suddenly asked. "And, you know, that clock reminds me of you. I can't put my claw on it, but..."
"You're the most chaotic being in all of Equestria, and you're questioning a movie?" she interrupted, now confused and completely puzzled. Discord chuckled and nodded.
"That's it," he continued. "The cute little grumpy face."
"What?" Twilight said slowly, as frustration melted away, and she suddenly became bashful. The spirit of disharmony laughed, crossing his arms with his typical "I'm up to something" smirk.
"That face you make whenever you're mad at me," he pointed out. "You're still doing it. I don't think it ever goes away whenever I'm around."
He stroked his goatee in thought and arched an eyebrow.
"I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not."
"It isn't," she quickly argued. You're just..."
"I'm what?" he drawled, letting out a chuckle. "Hilarious, ridiculously good looking, a hero?"
"No!" Twilight snapped and released a frustrated growl and bit her lip to prevent from saying something that she would most likely regret. But then again, his name wasn't Discord for nothing. He let out another laugh and he pointed at her, shaking his head playfully.
"Look at that," he observed. "How adorable, you're blushing."
"I am not," the unicorn quickly lied. Despite her words, a light shade of crimson was indeed slowly spreading across her muzzle. With a victorious smile, the Draconicus nodded and tapped her on the head teasingly.
"Oh, you're just a silly pony," he teased. "And the way you get all mad at me, it's quite entertaining."
Twilight began stammering over her words, only before she released a frustrated groan. "Why do you always do this?" she questioned.
"I'm the creator of chaos, my dear," he said simply.
"Why wouldn't I is the better question." "But with me especially," she debated. "It's like you have a bone to pick with me.
The way you're always teasing me and rubbing it in my face on how powerful you are, and you always purposely annoy me. It's just so... She continued to stutter, trying to find the right words to say, only before she met his gaze and melted, letting a defeated sigh slip past her lips. Twilight blinked slowly, throwing her hooves up in defense. "What do you want from me?" she said. With that, a moment of silence passed between the Draconicus and the Alicorn. Only before something shocking occurred. No pony would ever guess it or expect it, but right then and there, Discord leaned forward and took Twilight's face in his mismatched grasp, softly kissing her lips, which caused her to let out a surprised squeak. It was awkward and a bit clumsy, but still sweet. That is, until Twilight yanked away and gagged. "What was that for?" she shrieked. Discord shrugged.
You wanted to know why I always teased you,
he explained. The princess wrinkled her nose, shaking her head. "No!" she protested. No, that can't be it. This is another sick, twisted joke of yours, isn't it? You're playing with my feelings, aren't you? You have to be." However, for the first time ever, the god of chaos sported an almost scarily serious expression, one that actually seemed quite out of character for someone like himself. It shocked Twilight to no end. "Get out," she practically growled, pointing her hoof to the door, "and never come back."
"What did I do?" he inquired.
"You're being you," she spat. "It's driving me crazy." Discord scoffed and rolled his eyes.
"I can see it's not the way I expected,"
he muttered. Twilight nearly twitched an eye, and she replied, "Why in the wide, wide world of Equestria would I be in love with you? What's the better question is, why are you in love with me?" The spirit of disharmony hesitated, raising a talon before he spoke up.
"I wouldn't say I'm in love with you," he corrected. "That's going a bit far, although I won't deny I admire you. You're a talented soul, Twilight Sparkle, and I like your attitude. As fate would have it, I suppose I'm attracted to you."
Now he had said her name many times, but often it was when he was mocking her. But this time, it just sounded different, and Twilight wasn't sure if she liked it or not. Noticing that she was still stern and strict, Discord gave a small nod.
"Fine," he said in defeat. "I'll see my way out."
With a snap of his talons, he had produced a stick with a little knapsack tied to it and swung it over his back as he trudged to the door, about to exit, when her sweet and soft voice spoke up. "Wait."
"Yes?"
he inquired, looking back at her. For a moment, the world seemed still as Twilight looked at him, with her lavender eyes sparkling and a bittersweet expression. She released a sigh. "You may be chaotic, mismatched, and altogether just plain crazy sometimes, but..." She bit her lip, only before continuing. "I believe in giving every pony, everyone a chance. I suppose you have to be part of that list." Discord didn't smirk for once, like he always did when he won. This time, he genuinely smiled. Using her magic to rewind the movie she had temporarily forgotten, Twilight looked to him with a beckoning half smile. "Would you like to watch this movie with me?" she asked. I think we can relate to it."
"What's it about?"
Discord mused. "A young, intelligent mare finds the good in a beast who comes off as cruel," she said simply. The Draconicus smile only grew, and he gave a nod, returning back to his seat next to the princess.
"I'm sure I'll enjoy it,"
he murmured, wrapping his talon around her figure.
"You don't mind, do you?"
A second passed where Twilight wanted to shrug him off, but instead, she decided to play along with the joke. "I don't kiss on the first date," she declared.
"You've been on a date before?"
he inquired. "Discord."
"It was just a question."
Rolling her eyes, Twilight couldn't help it, but she could have sworn that she too was slightly smiling. Maybe, just maybe, chaos wasn't so bad after all. La fin. Author's note: after watching the premiere of Three's a Crowd later that day, I caught an airing of Beauty and the Beast, which is one of my favourite Disney movies, and bam, Disco Light Feels happened. I shipped this a bit, seeing how it's cute, so I decided to write this stupid thing. I don't know how equestrian technology works, I just made a guess on what I think of how movies and the such work. If you disagree with me, that's fine. Anyway, if you like this story, please upvote, comment, fave, or whatever it is you crazy kids do. Peppermint Winter by Meteor Mirage. The front door to the School of Friendship swung open, releasing a burst of cold air into the toasty, fire-warmed lobby. The flame flickered and threatened to go out, but remained strong as the two entering creatures shut the door behind them. The two intruders did their best to shake off their snow-covered bodies as they huddled together for increased warmth. Gallus, the smaller blue griffin, basically clung to his larger earth pony boyfriend as he shivered intensely. The only wintertime coverings on him being a short, scraggly scarf that he wrapped tightly around his neck. Sandbar, dressed more appropriately with a thick floor-length scarf and dark grey beanie, wrapped a hoof around his boyfriend to draw him closer. As uncomfortable with public affection as he was, he understood he had to make some adjustments to comfort his freezing carburb. The two had just gotten back from a fairly nice breakfast, and despite the hot and lovingly prepared meal they had just eaten, its warmth was absolutely snuffed out by the record cold they were still recovering from. Still, with a frosty bird clinging to him, Sandbar gestured to the large fireplace off to the side of the lobby. "Here, let's warm up a bit," he said softly, nuzzling Gallus for continued warm sharing. In response, Gallus rolled his eyes. "We'd still be warm if we didn't go out for breakfast," he grumbled gently, blaming Sandbar for the weather he had obviously caused. Even still, he didn't complain as they walked in tandem towards the warmth. The fireplace was already well populated. A group of 4 ponies were already seated on the provided couch, leaving the remaining few gathered around to curl up on the ground, either solo or with a loved one to snuggle with. Even with the small group crowded around the fireplace, Sandbar managed to find a smallish spot a little away from the fire, though it was small enough that the 2 boys would have to huddle together if they both wanted to stay warm. As they both settled down to sit, both realized that neither really minded the closeness. Both boys sighed lovingly as they leaned against each other and embraced the warmth. Sandbar leaned down to nuzzle Gallus's head feathers, to which the griffin just grinned and wiggled deeper into his boyfriend's embrace. "Better?" Sandbar asked simply as he wrapped his hoof tighter around the cold bird. "Much better," Gallus said as he immediately went to work in warming up his claws, which were doing their best to not cramp up from the cold. As the two continued to settle, both found that every time the front door opened to let everyone in, for even the smallest moment, the flickering fire bred seeds of chill among all the creatures just trying to stay warm. The unicorns in the crowd quickly got to work trying to maintain the fire, but it was of little help. Gallus was the first to feel the effects of the cold, curling to maintain warmth as he scratched his claw under his tiny, itchy little scarf. Sandbar, both sturdier and gifted with more heat retention due to excessive fluff and coverage, could feel it as well, but certainly not as much as the griffin, who was yet again shivering against him. He looked down at Gallus, slightly concerned, then nuzzled yet again. "Still cold, huh?" he asked. Gallus nodded in response as he wiggled closer to Sandbar, grumbling as he did so. Saying nothing, he instead ripped the scarf he was wearing from his neck and attempted to place it on in a more warming way. Rip seemed to be more literal than he wanted, as the old garment tore as he did so,
joining multiple other small blemishes in the material. This one, however, built off of a few former tears to form a much larger one that stretched a quarter of the way down. It threatened to turn the one thin scarf into two very thin scarves, were he to fiddle with it any further. So he just frustratedly, though also gingerly, returned it from whence it came. Seeing this, Sandbar shot an even more concerned look as he thought deeply for a moment. With a very uncharacteristic frown, he nuzzled Gallus one last time and smoothed his forehead tenderly.
Hey, I know this sucks, but I need to run back to the room and grab something.
With an overly dramatic sigh and a lot of grumbling, Gallus gently wrapped his arms around his boyfriend's neck. "No! Stay with me," he whined. "I'll be cold if you go." As he continued to complain, he tried his hardest to prevent his boyfriend from absconding with his cherished horsey warmth. As his frown gave way to a small loving smirk, Sandbar gave a very dramatic sigh as he pulled away from Gallus briefly. It wasn't hard to break the hold he held, as, while he wasn't trying very hard to hold him down in the first place, the griffin couldn't do much against true earth pony strength. Now slightly separated from Gallus, though not far enough to stop radiating warmth to him, Sandbar began to quickly unwrap his more substantial scarf from around his neck. Before Gallus could even think to respond, he was interrupted by his boyfriend using this newly freed garment to dress him instead. Gallus couldn't exactly explain, as he was warmed immediately by the scarf's presence, sighing happily as the soft, thick fabric greeted his neck around his own itchy and uncomfortable scarf. Now that his boyfriend was distracted, Sandbar was perfectly happy to stand up from his spot, but of course not before pressing his lips against the griffin's forehead and ruffling his head feathers.
There,
Sandbar said with a sly grin as he looked down at Gallus.
That's hopefully enough for until I get back. Although,
he gave a small pause, tapping a hoof against his chin until he gave an even bigger grin.
Ha! I've got it,
he said, and with a bit of a flourish, he removed his beanie and plopped it onto Gallus's head.
There, that should keep you nice and warm for a little longer now. And you look super cute too.
Leaning down, Sandbar placed a loving kiss onto Gallus's beak.
I'll be quick, so don't go anywhere. I love you, Gully.
Gallus grumbled in response, smiling wildly as he couldn't resist pressing back against Sandbar's lips slightly. Sandbar hesitated slightly before making his leave, but still rushed off as swiftly as possible afterwards, as fast as his horsey legs could carry him. Now alone in the group of ponies around him, Gallus sighed and laid his head down for a minute. As much as he wanted to whine about Sandbar leaving him, he couldn't manage much of a complaint, as his chin rested against the soft, plush scarf he now had wrapped around him, and he gave a soft, loving smirk as he gently smelled the fabric and then gave a second, more investigatory sniff. Unsurprisingly, it gave off a very familiar scent. To be more specific, it was a very hearth-warming themed mixture of peppermint-scented body wash and just a light dusting of pine cologne. It was a softer version of the very loud fragrance that his and Sandbar's shared bathroom was coated in after one of his boyfriend's daily 30-minute showers. Not that Gallus minded one bit. With more than a slight curiosity, he removed the beanie he was rented as well, not caring how strange he looked as he tested the smell of that as well. Green apple, just like Sandbar's mane and tail shampoo, and the mane that he'd spent every night for the past year with his beak buried into. The combination of warmth and a lovingly familiar combination of scents forced Gallus into a soft yawn as he stretched out along the hard floor. Still more used to sleeping on floors than beds, he gave a small shrug and settled his head down yet again onto the scarf. If Sandbar was going to be long, he figured, he might as well take a short nap to wait for whatever that pony had planned. He held the beanie close to his chest, involuntarily letting out a soft and sweet trill. Gallus shut his eyes to let the comforting sensations consume him. Even the light, hushed chattering from the ponies around him, especially the group cuddling on the couch, wasn't enough to deter him. What was enough, however, was seemingly moments later when Gallus was jostled awake by a returning Sandbar. Raising his head, Gallus gave a few tired and unintelligible grumbles as he gave his boyfriend a bleary glare. Sandbar offered up an awkward grin as he sidled up against Gallus yet again, chuckling softly as he remembered how cranky he could get after being awoken from even the shortest of naps.
Oops, sorry. I was trying not to wake you, he said as he nuzzled up against Gallus's cheek. Despite the rude awakening, Gallus found himself yet again smiling due to his boyfriend's antics. Though rolling his eyes as he let out a small sigh.
I barely closed my eyes, he croaked, then cleared his throat with a blush.
It was like 20 minutes, dude, Sandbar chuckled, maybe a bit louder than he intended, as he garnered the attention of some of the ponies surrounding the two. No, because it took me a while to grab what I needed.
It was then that Gallus noticed that the scenery around him had changed a little bit. A few ponies that were there seemingly moments ago had left, and finally the couch had been freed up by the group of ponies, though it left the Griffin to wonder why no one had replaced them. After noticing that, he noticed a more peculiar sight of Sandbar's hoop hovering above the floor by a few inches. It took him a few more seconds to spot the box that was very poorly hiding at his side. With a raised eyebrow, Gallus leaned over. "Hey, what you got there?" he asked as he swiped to grab for it. Sandbar chuckled warmly as he pulled it away, hiding it closer to his side and pulling away to protect it.
Not yet. Can I at least get my stuff back? I'm freezing over here.
As a display, he very dramatically began to rub his hooves together and blow against them, using the last of the warmth in him to soothe their ache. Feeling that, despite the absolute lack of dressage, Sandbar was still radiating more warmth than him. Gallus rolled his eyes. Heh, good luck with that. He placed a claw against the scarf around his neck. You should have known when you gave it to me. If it smells like you, there's no way I'm giving it back. Sandbar sighed and leaned against Gallus, leaving his box unguarded as he wrapped a hoof around him.
Yeah, I'm surprised my socks and hoodies survived for this long.
Well, I mean, Gallus started, but left a sentence alone as he bared his talons and gave his free wing a gentle flap. In response, Sandbar nudged his boyfriend's hind paw with his own hind leg.
Oh, come on, you look cute.
He grinned lovingly as he looked down at the blue griffin. With a large blush, Gallus gave a soft huff and refused to respond to that comment. Seeing an opening, Sandbar reached to his side with a hoop.
Anyway, it's going to be a little awkward if you don't, disrobe, 'cause...
He paused to pull the box from his side, offering it over to Gallus with a massive grin.
I got something for you.
What Sandbar offered over was a box much taller than it was wide, wrapped poorly enough in vaguely holiday-themed wrapping paper that Gallus could clearly see the plain cardboard box inside. Obviously, he had wrapped it himself. Gallus started, but was more confused than anything. It was close to heartwarming, but he had always assumed that ponies only gave gifts on that specific day, like the Blue Moon Festival. He looked up to Sandbar with a questioning glance, silently asking if Sandbar was sure. Sandbar gestured towards Gallus with a hoop, eagerly grinning.
Come on, open it!
While there was a little more hesitation, Gallus managed to put aside the strangeness of this and absolutely tear into the packaging. The cardboard box wasn't taped in the slightest, so Gallus had no problem opening it up and fishing out what lay within. The first thing he noticed was how soft this gift was, making even the posh scarf he was renting from Sandbar feel like sandpaper in comparison. Immediately intrigued, Gallus rushed a bit to see what it was. What he pulled out was a scarf, a bright red scarf that was absurdly long, reminding Gallus of the one timekeeper he saw running about Ponyville from time to time, and warmed his claws pleasantly as he held it.
It's, enchanted, Sandbar explained as he saw his boyfriend's face shift to further confusion. Rarity did me a solid and cut the cost for it, but it was still pretty, a lot.
He sighed and, being reminded by the absurd emptiness in his bag of bits, laid his head on the floor for a moment. Then he popped back up, his dramatics over, and nudged Gallus.
So come on, try it on.
Gallus didn't need to be told twice. As nice as Sandbar's scarf was, he delicately removed it and tossed it onto its owner without much of a care. He was much less careful with the scarf that lay under it, tearing it off his neck quite literally as he rushed to remove it. He wasn't concerned by that in the slightest. Upon donning the lovely gift, Gallus grumbled with absolute delight as he was finally blessed with a comfortable amount of warmth, even with his warm boyfriend leaning up against him.
Dear Grover, this is amazing. I love it. I love you.
He hesitated on the last word, most of the sentence forcing itself out in his excitement and leaving him to finish the job for the first time.
Hey, that's...
Sandbar began, but trailed off moments later. The sentiment was clear between the two of them, however, as Gallus leaned up to brush his beak against Sandbar's cheek, a blush very clear on his own.
I love you too, Gully,
Sandbar said as he returned the favour in kind, pressing his lips against the birdie boyfriend's beak and pulling him closer with a hoof around him.
Happy hearths warming.
Merry Gallus started before shaking his head, correcting himself with a small grin to his boyfriend. Happy hearths warming, Sandy. As they yet again rested, enjoying the warmth of the fire before them and the quiet company of the loved one beside them, Gallus felt another nap coming on.
Watch the flakes start to come down across the road under the street light. And I think about heaven, how it must be just like this, with everybody in love and everybody you miss. My little daughter came running up and sat on my knee. She said, Dad, I got a question for you. I said, what's on your mind? She said, I am not sure if Christmas dreams come true. Thought about it for a minute, turned to Tony Bennett, said, love, I think I know that they do. She was asking me how, as I twirled her around, I said, Christmas brought me you. She's smiling at me. She says, Dad, I gotta tell you something. Then tears fill her eyes as she tells me surprise and shows me her wedding ring.
Trixie Writes a Fanfic by And What I See Is Me. Secluded within the quiet walls of the Castle of Friendship, Trixie arranged the ink and parchment on Starlight's desk, preparing to write her masterpiece, after the trio of Trixie, Starlight and Sunburst had failed to win anything with their entry into Twilight's dialogue-only contest last year. Trixie had decided that the obvious solution was for her to write her next story all by herself. Obviously, her great and powerful talent for storytelling was being held back by her partner's focus on things like plot and story structure and basic spelling. Trixie knew that no pony actually cared about all that nerdy stuff and was sure she could write something far better without them. She was so eager to prove it, she'd even skipped work today in order to start writing. She was sure Starlight and Sunburst wouldn't mind. After all, this was way more important work she was doing. She set the quill to parchment and began to write the greatest and most powerful work of fiction that Equestria had ever seen. Daring Do and My Immortal Alicorn, Chapter 1. Daring Do was in a bind, literally, strung ropes bound to her hooves and wings, courtesy of her hated rival Dr. Caballeron, as she leered menacingly at her, her eyes full of menace. Daring knew that she was in a lot of really deep trouble. Dr. Caballeron had certainly outsmarted herself this time, and there was nothing she could do to free herself from his grasp. Surely this was to be her end. Just as Daring Do was about to give up hope, she was saved by a great and powerful, mysterious alicorn who arrived just in time to save her. Daring and Dr. Cabarallon both stared in stunned silence as the alicorn easily beat up the doctor's goons, too stunned for words to say anything. Once the awesomely cool alicorn had finished easily beating up Dr. Canyonero's goons, she walked sexily towards the stunned ponies. The alicorn's ebony black fur and crimson red mane blew dramatically in the wind. Suddenly, Daring Do remembered hearing about this amazing pony, who was more powerful than all the princesses combined, but especially more powerful than Princess Twilight Sparkle. It was the great and powerful Stixie Cooler Moon. The half-dragon, half-bat pony alicorn princess of cool magic stuff. Daring Do was saved. Stixie easily dispatched Dr. Cavalier de Eon with an epic beam of magic and dragonfire combined, and then untied Daring Do. Daring thanked the amazing and sexy Stixie, and then seductively approached her saviour, offering in a seductive voice to repay the alicorn with her body. Stixie coolly accepted the offer and let the Pegasus ravage her through the night. Trixie paused from her writing, taking a moment to collect her thoughts and calm herself down. Great and powerful though she was, even she was surprised by how well her story was coming along. She didn't need to pace herself if she wanted to keep this kind of output up long enough to tell the whole thing. She'd already written nearly 300 words, and she'd barely even been at it for 2 hours. She was worried whether she'd be able to keep up such a blistering pace for long, but for now she was too excited to stop. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to write the next part of her epic. Chapter 2. The next day, Stixie Cooler Moon woke up in the morning after a long night making love with Daring Do. The Pegasus was still asleep, having been utterly satisfied with Stixie's amazing talent at sex. She was almost as good at doing sex as she was at doing magic.
and she was 100,000 times better at magic than Twilight Sparkle. Getting out of bed, Stixie stretched sexily and spread her wings. She flew out of Daring's room, ready for another busy day saving Equestria and being amazing. Flying faster than 10 sonic rainbooms, Stixie was able to return back to her castle in no time. Stixie's castle was made of crystal, just like the castle in Ponyville, but it was much fancier crystal and also much bigger. Plus there was a moat around it with crocodiles swimming around in it and stuff. As she walked to her throne room, all of her guards and servants bowed to the ground out of respect for her greatness and power. The early morning sun shone brightly through the window of her castle and onto her throne as Stixie trotted into the throne room and sat on her throne and awaited her guest. It didn't take long for the pathetic and pitiable form of another weaker alicorn to crawl towards her. It was Princess Twilight Sparkle, who came to beg once again for Stixie's advice and guidance. Stixie sighed in sexy annoyance as Twilight told her about all the problems she was having running even a small part of Equestria, compared to the much larger kingdom Princess Celestia had given to Stixie. After listening to the lesser princess go on and on about her problems for a very long time, even Stixie's infinite patience ran out. She stood up and waved her horn through the air, instantly solving all of Twilight's problems in an instant, because she was just that much better and more magical than Twilight was. Then she picked up Twilight in her magic and carried her to her bedroom, where she let the lesser unicorn ravage her through the afternoon. Trixie almost couldn't believe how good her writing was. Sure, she always knew she was amazing, but not even she could have imagined that writing would come so naturally to her. This was so easy. How could anyone ever have trouble writing anything? Was it just a personal failing for any author to not be churning out a constant stream of masterpiece quality writing whenever they had free time to spare? Trixie decided that it probably was. Stifling a yawn, she settled into a chair and began to write the next part. Third chapter. Later that evening, Stixie walked out of her bedroom, leaving Twilight alone in bed to reflect on how much worse she was at doing sex than Stixie was. It really wasn't even close, and every pony knew it. Suddenly, Stixie was distracted by a unicorn approaching her. It was her sexy and cute mare friend, Glimlight Stara. The two ponies hurried towards each other and then hugged and sexily kissed. Once they were together, Stixie wanted to grab Glimlight and drag her straight to bed to let her ravage her. But Glimlight whispered that she had a surprise waiting for Stixie and told her to follow her. As Stixie followed her mare friend through the castle, she watched her cute butt sway back and forth sexily. Glimlight wasn't as great or as powerful as Stixie was, of course, but she was a pretty impressive second and certainly better than Twilight Sparkle. Stixie was so distracted thinking about her relationship with Glimlight, she almost didn't notice when her mare friend stopped and held a door open for Stixie to enter. But then Stixie did notice and went to the door. She was very surprised by what was inside. It was Dr. Cabinleron! Stixie was very, very shocked and wondered for a moment if Glimlight had betrayed her. But she hadn't. Dr. Cabinleron had come to apologise for his actions and tell Stixie that her awesome and amazing magical power had been so cool and awesome that he had reformed and was now a good guy. Stixie was happy to hear she had reformed another bad pony and decided to celebrate by inviting Dr. Cabinleron and Glimlight to bed with her.
The unicorn and stallion both ravaged her through the night. Trixie yawned and settled deeper into the plush comfort of Starlight's desk chair. Who would have guessed that being the best writer in equestrian history would be so tiring? But if she fell asleep now, wouldn't that be a disservice to every pony who would be robbed of the opportunity to read Trixie's great and powerful story? Of course it would! Doing her best to fight through the exhaustion and persevere, she focused her attention on finishing her epic tale with one last chapter. The fourth and final chapter. Stixie Cooler Moon woke up early feeling satisfied and refreshed. She kissed her mare friend good morning and then flew off to Daring Do's home to tell her the good news about Dr. Cavenherloon. Flying even faster than last time, she arrived at Daring's house super fast. Daring Do was very excited to see her saviour and lover again and kissed her sexily. When Stixie informed her of Dr. Cabelaronsi's decision to be a good pony now, Daring was overjoyed. The two flew back to Stixie's castle, Stixie using her great and powerful magic to let Daring Do keep up with her super amazing speed. When they landed at the castle, Doc C and Glimlight hurried out to meet them. Everyone kissed sexily together, and Stixie invited them all back to her bed to celebrate. They agreed, and even Twilight Sparkle joined in as well. Together they all celebrated, and Stixie let all four other ponies ravage her through the day. Starlight Glimmer set Trixie's story back down on her desk, utterly dumbfounded by what she had just read. When she'd arrived back at the castle, ready to yell at her mare friend for skipping out on her job again, she'd found Trixie sound asleep at her desk with this thing written atop it. Having read it over 3 times now, Starlight wasn't sure how to react. Was it a joke? Was it some sort of satire? Or did Trixie honestly believe this was good writing? It was a mystery. When Sunburst arrived home, having had to stay late to cover Trixie's counselor duties, Starlight showed him the story, hoping that maybe he could make some sense of it. He couldn't, of course. What pony could? And so, there the two stood, staring at their still sleeping mare friend, trying to decide what to do with the masterpiece she'd written. Sure, it was ultimately just a bad self-insert fanfic and a poorly written excuse for Trixie to let her OC have sex with a bunch of ponies she found attractive. And yet, there was something almost bewitching about it. It was as if Trixie had managed to write something so bad that it nearly broke the reader's mind and planted itself within. Starlight and Sunburst both felt the undeniable urge to share it with other ponies, to force them to attempt to comprehend this mess in the same way they now had to live forever cursed with the knowledge of Trixie's terrible writing, unable to escape that burden until claimed by the sweet release of death. They silently agreed that they'd submit this abomination into Twilight's next contest, and force the princess to deal with the ramifications of whatever happened beyond that. That was for later though. Right now, the two ponies had something far more important to do.
Starlight and Sunburst woke Trixie up from her nap, and together the two ponies ravaged her through the night.
Long ago a legend penned, a tale so bold, so grand. A mare of great and powerful dreams with quill in hoof did stand. Her masterpiece, her magnum opus, words of love and might. But future ponies gather now to mock it in the night. Oh, Stixie Moon, your story's still in bloom. Pass through time like echoes deep inside a hollow room. Though Trixie's pride stood tall, her name etched in the past, the world just laughs and wonders how she thought it ever last. Foals recite the infamous lines with voices full of glee. Professors teach it as a joke in equestrian literary. Daring do in bondage, Twilight pleading at her throne. They read aloud and struggle not to wheeze or break a tone. Oh, Stixie Moon, your story's still in bloom. Pass through time like echoes deep inside a hollow room. Though Trixie's pride stood tall, her name etched in the past, the world just laughs and wonders how she thought it ever last. Fanfics rise and fanfics fall, yet hers remains the same. A warning to the writers lost in vanity and fame. Some still say it holds a spark, a beauty all its own. But even Trixie in her years won't claim it as her own. So let the scrolls be studied, let the laughter roll on high. For Stixie will never truly say goodbye. A legacy of nonsense, yet enduring all the same. Trixie's great and powerful work still echoes through her name.
How Sunny Got Her Name by Mouse Deer. Dearest Sunny, how long has it taken you to stumble upon this letter, I wonder? I hope it finds you in good health and in greater spirit. Is this the first of my little secrets you've stumbled upon? Our little home holds many of them. Only good ones, don't worry. I hope they will keep you busy for quite some time, and maybe less lonely as time goes on. Oh, but perhaps I've given too much away already. Why, Dad, you're surely wondering, have you stuffed this letter in such a hidden little nook? Well, I could have made it a little more obvious, but that would make our game a little less fun. I hope you're reading this many years after I had it penned. That being said, this specific letter was hidden so carefully because of the book resting underneath it. Don't open that just yet. At least wait until you've finished reading this. Knowing your curiosity, I'm sure you've already skimmed the last few intact pages there. But please be careful. Tomes such as this one are indeed a rare discovery. Once you finish this letter, the book will be all yours to explore if you so wish. But first, a story. There's great power in a name. Ponies have always emphasized the importance of a name within their culture, and not just Earth Pony culture, but all three races. Whether it's purely coincidence, innate clairvoyance, or some dormant prophetic magic that still influences our subconscious, We ponies are magnificent at choosing the correct name for the correct foal. Your name was no different. But to begin, we must return to my own foalhood. Maritime Bay has changed little since then, so hopefully it's not too hard for you to set the scene. I was an awkward foal in every sense of the word, but that never stopped me from making as many friends as I could. I was, and this may be hard to see from me now, but really, it is the truth, quite the bundle of energy in my early years. Few ponies could keep up with my ramblings about Equestria and the princesses and everything in between. It actually reminds me a lot of you, Sonny. The only pony who was just as excited about all of my interests was a little filly in the same level of classes as me, your mother. We were foalhood friends in every sense of the word, the only two school fillies who were wholly absorbed by the great empire of the past, enraptured in any worn-down tomes and folk tales we could get our hooves on. If we weren't studying equestrian history, we were role-playing some of the great moments throughout it. The banishment and eventual return of Nightmare Moon, the defeat of Discord, the royal wedding, the ascension of Twilight Sparkle, and making countless cherished memories in the process. The two of us were dedicated to our roles, and we quickly found the ones we preferred to play. I was always Twilight Sparkle, Princess Celestia, or Star Swirl the Bearded. I wanted to be a hero in the way only a foal could. Your mother was more fond of playing the villains. Nightmare Moon, the Chaos Lord, and the Changeling Queen were common foes I would find myself up against. She was always putting her heart and soul into the performance, better than any other pony I had played with. More often than not, we reenacted some adventure of Twilight Sparkles. What could I say? I idolized her quite a bit. I still do. But I digress. Those games couldn't last forever, and the two of us drifted apart as years went by. I dove more into understanding and preserving equestrian history, but in the process became a lot more sheltered and secluded. A bit too anxious to really let any pony back into my shell. Your mother went in the opposite direction. Before I realized it, she had joined the rest of the foals in our grade in mocking me and my obsession with the past. Gone were our grand adventures and epic reenactments of hero and villain. Instead, it became a standard case of bully and victim. Please understand, Sonny, I don't hold this against your mother. Every pony desires to fit in. I never once began to dislike her. I pitied her for losing the confidence to be herself. I never fought with any pony that attempted to bully me. I just had no time to spare for such foolishness. They all grew out of it when I stopped responding anyway. At the end of our schooling years, just as our class officially upgraded from fillies and colts to mares and stallions, your mother seemed to realize the error of her ways. After being quite cold to me for many years, she abruptly asked to follow me home one evening. Suspecting a chance for reconciliation, I invited her to this very house, which I had just inherited, and showed her how much my historical collection had grown over the years. Quite the first date, huh? Well, it seemed to work, because soon enough she dropped to the floor and promptly bawled her eyes out, saying she was sorry for everything she had done over the past few years. She had missed our halcyon days, and she wished she had never left in the first place. She had just hoped I could find it within myself to forgive her, and maybe we could start over. You know me, Sonny. It doesn't cost anything to extend a hoof towards some pony in need. And so it seemed like the eventful days I spent as a colt had returned in some form. Albeit we had moved beyond our playground games, we were focused on a different type of game that, as I'm sure you get older, you'll find yourself playing too. Courtship. It was a classic case of two ponies in love and every pony knowing but themselves. We would spend days and nights studying Equestria, hypothesizing about various historical figures, at filling in the gaps when we felt particularly bold. I also began small expeditions to nearby areas I had deemed historically significant. Your mother quickly followed along to help me sift through the debris or jot down any old text to be deciphered back home. One day, a year or so after we had graduated and our back and forth had become insufferable for even the most hopeless romantics in town, we took a long trip out into the wild, hoping to stumble upon something of historical value. After a day or so of travel, we found ourselves in front of the abandoned ruins of a city. Oh, if only I had drawn a map! It was truly a fantastic sight. So many streets and houses straight out of our childhood imagination had become a reality before our very eyes. There was something odd about that place though, a whisper in the back of our head telling us to leave. We didn't stay long, just filled our wagon with a few particularly interesting artifacts and headed back home. Some of the books still on my shelves today came from that place. I'm hesitant to say the name of the city. We really did not spend enough time to be certain. But if it was not the mystical Canterlot, then I have no idea what it could have been. Our haul, although quite plentiful, had little information we didn't already know of. That, combined with the eerie feel of the city and the following events upon our return, led me to forget to write out any directions for future reference. Life soon got in the way, as it always does, and I never found the time to retrace my steps. If you're reading this and interested enough, Sonny, let me know if you would like to try to find that city again. I'm sure I could find my way back with you by my side. Upon our return home and examining of various artifacts and trinkets, your mother became quite interested in one worn-down book she had stumbled across. I, however, saw little value in it at first glance. Its binding was practically falling off. There was some circular emblem on the front cover, but it was so worn down that we could not make heads or tails of it, and the vast majority of the pages had either shriveled up, crumbled to dust, or lost all of their faded ink completely. But there were about 3 pages that actually had legible writing upon them, and Sonny, until this point, your mother and I were just amateurs. Everything we did was second hoop. There was no discovery of our own to make. So when we examined these pages and found that they matched Princess Twilight Sparkle's handwriting to the letter, we became pretty ecstatic. Whatever that book was, it contained some undiscovered writings of Princess Twilight Sparkle herself. Closer examination showed that all 3 pages we had left were specifically letters of some kind. Even more interesting was that all 3 of the letters were dedicated to the same recipient. Twilight began, each one the same, addressed to a mysterious pony. Dear Sons. Who is Sons exactly? We scanned every particle of that book to try and find the last few letters of their name, but it was no luck. Every note had either faded or torn just where we needed it. Trust me, this kept your mother and me up for days. Sunspot, sunshine, sun shimmer, sun swirl. We created a list of every known Sons and tried to find some pony Princess Twilight interacted with who felt like the moniker. But there was no pony on record today that held a similar name and was close with Princess Twilight to warrant perhaps a whole book of letters. We tossed around going back to the city, but your mother could not even remember where she found the book, so it would just have been a shot in the dark. The only thing I could come up with was that these letters were secretly addressed to Twilight's mentor, former Princess Celestia, and they all used some nickname involving the sun. But that's unprecedented on record, especially when there are plenty of other sources of Princess Twilight very carefully writing out, Dear Princess Celestia. But this failure was not all bad, you see. We now had the opportunity to do a historian's favourite thing, interpret. Oh, I should mention we both quickly got tired of calling this mysterious pony Sons. I gave them a nickname you may be familiar with. Sunny. Just rolled off the tongue.
I believed, and still do today, that Sunny never actually existed. The book we found was some sort of private poetry journal of Princess Twilight's, and this Sunny was nothing but a formless muse given name. I relented that, at most, Sunny may have existed in reality, but she was still just a generic placeholder that felt like the rational answer from my perspective, considering the limited resources we had at our disposal. Your mother, ever the emotional one, thought quite differently. Sunny had to have been a real pony, a deep friend, or even a lover of Princess Twilight. Depending on how far we read into the subtext, she wanted to just dig a little deeper, find one more page or line to prove that Sunny existed and was the missing piece to Princess Twilight Sparkle's life. And so we argued for several more hours. This was really the first time we had ever found ourselves at such an impasse. Elise said she stopped making fun of me at school. I said she was ridiculous and had nothing but a hunch. If there truly were some pony close to Twilight Sparkle this much, they would be catalogued somewhere, and all good sources had no recollection of this Sunny whatsoever. She said that Sunny could have been a secret lover. I noted that Princess Twilight was celibate all her life. A secret lover was an enticing thought, but she was probably just a friend, even if she existed. And so we went back and forth, and eventually I told her that we could not create some story of a whole missing pony with so little evidence. That unless we found other sources to corroborate, no pony would take us seriously. Not if there were any ponies we knew interested in this stuff anyway. But I had ideas to uphold. What she was asking for was practically wish fulfillment, not historical research. Sunny, here's a tip. If a mare or stallion ever takes an argument far more seriously than you are, there's probably something else going on that you should figure out before you say something you'll regret. She didn't speak to me for a week afterwards. I was just confused. What did I say? It wasn't that important of an argument. I thought we were engaging in scholarly debate. I apologize in advance, Sunny, if you inherited your father's denseness for being a historian. I sure wasn't reading the subtext of my own conversations very well. It took a while, but it eventually dawned on me why your mother was so upset. In the games we played as foals, I was always Twilight Sparkle, the hero. I played her because it made me happy. Your mother, on the other hand, played the villain, not because it made her particularly happy, but because it made me happy to have some pony to go up against. She wasn't a villain, no matter how well she could play the part. Who your mother might have identified with, and this took me far too long to realize, was a love interest. She wanted to play some pony who was pining after Twilight Sparkle, just as she was pining after the colt who was pretending to be Twilight Sparkle. But that didn't exist. It never existed, at least not on record, so she was stuck playing the next best thing. And so, we get back to this mysterious Sunny. Can you blame your mother for wanting to read between the lines? Maybe Sunny really was Twilight's lover. And as I thought more and more about your mother and what she meant to me, I began to hope that Sunny was real too. I eventually got out of my stupor and searched for her all across town. The second I saw her, I got on my knees in apology, saying I was sorry I didn't understand what she was feeling and that I've always loved her. Typical phrases of a foolish colt finally realizing what he actually wanted in his life. It fortunately did not take much for her to forgive me, and we officially became an item that day. She gave me some of the best years I ever had. The whole debacle with Twilight and Sunny faded into memory too. We had a life to live and a family to build. And then came you, our beautiful daughter. As always when one deals with a new foal, a question quickly arose. What do we name you? Our firstborn, the one to continue our legacy. Without hesitation, your mother turned to me and said it should be Sunny, after that mysterious pony who we knew nothing about. I said, why? What's so special about Sunny that's worth giving it to our firstborn? There's power in a name, and sure, Sunny wasn't bad by any means,
Hopefully this foal would grow up to be a bright and happy pony, but we should think a little more on it. There was potential baggage attached to that name for all we knew. We couldn't even agree on what Sunny meant in the first place. She silenced me with a kiss and, knowing exactly how to capitalize when I was caught off guard, she said that if the two of us could not agree on who Sunny was or what she meant, then maybe we should let our child decide. Give her that name and let her blaze her own trail with it. Define what it means for the next generation, or maybe reveal what it meant all along. You needed a name that lets you find your own path, yet hold close all that had come before. It was a gamble we took under the intuition that you would spend your days not role-playing great victories, but creating them yourself. Our destined part to play then was preparing you for what was to come, but before all of that could come along was the simple yet most crucial first step. You needed a name. So you became our Sunny Star Scout. Love, Dad. P.S. The tome underneath this letter, that's the book. Give it a read if you like. Just be careful. Sunny set down the letter and eyed the journal in front of her carefully. "What's the matter, Sunny?" called Izzy from nearby while sorting through a pile of debris. "I found a letter from my dad," she said. Izzy stopped, trotted over, and placed a hoof on her back. "Do you want to talk about it?" Sunny sighed. "Well, eventually, but there's just one thing." She grabbed the old book in her hands. "My dad said in the letter that this book was nearly destroyed when he found it." She quickly flipped through the pages. "But it looks good as new." "Well, what's it about?" asked Izzy. "I don't really know. He didn't either." Sunny opened up to a random page in the middle and squinted at it closely. It says, "Dear Sunset Shimmer." Stargaze by Steel Soul. The late evening air was cool and crisp as two ponies made their way up the hills overlooking the small town of Maritime Bay. They walked in comfortable silence, their hooves crunching softly against the gravelly path they trekked. The bay's lights twinkling below them was pretty enough, but up here, away from the bustling town, they could escape into the serene beauty of the night sky's superior canvas. Zip, with her electric blue and pink mane and determined spirit, led the way with a slight skip in her step. The mare often looked back to make sure she didn't lose the stallion following at a steady pace behind her. "Come on, Sheriff, keep up. Don't want to leave you behind after all." The Sheriff Hitch chuckled slowly as he followed after ever rambunctious Zip, staying at his comfortable trot as he followed behind her. "I am, Zip, I am," the stallion mused softly, his gaze tracking every bit of movement that the mare's hips made as she trotted in front of him. He knew she wanted to take him to some place with a view, but at this point he didn't mind the one he was looking at right now. Even after the pair had been dating for a while, the stallion couldn't help but find the mare in front of him more beautiful than ever, even if she would never call herself that. It was because they had been dating for a while that he knew the mare well enough to notice the subtle signs that belied Zip's carefree facade. Her steps were slightly heavier, her gaze lingering on the horizon with a hint of contemplation, her tone of voice ever so shaky. It was clear to Hitch that something was on her mind,
despite her efforts to maintain a cheerful, rambunctious demeanour. He also knew that if Zip didn't want to tell him, she wouldn't, even if he begged, deciding to leave it for now. He would allow her to have her thoughts to herself for the time being, though he figured, at least in his heart of hearts, that she didn't just bring him here for a good time. As the pair neared a secluded clearing on the hills, Zip allowed herself to spread her wings and soared into the air, her excitement evident in the way she soared higher and higher, her body twirling with practiced ease. The stone could only watch in awe, his eyes tracing her graceful movements against the backdrop of the night sky, an easy thing to do due to the mare's pure white coat. With a flourish, Zip touched down gently on the soft grass, her wings folding behind her. She turned to Hitch, a playful glint in her eyes. "Welcome to my secret stargazing spot," she said, her voice filled with pride and a little bit of excitement. "I come here when I want to escape the noise of the world and lose myself in the beauty above." The sheriff laughed as he gently nudged the mare beside him.
Don't you always lose yourself in the beauty above? I mean, you practically live in the sky when you aren't with me or one of the girls.
"Don't forget about sleeping," Zip remarked as she wrapped her wing around the orange stallion, pulling him close. "Can't very well sleep in the clouds now, can I?" Hitch chuckled as he leaned in, giving her a quick nuzzle, much to her slight embarrassment.
You got me there, Zipper. Though, if you could pull the clouds together and make a bed out of them, then I'm sure that would change in a heartbeat. Adding his little pet name for her as he spoke. "Like you wouldn't want to see these flanks covered in on all sides by pillowy clouds," she mused, shaking her rump slightly for added emphasis. The stone snorted as he pulled back, blushing as the comment caught him off guard. "You are too much, Zip."
"Say that all you want. You know you love it when I am."
"I do, just as much as I love this view," Hitch mused as he looked above them, the sky a canvas of twinkling stars and planets, painting a mesmerizing tapestry of light. The moon cast a gentle glow, illuminating the landscape and giving it an ethereal touch. "Been a while since I just took all of this in. Might have been back when I was a foal, growing up alongside Sunny if I'm being honest. Some pretty good memories."
Zip flopped onto the grass below her, patting the spot next to her invitingly. "Come on, Hitch, lie down with me. I want to get lost in the stars together with you after all," she said, her voice a soothing melody. "Maybe you can make some better memories with me." She winked, causing the stallion to blush. Settling down beside her, he felt a sense of peace wash over him as the mare pushed herself closer against him, wrapping a foreleg around his own. Together they gazed up at the heavens. Watching the stars drift lazily across the sky, twinkling brightly as they did so. Their breaths mingled in the tranquil night air, and the rhythm of their hearts seemed to align in the hushed stillness.
"I honestly forgot how beautiful this all is," Hitch mused softly.
"Yeah, I never get tired of it," Zip agreed. Her voice was soft, softer than usual.
"Zip?"
Hitch asked, a note of concern in his voice. If there was a time to ask her about her problems, it would be now.
"I know that tone of voice. Is something wrong?"
The mare was quiet for a long time after hearing the stallion's question. The stallion knew that his mare friend often preferred to process her emotions internally, finding solace in her own thoughts and actions rather than vocalizing them. She was okay with talking about silly things, but when it came to her personal life, she was almost like a closed book, not wanting someone to read her, but...
I don't want this to end, Zip admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she finally spoke. Huh? The mare shook her head at the stallion's questioning tone. This, me being here, carefree, with you. Oh. Hitch trailed off, unsure how to respond. He was expecting something, but... Zip continued as she pulled herself close to him, letting her head rest softly against his chest. Sorry, I hate talking about it, but I just have been thinking a lot, I guess. She sighed before closing her eyes, the heat of her breath playing across the fur of his chest. My mother has always been an incredible ruler, and she's done so much for our kingdom, even during the time we lost our magic. I know that we tricked them by pretending that me, my sister, and Mum could still fly, but honestly, we only did that to keep their hope alive. Seeing us fly back when we didn't have magic meant that Pegasi was still amazing, even if our subjects couldn't. Even after we got our magic back, got the ability to fly back, I can still see my mother working hard to not only rebuild her rep with her kingdom, but also help rebuild Equestria with the other races. She shook her head. She pulled closer to him, her eyes shutting tight. Even my sister is doing what she does to help ponies feel better about themselves. And look at me. What have I really done?
Zip?
The mare continued, her voice tinged with uncertainty. My mother wants me to be a queen when she steps down, but I don't know if I can be like her. I don't know if I want to be like her, to be a ruler. I know it's selfish, but I don't want to be responsible for any pony but myself right now. Her voice trembled slightly as she buried her head in the stone's side. I honestly don't know if being a queen is really what I want to do with my life anyway. I've been trying to find my own path, my own purpose. Maker knows I have, but it feels like the expectations of others overshadow everything I think I want to do. That's why I wanted to get away from home, to have some time to think and be free from the responsibilities that are waiting for me back home. She looked up at Hitch before looking away in shame. Does that make me a bad pony? Zip's question hung in the air, heavy with self-doubt and the fear of judgment. Hitch's gaze softened as he looked into her eyes, understanding the weight of her concerns. Gently, he would shake his head before pressing a hoof against the mare's muzzle, booping her and causing the mare to blush brightly and squeak softly.
How long have you been dealing with this all on your own, Zip?
His voice was even and kind, yet stern as well. Since I left home, she shook her head. No, that's a lie. I've been dealing with that before I left home.
Well, you shouldn't have to,
Hitch stated matter-of-factly.
At least not anymore. You have a sister who I'm sure will listen to you, just like you listen to her. Friends in Izzy and Sunny who will do the same as well. And you have me too.
He smiled as he looked away.
The fact that you feel like you can share something this personal about yourself to me kind of makes me happy.
Zip smiled softly. Yeah, I mean, you're okay as far as sheriffs go, so why wouldn't I? The stallion turned over so that he was facing the mare, his hooves pulling her closer so that her head was nuzzled under his chin.
You know, Zip, I really can relate to your feelings of uncertainty and not knowing what you want to do, Hitch confessed. Before I even became one, I never dreamed of becoming the sheriff of Maritime Bay. I kinda didn't know where I wanted to go or do in my life.
You, Mr. Hitch, pick up that trash or 30 minutes in the brig, trailblazer? Zip teased with a slight chuckle. I kinda find that hard to believe.
Hitch nodded. It's true. I never really dreamed of myself being a sheriff, or even having any sort of job like it.
Hitch's voice grew softer as he spoke.
But as I grew up, I realized that what mattered most to me was making a positive impact on the lives of others, being there for my community and finding joy in the simple moments. And that's when the role of sheriff started to make sense to me. It allowed me to serve, protect, and connect with the ponies of Maritime Bay. He sighed, looking away from the mayor. Even after all that, I can still have my doubts on if I'm good enough. Still, I don't let that stop me from doing the best I can, and I think the same thing can be said for you. He smiled. So, to answer your question, just do the best you can with what's in front of you. I'm sure for an amazing mayor like you, everything will fall into its place. Zip smiled as she closed her eyes, basking in the warmth of the stone's embrace. You are pretty smart for a sheriff, she responded with a chuckle before looking back at him. I think I needed to hear that. I mean, I still don't know what I should do, but I can't help but feel better knowing that I have a wonderful stallion like you looking out for a silly mare like me. Oh, come on now, Zip. You are anything but silly, Hitch stated with a smirk. In fact, I think you are one of the most mature and wise mares I know.
Oh, come on, Sheriff. I'm already your mare friend. Don't need to flatter me, Zip said, gently pushing the stallion's chest, though the blush on her face clued the stone how she really felt about it.
And who says I'm flattering you? Hitch countered. I'm just stating facts.
Uh-huh, the mare replied, a sceptical tone to her voice and a hint of mirth. You're just fishing for a kiss. Hitch gave a soft laugh before leaning in and pressing his muzzle against hers.
Guilty as charged, though it doesn't make it untrue.
The mare rolled her eyes before pulling the stallion closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Fine, I guess I can give you a kiss or two.
Or 20? Hitch teased softly. Or 30?
Zip snorted. You're lucky I like you, Sheriff Hitch.
Don't I know it?
With a gentle touch, muzzle pressed against muzzle, as Zip pressed her lips against his, a soft and lingering kiss was more than the sum of its parts. It was a simple act that carried the weight of so much more, conveying the affection and love they both felt for each other, a kiss that was meant to be shared between two ponies who held each other dearly. Time seemed to stand still as they shared that intimate moment beneath the starlit sky. The world around them faded away, leaving only the warmth of their embrace and the sweet taste of their affection. It was a silent exchange of love and reassurance, a reminder that they were each other's safe haven in the midst of life's uncertainties.
The sky is white, the stars shine bright, a gentle breeze in the soft moonlight. Side by side, they stand so near, drifting free, with hearts sincere. She lifts her gaze, await inside, chasing dreams where the wild winds glide. tight. He tells her fate will find its course. No need to run with reckless force. That love's not lost on paths unknown. It finds a way, it finds a home. And when he looks into her eyes, all her fears just melt, subside. If she could stay there by his side, she'd never need to chase the tide. Maybe tomorrow the winds will call. Maybe she'll rise. Maybe she'll fall. But here and now, beneath these stars, she knows exactly where they are. So close they stand, no need to go, no rush to chase the world. The sky is white, the stars shine bright, and love still shines within their light.
Meaningful Advice by Briarlight. Misty opened the door to the bright house with her hooves. She quickly sighed as she shut the door behind her. The mare patters with a wobbly step towards one of the couches and collapses on it with a thwomp. She hugs one of the pillows, nuzzling into its soft surface with her hooves wrapped around the other end. The party the town threw was very fun, but it was very, very exhausting. Misty had never been to anything like that. Well, ever. There were balloons, drinks, games, pony corn. She grinned as she remembered how much she ate, only now realizing she definitely has a bit of a tummy ache. Misty groaned and tried to calm down. Her mind was frazzled as the party itself was too much. A game here, a few fruit drinks from Sunny there, and yet another game. So many ponies wanted to talk to her or just say hi. She couldn't keep up, yet her mind was spinning the whole time. Just being around every pony was nice, but she felt so tired after talking to and being around just a few ponies. I mean, it makes sense. I've never been around more than one pony before. The others seem to be able to go on forever. Misty sighed, still seeing the multicoloured lights from the town reaching the windows of the bright house. She peered down to the medallion on her neck. The gold shininess was always something ponies complimented her on, but she wasn't sure how to feel about compliments yet. Misty's lips curled a bit as she took it off and placed it on the table. She didn't really want to disappoint Opaline by not calling in, but she didn't have anything to report other than Izzy apparently being able to chug a gallon of juice without needing to take a single breath. That mare scared her a bit. Misty was glad Opaline eased off on the get that dragon plans and such, but now she was meant to be scouting out an opportune time to take the dragon rather than being on a wild goose chase like before. Opaline said something about studying the friendship ponies' schedules for the perfect time to take the dragon, which Misty was glad she didn't have to improvise like she did for the sleepover. Peering around and trying to study their schedules has kept her close to the ponies she was trying to fool, and it led her to kind of being in the Bright House a lot due to Izzy really liking to hang out with her. At least she hadn't had to come up with any new last names on the spot. Bright Dawn is a nice last name, although I doubt Opaline would approve of me having something related to the ponies. At least she can't see into my mind. Hopefully. The ponies were nice, no doubt, which is something Opaline seemed to take offence to. At least in her own mind, Misty could admit that she liked them, even if at the end of the day she was trying to dupe the ponies for Opaline's goal. At least I'll get my cutie mark once Opaline's plan is completed. And from what Opaline says, maybe everything will be better then. Misty sighed, feeling kind of unsure. Misty looked around the Bright House. She'd gotten used to it as a kind of second home. It was very nice of Izzy to invite her to stay over any time. She nodded a bit, realizing that all of them were nice to be around. What about them makes me feel nice around them? Let's see, Sunny is kinda like her name. Always bright and cheery. She always makes my smoothies perfectly, especially after I found my favourite flavour. Hitch is nice, but he tends to not always be at the Bright House like the others, taking care of his dragon and other animals, but he's definitely one of the kinder ponies she's seen. Misty flipped her body on the couch to face upwards to the ceiling. Staring at something blank always helped her think. Zip was definitely scary at first. There were so many times I thought she saw right through me, but I suppose she is nicer now after the accusation at the salon. She definitely raises her eyebrows every time I do something weird to them, but at least she doesn't accuse me anymore. Izzy is a lot. She is certainly my opposite. I didn't know unicorns could pick up others with their hooves instead of their magic, but yet she picked me up like I was a foal. Magic. Never mind. So silly of me. I'm talking to myself like always, yet I don't have to. There's ponies outside in the town. You can just walk to them and say hi. You don't have to be alone anymore. Then why do I feel so exhausted when I'm with them? Misty mumbled to herself, tapping her horn with her hooves. Stupid horn, stupid job, stupid friends, stupid me. Her lips quivered as she lightly sobbed into the pillow. Every pony else has got it down. Why can't I? Why does just imagining talking to some pony make me feel like I have a stomachache? Why do my knees get shaky every time I'm looked at? Every pony else had their marks. Every pony else smiled and was happy to be talked to others like how a pony is supposed to. She grimaced as she bit her tongue accidentally. Owie! She yipped. Yet another stupid mistake by Misty Brightdawn. So unimportant that you didn't even have a last name before a few weeks ago. Stupid, stupid, stupid. She put her hooves to her cheek, trying to rub out the pain. At least Opaline sees something in me. No matter how mean, she is trying to make me better. Opaline saved me after all. She knows so much. At the very least I have value with her. Misty groans with a rare case of anger as she hits herself in the head with her own hoof. She nibbles on her fetlocks as she thinks some more. I guess Pip is left. She's nice, very confident and outgoing, not an energy ball like Izzy, though, which I'm glad about. Pip's also very pretty, which she says is her brand. I'm still not sure what that is, but she seems to take great pride in it. Also, her wings look so fluffy, like a soft blanket. Misty thought back to when the ponies showed her around town at some of the shops so they could pick out some soft stuff for Misty to sleep on in their recent sleepovers. There was this one giant fluffy blanket that was heavy and soft, like a warm hug that made sure you were always okay. Like some pony was holding you tight, like some pony truly cared for you. Sunny caught Misty nuzzling under the blanket, and after an embarrassed tirade by Misty, they agreed to keep it secret from the others. She wishes she could have that blanket, but it wasn't in the section they were shopping for, and she didn't want to beg for it. That'd only lead to them yelling at her. The unicorn sat up a bit as the bright lights of the town stopped shining on her face. She tilted her head up a bit and noticed a silhouette approaching the Bright House's doors. It looked like Pips. Speak of the chaos, or at least I think that's how the saying goes. Pony society is so unfamiliar. Misty jumped a bit at the door opening, being caught in her own mind. Hey, Pip, she stuttered as she sat up quickly. What are you doing back here so soon? Pip grinned and waved a hoof as she trotted in and approached Misty. "Oh, I was just looking for you, Misty." What? Me? I'm not doing anything," Misty stuttered, sitting up straight with a nervous look on her face. "Not like that, silly." Pip chuckled as she took out her phone, snapping a picture of herself with the colourful lighting bleeding in from the window behind her before tucking it behind her wing. "You disappeared from the party. It's no fun without the birthday mare." Misty's heart stung a bit. She did tell them it was her birthday. Honestly, she didn't know when it actually was. But when they asked her casually about it a week ago, she couldn't stop from coming up with something dumb. What type of pony didn't know their own birthday? An alone one, apparently. She wasn't alone, right? Misty had Opaline. Opaline raised her. She saved her. She's trying to make her all she can be. Opaline can give her a cutie mark. Worth. "Hello? Equestria to Misty. You okay?" Pip waved her front hoof in front of Misty's face. "Oh, yeah. I'm just tired. Being around so many ponies is so new and tiring." Misty's face contorted as she admitted that. I totally did it all the time back at Bridlewood, of course. It's just, she trailed off, not being able to come up with a good excuse. Pip smiled with a cute smirk as Misty tapped her hooves nervously. "It's fine, Misty, I get it. Let me guess, around others it's very fun, but you feel like your energy's getting sapped from interacting with so many ponies. Even if you aren't running around, you need to be away from others to recharge, like a phone does." Misty's face went flat. Pip can read minds? Or no, it's emotions. She has to tell Opaline. "How can you do that? You're not a unicorn," Misty blurted out before putting her hooves on her snout. "What? I'm not sure what you mean, Misty. You're very sweet, but you can be quite confusing at times. Like, oh my glitter," she chuckles, almost tearing up. Misty's face goes into a sad drawl as she gets berated again before realizing one of the words. Sweet? You've tasted my fur?" Misty exclaims. Pip's face goes into an unrecognizable look before she bursts out laughing. "Oh, my glitter! You are the funniest. Also, if you were serious, no, I haven't tasted you, although you definitely would be sweet just like on the inside." Misty really didn't know what sweet meant when it applied to a pony, and she wasn't comfortable enough to ask. She will just assume it means good and move on. "Oh, don't give me that look, Misty. It's a compliment. I just mean you're one of the nicest and cutest mares I've met here. Like, you're too adorable." Misty's cheeks flushed. She knew what those words meant. Why was Pip saying nice things to her? Misty hasn't done anything for Pip to earn them. Opaline warned her about ponies like this. They would say nice things to you, then ask you to do stuff for them forever. Surely Pip wasn't. She patted her cheeks and tried to get the blush to go away. Why did her cheeks feel hot? Misty's never felt this way before. What do you want from me?" She avoided eye contact as Pip went from a chuckle mess to a bit more somber, looking confused and concerned. "Nothing. I just want to know what's wrong, other than your reason for leaving the party. I got that. Have you been okay, Misty? You always are jumpy and stuff, but sometimes you look so stressed, like..." Misty puts her hooves over her ears, a pained expression on her face. Pip was taken aback. Misty had acted out before, but she always thought of it as a personality quirk, like how Izzy mentions she used to have no friends all the time, although now Pip was sure it was something more. "Oh my, I don't think glitter is the solution to this one." Pip hops onto the couch next to her. Misty naturally tilts away, but Pip opens her wing and puts it around Misty. Her eyes open with some light tears as she looks back. These fluffy wings. It was just like that blanket. "It's okay, Misty. I'm here if you want to talk." Misty was bewildered. She leaned into the soft wing as Pip lightly brushed her mane. By all means, Pip should be asking stuff of her. Was what Opaline said wrong about these ponies? She didn't like to doubt Opaline, no matter how extreme she got. She was her world to Misty. But a pony being selfless? This was new. Pip didn't gain anything from this.
Her eyes teared up as she nuzzled into Pip's soft fur. Yeah? What about? Misty asked, wiping away her tears. Well, it seems that you have a lot to talk about. And ask. You seem confused a lot. And I've got time. The party can wait for us, Misty. Misty shuffled her hooves a bit, not sure where to start or how to start. She rolled her neck, tapping her hooves as she was feeling nervous. I can explain about the energy thing I mentioned. Introversion? She smiled brightly. Misty nodded, just trying to cool down. Okay then, essentially introversion is where you get energy from being alone and stuff. Extroversion is where you get energy from being around other ponies, if that makes sense. I have the latter, and I think you have the former. Misty nibbled her fetlock again. She was different from the other ponies, of course she was. Of course I am, she mumbled accidentally before biting her lip. Misty, it's not something bad. We all have our own little ways of how we process things. Yeah, it can be a bit of a downer sometimes, but I totally understand. Zip is also a bit of an introvert as well. Not as much as you, of course, but that is okay. I'm proud of how you handled it. It must be hard for you. Misty's heart was shocked a bit at what Pip said. Proud? But why? What did I do to make you proud? You've never asked anything of me. Pip put a golden goof to Misty's snout. Because you always try your best no matter how much you fail or stutter. You always pick yourself up, and I'm proud because you simply exist. You're you. Does there need to be more of a reason? Misty didn't know what to say, or even how to react. Her face was a wet mess. Blush spread across her cheeks as she nuzzled Pip's chest. Thank you, Pip. Really, I don't know what to say, or how I can repay you. Nothing about it, Misty. I'm just glad I can help. Misty was nuzzled on Pip as the Pegasus brushed her wings over Misty. Pip thought hard about all she saw these past few weeks. She recognised some of the signs from times when her pipsqueaks had no one else to go to and message her for help with their trouble. Pip also thought back to when she was in school, one of her classmates. Of course, Pip was by no means the expert on this, so she wanted to ask carefully. Misty, if it's okay to ask, is there some pony causing you grief? Like, making you scared? Misty's relaxed nuzzling of Pip changed in an instant as her fur went on ends and her whole body stiffened, with Misty no longer nuzzling her. No, pony. Why do you ask? Misty was anything but subtle. She eyed the medallion she left at the table, wishing she could hide it out of sight. Opalina's scary, but she is supposed to be. She says that Alicorn rulers are meant to be feared and loved. This isn't whatever Pip is asking about, surely. Pip's face grimaced as her eyes saddened a bit. Look, if you don't want to talk about it right now, I won't judge you. But for your sanity, I would like to talk soon. We don't have to tell the others if you don't want to. No talking about it, please. Misty avoided eye contact as she edged away. Pip sighs, bringing her wing around Misty to pull her closer, putting her hooves around her in a hug. A hug Misty had no idea why contact like this felt so good or always made her cry. Misty melted into it, starting to tear up as she hugged back tightly. Misty, I just want you to know that you're an amazing mare and all of us enjoy having you around. You are much, much stronger than you know. This overwhelmed Misty's heart, these words. They meant so much. They weren't two-faced. They were genuine from some pony who didn't gain anything from saying it. Misty sobbed with a mix of happy and pained tears. We can stay here for the night if you need, Misty. I can text the others. Misty nodded. Their hug loosened as she lay down on Pip's lap. Pip pulled out her phone to text a group chat that she was with Misty in the Bright House and to continue without them. She sent the message, then placed her phone on the table next to Misty's medallion. Pip gave a small, genuine smile as she started to lightly groom Misty's mane as the unicorn relaxed on Pip's lap. Both the day and the talk must have exhausted Misty as she was already half asleep on her. Oh, Glitter! She was so cute! If Misty was up to it, maybe she could ask her if she wanted to be her cute picture partner. There were only so many ponies one glitterific pony like herself could do. Mixing it up would be nice, especially since it might help Misty be more confident. Sunny and Hitch are too busy being pillars of the community. I've been trying to ask Zip for literally her whole life, so she is an obvious no. Izzy is darling, but she can't sit still or pose for the life of her. Pip chuckled as she felt a warm feeling in her chest as she looked down at Misty's cute, sleepy face. She was starting to snore lightly as her body was sprawled around Pip, her hooves in particular snuggling up to the Pegasus's wings. Of course, it would be up to her. I hope that I can be some pony she trusts soon enough. Good night, Misty. You are so much braver than you could ever know. And with that, Pip brushed Misty's freckled cheek softly as she grabbed Misty's pillow with her uncurled wing, pulling it close as she laid against it. The two ponies cuddled softly in each other's presence as they drifted to a warm, peaceful sleep.
Disaster Rarity by Haphazard. I have made a mess of myself so habitually that even despite the crushing emotional damage that ravaged my soul that, quite frankly, there's a not inconsiderable section of my consciousness that recognizes this as supremely normal. With precise regularity it mutters, "Ah yes, this tracks completely, deploy the ice cream," which is a statement I will echo out loud. This tracks completely, deploy the ice cream. Excuse me, please do not be alarmed by the streaking mess that is my tears ruining my elaborately applied makeup. It's normal. Perfectly according to plan. Yes, just don't look at me, please. I'm quite serious. My makeup is important business. I'm a mare of immense self-reliance and therefore always keep a fully stocked freezer packed with ice cream for all occasions. Because this is what I do. I am me, and this is how, as a me, I deal with my inability to form any kind of us. Trust me, I have this under control. No, I'm not choking. This is normal. My eyes are just leaking and there is a small blockage in my throat. Just a minor case of phlegm. Unattractive but harmless. I'm fine. Let's talk about ice cream, please. My favourite is cherry flavoured. I like how it tasted like a sort of swirl, even though my understanding of the mechanics of taste buds indicates that tastes do not in fact swirl, but it feels like it does. And I was an artiste. I'm all about feelings and self-destructive tendencies in the name of art, with an E. Again, and forgive me for my belabouring at this point. I apologise that you have to be here for this, but this is my routine. If you insist on being here for this, please just sit down and please don't hold this against me. I'm about to swear. Fuck me. Celestia fucking damn it. I'm such a fucking idiot. Fuck. It's habitual that I interrupt these tirades with a mouthful of cherry-flavoured ice cream. Do stand by, darling. Oh, fuck! I realised I have forgotten to include my aperitif with the dessert. Yet another mistake for the landfill that is my romantic existence. What a dumpster fire. Excuse me, I need a bigger bowl for the ice cream.
Actually, let's do away with the bowl. It is complex indeed to swear whilst eating ice cream. So I suppose the more I shovel into my stupid face, the less I'll do it. Profanity is decidedly unladylike, and moreover ice cream dribbling down one's chin is not attractive. A lesson learned many years ago, several times so. My heart has been, after all, habitually broken. Oh, the experiences I have had! Let me recount them to you in excruciating detail. Suffering demands company, and you seem to be set on joining me along this miserable meltdown. Let me begin with the very first love of my life. When I was a young mare just having gotten my cutie mark, my first romantic escapade was with a young mare I'm sure you're familiar with. She's a natural heroine these days, Applejack. We were young, adventurous, exploring an affection we felt towards other mares, and thoroughly, completely, utterly unsuited towards one another. We wanted different things. We wanted different types of ponies. I wanted, at the time, some pony to fawn over me and spend time with me. Applejack wanted some pony who knew how to tie a knot. That's not a metaphor either. She explicitly listed it as a requirement for a long-term relationship. She said it indicated reliability. I'm not sure that, at the time, we could have found a less suitable partner for the other. As Rainbow would say, oopsie fucking whoopsie. It was hot though. The breakup was nuclear and we didn't talk for about 2 years afterwards. Imagine my horror when we accidentally became element bearers. If the cosmos doesn't have a sense of humour, then it certainly has a penchant for malice. Applejack got over it. I didn't. In fact, she got over it so well she ended up marrying another friend of mine. Oh, don't mind me. I'll get to Rainbow Dash soon. I'm not bitter. And that's called foreshadowing, darling. My eyes may be leaking, but not even a broken heart will quell my storytelling talents anyway. It's not like I regret letting Applejack and her amazing shoulders get away from me, because she was the best thing that ever happened to me. Moving on from Applejack. You know, I experimented with what I thought Rarity, needed. I had, after all, had an explosive and self-destructive foray into mare-only relationships. And whilst Applejack might not have much interest in the rougher sex, I certainly did. I thought that maybe that was the solution for me. A handsome stallion, fashionable and elegant, some pony to match the up-and-coming fashionista Rarity. A perfect match, the kind of delightful romantic fantasy that honestly would have only been enthralled by a young filly about half my age, at the time reading some silly romance novel. That dip into the realm of fairy tale romance ended with a face full of cake and a ruined dress. Lesson learned. I liked that dress. I elevated my standards beyond princes and superficially to actual class. Fancy pants. The most desirable stallion in Canterlot, charming and witty, not to mention well connected within the realm of fashion and the elites of unicorn society. I was convinced that maybe he was the one for me. Gay, of course. He thought I knew. He also thought I was a stallion. Don't ask me how, but goodness, it was awkward. Possibly one of the worst conversations I've ever had in my entire life, barring that one time with Applejack. That other time with Rainbow Dash, and I suppose this one as well, which really has been a blow to my self-esteem in general. It was then that I found myself crushing hard on Rainbow Dash. I mean, realistically, could you blame me? She saved my life back when I was too busy making a fool of myself with those silly butterfly wings. And come on, let's be honest with ourselves. She may act the tomcolt, but she takes care of herself. The way she carefully engineers that mane to look unkempt in a strangely attractive and windswept way. The diligence she displays when tending to those feathers, those stomach muscles. What mare could resist that was even moderately bent? I certainly couldn't. For months I fawned over her, got her to wear an outrageous wig once. I took her measurements. They were all exemplary. The wingspan, the narrowness of that waistline, without being starved of calories. I could ramble for days about the various ways in which Rainbow Dash displays subtle beauty and an odd subversive feminine grace, but I was enthralled. But it wasn't just her appearance, darling. I figured the mare who saved my life would be the one for me. She saved my life so I could give her mine. I prepared a delightful speech for her, a confession of sorts. I spun my magic for weeks, no, months, trying to craft the perfect way to demonstrate my love for her. How silly it seems now. Oh, the ice cream I needed when, upon finally managing to corner her on a little date at the Sugar Cube corner, she revealed that she had been dating Applejack secretly for only a week at the time. I nearly choked on my cake. It was delicious cake too. Black Everfree chocolate. A thorough waste of cake and half a year's worth of waiting for Rainbow to notice me more than just that friend who does fashion. Oh, and she made it worse for me. All unintentionally. At no stage had she even come close to picking up my hints and feelings. Not only that, but she had the nerve to ask me for tips on how to date Applejack. The sheer fucking temerity. Yes, I'm aware she didn't know about my feelings for her at the time, but still. I didn't want to spoil her anything, but let's just say Applejack has a habit of stealing things I want. Well, stealing is a strong word. I obviously respect Applejack to a degree that cannot be described adequately within the boundaries of equestrian vocabulary, but fuck me! Could she just stop being so fucking attractive? Seriously, leave some for the rest of us. You were there for Thunderhoof, right? Anyway, refer to my previous statements. I won't delve too deep into that rabbit hole of nonsense. But by Celestia's 5th century yoke, fuck Applejack in her bizarrely sexy ways. What is it with those hips? Those shoulders? How are shoulders appealing? They don't even do anything on the romantic front. They just sort of serve as an attachment for forelegs, which definitely do things. But the way shoulders work, oh my, I'm getting sweaty thinking about it. I know Rainbow does. She told me in explicit detail. You mean you've never stared at Applejack's shoulders? You're in for an experience, believe me. It's like watching tectonic plates move mountains much faster, and also you don't have to be into geology to enjoy it. What do you mean, how do I feel about Spike? He's delightful, I guess. Anyway, I was talking about my romantic problems, and you were listening. Please don't interrupt. I'm in the middle of a deluge of personal grievances here. I took some time to calm down. I stepped back, focused on my work. I was professional for about 5 minutes. It was in that context that maybe I became a little too attracted to Fluttershy. She modelled for me. She is a mare with a particularly unique figure. I can't help myself for being an appreciator of art. Can I, darling? I described Rainbow Dash's unconventional attractiveness, but do I really need to go over Fluttershy? Anyway, she's straight. Funny how the chips fall. Or is it fries? I'll be honest with you, darling, I never did understand that saying. My point is, what a reversal from Fancy Pants. I sure can pick 'em. As Applejack would probably say whilst banging Rainbow Dash, which I should note, Rainbow Dash also described. I'm not bitter, I'm just livid. Anyway, I'm not expecting you to understand why, after all this, after this endless habit of falling for mares and stones that I can't have, I managed to engineer my way into falling for Pinkie Pie. It took effort, I'll admit, a great deal of planning and mental gymnastics. I didn't even get along with Pinkie that well, frankly. I think she's high maintenance. And yes, I know that's rich coming from me. There was just something infectious about that enthusiasm, about the way she moved and talked several tempos too fast, about the way she put several spoonfuls worth of too much sugar into everything, including how she behaved with other ponies. Yes, it irritated me. Yes, I wish she'd just calm down. Be quiet for the sun's sake. But whenever we were together, as friends with benefits, whatever it was we had, well, it was like having love injected directly into my veins. It's over now, of course. Excuse me, I need more ice cream. Of course, I'm happy she's married to Cheese now. I don't know what I want. Anything, I suppose. I thought that maybe she was the one, that the sort of energy she had would undo my curse. Oh, you look at me like I'm insane. I'm a unicorn. We're all about magic. You know this. Why wouldn't it make sense that I have some kind of anti-relationship curse on me? A sort of no-sex field. It feels that way. Let me put it to you straight. I have this magic trick I can pull off whenever I come close to being in a relationship. Any us I can make disappear, poof, as if it never existed. Applejack and me, gone. The possibility of a stable relationship with a stallion? Either I get caked or they're gay. Either way, it doesn't work out. Rarity is a lone wolf, a lonely soul, a whisper on the wind, a solitary note in a song of duplets. I'm a me. I'm just me. Rarity stands alone, forever, quite possibly. Pass me the wine, will you, Twilight? Thank you. Oh, you'll probably want some too, I assume. Naturally. Hang on, let me get you a glass. Anyway, where was I? Yes, it's like an actual curse. You'd think out of all my closest friends and several other ponies with like-minded interests, I have found at least one that was willing to maybe do more than enjoy a little slap and tickle between friends. No, I've never had a real relationship since Applejack, and yes, I'm aware she's probably going to be proposing to Rainbow soon. Rainbow told me. Don't ask me how she knew, she did. I'm as confused as you, trust me. And I'm happy for them, I really am. Her and Rainbow are made for each other, beyond any and all doubt. No matter what I might say drunk, they're made for each other more than I belonged with either of them. I just wish some pony was happy for me. That's all. For me to be with any pony. I mean, after all this, I don't think there's any pony left for me to fall for. Except you, I suppose. I
I'm being silly again. I just can't imagine being with some pony and it not exploding in my face, or it being engineered from the start to make me feel miserable. I just get the ice cream ready and prepare for another salvo of heartbreak. It's a routine. It's just a thing Rarity does, I suppose. Whatever curse I have, I don't see it being broken anytime soon. What do you mean you know a thing or two about magic? Don't be cheeky with me. I'm in the middle of bearing my broken, battered soul to you and... Excuse me, is this a clever ploy to get me to stop rambling? I'll have you know I'm not so easily... Alright. Well, that definitely... Well, you've made your point. But honestly, surely you could pick any pony. You're a princess. There's not a pony in Equestria that wouldn't... I mean, you could pick some pony who has, well, even a 1% viability when it comes to romantic relationships. I think I've displayed my capacity for destroying any potential relationship I could form. You make a valid argument. We'll see what happens. Perhaps this time I won't just be, well, me, on my own, forever. Ha!
Please go to Straight to the Point Studios YouTube channel for part 1 of this story.
A Bottle of Red by A Fanatic Rabbit. Twilight had expected far more. More arguments, more shouting, calls to order after crowds of ponies all tried to make their cases, to argue for the couple. She wasn't sure if she liked the calm and quiet ceremony more. The judge presiding over the affair had let the couple use a small conference room instead of one of the bigger courtrooms, and Twilight's aide and guards kept the press and public out. She wasn't exactly happy knowing that keeping the world away from this would bite her in the flank later. Twilight sat opposite to Rarity. She stared at her perfect white coat and perfect mane at odds with the tired circles under her eyes. Twilight knew she looked similar, maybe a touch more frazzled. Rarity looked to the judge who sat at the end of the table. The mayor looked similar to an aide Twilight inherited from Celestia, with an off-white coat and thick dark mane tied back into a bun. Twilight wasn't sure if they were related, but the somewhat familiar face smoothed over some of the aches and tension in her chest. They didn't go away completely. She still found it difficult to breathe. "Everything looks to be in order," said the judge, her voice clipped and professional. "Both parties have agreed to a fair level of financial recompense. Rarity, Seek, will regain a percentage of the former couple's collective funds in line with her earnings from the businesses." Twilight barely paid attention. She knew everything in the forms and declarations by heart, even if she wasn't so obsessive, a trait she had actually taken pride in over the years. She would have remembered most of it. Rarity would keep her properties. Any finances they pulled would be split to reflect her earnings. Any other possessions they owned were already divided between them, aside from any furniture. Technically, half of that wasn't either of theirs, being part of the palace's decor for generations. Rarity's face gradually turned to a frown, and she turned away from the judge as she spoke. Down to the desk in front of her, Twilight continued staring, longing to reach out, to brush her mane aside and touch her cheek. Citing lack of trust between both parties and unfulfilled promises, the imagined reconciliation was broken by Rarity's glower when she looked up. Twilight, the girl who ruled a nation stared down gods who ascended to near divinity herself, shrank back in her seat. Something twitched in Rarity's lips, and her expression softened a moment later. It very much didn't feel fair to Twilight to think a small seed of doubt turned into paranoia and fretting over who she was to the love of her life. But to Rarity, it was all a slap in the face, spitting on all she sacrificed. With both parties officially parting, the judge finished off, then looked up. She glanced between Twilight and Rarity. With a small cough, she asked, "Are there any questions or objections to any of what I've covered?" Twilight inhaled, but Rarity answered first. "None at all, Your Honor." Twilight swallowed down her words and nodded. "None, Your Honor," she answered. "Very well," said the judge. "Then I officially declare you separated. You'll receive the written copies of the declaration soon enough, though I suspect it won't be entirely necessary." She trailed off and smiled thinly at the former spouses. She tucked her paperwork into a binder and hooked that under one of her forelegs. "Your Majesty, Mrs. Rarity," she said, bowing to one and nodding to the other. Then she vacated the room. Twilight continued to stare at Rarity, who now stared back. Her mouth felt like cotton, and her tongue stuck to her lips as she licked them. Her voice caught in her throat as she tried to talk, and all she managed was a quiet, an unregally squeaky, "I'm sorry." Rarity sighed and broke the stare. "You don't need to apologise," was all she said before she stood up and left the room, leaving Twilight truly alone. "Announcing the arrival of Her Majesty Princess Twilight," declared the magically enhanced booming voice of the usher. It carried over the guests in the extravagantly decorated ballroom, and many of them turned their heads as Twilight entered through the tall double doors. A pair of royal guards flanked her entrance. She didn't quite fit her dress anymore. Her legs were too long, her barrel too broad, and her wings strained some of the stitching in the sparkling teal outfit. Some of the seams had popped only a few hours before, but she managed to fix it after some panicking. It was patchy, but it was just about hidden and hopefully would go unnoticed. A lot of the heads turned back to each other, and the conspiratorial mutterings of a high-class party began again. They probably noticed the hasty fixes and the age of the dress. Twilight swallowed, put on her best royal smile, and strode through the ballroom with purpose. That purpose was punch, or some of the hors d'oeuvres. Maybe she could find some professors from the city academies to chat up. A well-dressed waiter crossed her path with tall flutes filled with something very bubbly. Without pause, Twilight delicately snatched one of the drinks in her magic and downed it in one swift motion. Now no one would question why her breath smelled of alcohol, though the strong scent of wine might stand out as odd. She deposited the empty glass onto another passing waiter's tray and grabbed a fresh glass, this one managing to survive not being guzzled down in seconds. Instead, she sipped at it and actually registered the sweet, acidic taste. Twilight suppressed a grimace and decided she still hadn't acquired to the taste, but appearances were important. It didn't take her long to find a group of ponies to talk to. Socialites and those with lofty aims all flocked to talk to her, and tonight was no different. She made small talk, commenting on the weather. The Weather Patrol did a wonderful job tonight, didn't they? Foreign politics. I did hear about that skirmish on the Wingardium border. It's a tragedy, really. And taking part in so many other inconsequential topics and discussions. The audience she accrued flowed and changed with the subject of conversation, and she barely noticed the myriad of different faces that went by. When she did, she faintly recognized them all. Some she even recalled the names of, but they all blurred together. The fuzz of the night came to a very sudden halt when a particular set of gleaming blue eyes appeared through the crowd. The clockwork of motions of nodding and sipping, one after the other, clashed, and Twilight dribbled a splash of champagne down her chin and onto the floor as she caught Rarity's gaze. Blinking, Twilight stole a handkerchief from one of the nearby stallions to dab at her chin and the front of her dress. She ignored the delightful squeal she made when she tossed it over her shoulder and pushed her way into another circle of conversation. There was a brief grumble and muttering from her new immediate neighbours, but recognition of who she was stole away their protests. "Rarity?" she asked, interrupting the conversation. Every pony around her went quiet, turning their attention to Twilight. She cleared her throat and straightened herself up, ignoring the warmth growing in her cheeks. Rarity, immaculately dressed, raised her eyebrows and scooted back a step. She tugged on something, and that's when Twilight noticed a hoof was wrapped around a stallion's leg. He blinked from behind a pair of broad lens glasses and glanced back to Rarity. She seemed to loosen her grip and took another half step back before he spoke. "Ah, you two are acquainted?" he asked with a sly smirk. Rarity stopped where she stood and straightened up. A little twitch of her eyes and lips briefly caught Twilight's attention. She was suppressing a pout meant for him, Twilight was sure. "Yes," Twilight answered. "We were, She trailed off, looking back at Rarity. "You know, we used to be married, Mint," Rarity said in Twilight's silence. The stallion chuckled and nodded. Yes, who could forget you were the princess consort?" Rarity stiffened up, then gave her head a little shake. In the process, she replaced the tiny hint of a frown she wore with a tight, perfect smile. It didn't quite reach her eyes. "Twilight, darling," she said, and Twilight's legs tingled. "I wasn't expecting you here. How have you been?" Twilight thought the surprise a little odd, but she didn't push the issue. Her mouth felt like cotton, and she licked her lips while entirely forgetting her drink. "I've been good," she answered, fighting to keep her voice level. "What about you? How have you been? How are your businesses?" Twilight wanted to curse at herself. Rarity licked her lips now, and there was a subtle shift in her jaw, a hint at a remark that she choked back. Twilight now noticed the bags under her eyes, having barely changed since last they met. "I've been good," Rarity said back. "Business has been a little underwhelming this past season or two, but I'm keeping afloat. It is what it is, I suppose." She then looked to the stallion. "Mint, you didn't say Twilight would be here?" Her voice was much flatter, letting the annoyance ring through. "Why wouldn't you know I would be here?" Twilight asked before she could answer. "I thought everyone invited knew I was coming." Mint chuckled again and gestured to Rarity. "Ah, she was my +1, he explained, and Twilight winced as she realized Rarity wasn't invited by the host directly. Speaking of, did you bring anyone with you? Twilight swallowed, glancing back to Rarity. No, she said truthfully. I came alone, or as alone as I can anyway, she added, referencing her guards. She glanced over her shoulder for a brief moment and spotted one set of gleaming gold armour at the edge of the room. What a shame, said Mint. I was hoping to see who you'd bring tonight. It's a pity, but I suppose we can't expect everyone to move on so quickly. Rarity shot him a brief scowl, which he either ignored or didn't notice in the first place. I'll leave you two to catch up and grab my dear Rarity a quick drink, shall I? Twilight clenched her jaw as she smirked at her before turning to chase down a passing waiter. So, Twilight started, shifting her gaze back to Rarity. He's your date? Not after tonight he isn't, Rarity replied snappishly. Sorry. Rarity sighed. You have nothing to apologise for. He's just an ass. The rest of the circle around Rarity and Twilight glanced at each other and began muttering. Rarity smiled with amusement, and this time it did reach her eyes. Twilight relaxed and gestured with her head to one side of the ballroom. Rarity's expression sobered, but she nodded and let Twilight lead the way. They moved through the throng of ponies and eventually exited through a large set of doors to the balcony. Fewer ponies were out here. The frost that built up in the air before Twilight's nose gave her the reason why. It gave the two of them enough privacy, Twilight decided. I can't believe you still have that old thing, Rarity said, her voice pitched lower now that they were away from the bulk of the noise. It barely fits on you, and she glanced over to Twilight's side. It looks like you fixed it yourself. No offense. That's because I did, said Twilight, some taken. Not that Twilight expected her sewing to compare to Rarity's hoofwork. Rarity nodded. Well, I certainly hope the rest of your wardrobe fits better. The two stood in silence for a few moments. Rarity looked over the edge of the balcony, and Twilight followed her gaze to the glittering streets of Canterlot below. Twilight imagined the vibrant nightlife of other upper-class parties, of the clubs towards the outer edges of the city. She wondered if there was any pony else that felt as awkward as she did right now. How are the others? Twilight asked, breaking the silence. Rarity huffed. You could always ask them yourself. Twilight frowned, and she hoped the night hit it. Rarity, that's not... They all wonder what's happened to you, you know? Rarity continued, talking over Twilight. You used to visit regularly and invite the rest of them over. Now they're half convinced you forgot Ponyville even exists at all. Silence followed, and Twilight shivered as much from the cool night air as the icy fire emanating from the mare beside her. I'm sorry, she said. At least that is actually your fault, Rarity said bitterly, and yet it feels like they're judging me some of the time. Rainbow Dash especially. She thinks I gave up on you because I was being selfish. She harumphed. Selfish, me of all ponies. Twilight couldn't think of anything to say. She swallowed and muttered, I'm sorry. And my businesses? I had to take out a new mortgage on the Carousel Boutique to keep things afloat. Fewer ponies buy from me or commission me since our... Rarity shook her head. The ex-royal consort doesn't really have the same allure to it. I thought it would make me feel more gratified in my work, but this is undue judgment. Twilight looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, on the path she had set for it earlier that evening. I'm sorry, she said again, her voice creaking, and she turned back to Rarity. Oh, will you stop bloody apologising? Rarity snapped. Half of everything out of your mouth has been. Rarity was shut up as Twilight leaned in and kissed her. With her eyes closed tight, she couldn't see the unicorn's reaction. But after a few moments, Rarity shoved at Twilight's shoulder and broke the kiss. Twilight, cheeks flushed and guilt in her heart, leaned back. Rarity stared up at her, and a range of expressions crossed her face. Her brow knitted in anger, her own cheeks red, visible through her pale coat, and her mouth slack and open. Twilight prepared for the lashing she just interrupted to resume with vigour, and was surprised when Rarity spoke. You've been drinking, was all she said. Twilight blinked and glanced inside. She spotted Mint with 2 drinks held aloft in a silvery glow, looking lost. It is a party, she explained flatly. I can taste the wine we were saving for our 10th, Twilight. Rarity settled on an expression that Twilight read as judgmental. That technically wasn't yours to open. Twilight bit her lip and looked back to Rarity. Sorry. Rarity puffed up, then she shut her eyes tight. She brought her hoof to her chest, breathed in deeply, and exhaled deeply. It's nothing to worry about, she said, opening her eyes. If I had it, I'd have drunk it months ago. Twilight smirked for a moment. I still have some left, she said. I can give you the rest. It is both of ours, after all. Rarity snorted. I'm not so sure I want to set hoof in the palace. Twilight shied back. I looked back over Canterlot and beyond it. She squinted, trying to pick out the lights of a small town on the horizon. I should visit to Ponyville again. Between the light pollution and difference in terrain, she couldn't spot the town from where she stood. I'm just scared of what I'll feel when I get there, of how the others might react. Rarity blinked. Oh, Twilight, darling. I don't blame you for that, Twilight said back. It is because of you, sure, but it's not your fault, it's mine. She looked toward Rarity again, her breath caught in her throat as she took in the soft frown on Rarity's face, the lines in her forehead. She kept herself from laughing at a comment Rarity made about worry lines in the past. Can we try again? Try what again? Rarity said. If you mean our marriage, I think we're a little late for that. Twilight shook her head. Just being friends, Twilight responded. I want you back in my life, and the others too. It doesn't need to be more than that. Rarity thought for a few moments, then nodded. I think we can do that, she smiled, and the icy air around Twilight felt a little warmer. Out of the Rain by Bahatume. Wallflower trudged down the sidewalk, hunched over, hands jammed in her jeans pockets. This was a new low for her. And it wasn't just the temperature she was thinking of. Rain poured down in buckets, drenching her hair and her already soaked sweater. Her socks swished in her wet canvas shoes, both so saturated that stepping into a puddle or on the concrete didn't feel any different. A car probably could have splashed her and she wouldn't have gotten any wetter. That was only theoretical though. No other cars or people were dumb enough to be out here in a storm like this. And even fewer had been dumber to go out anyway to check on her plants despite the rain and then fumble her keys into a storm drain. Likely even fewer had then decided to see if she could find them with her phone's flashlight, followed by her phone slipping out of her chilled fingers, leaving her to watch in horror as the little light disappeared immediately into the rushing darkness below. Wallflower had always known she was one of a kind. With the school locked up and most people out of town for spring break, she hadn't had many options from there. Even her parents had left and wouldn't be back until next week. So, given the option of freezing to death, and knowing no one would attend her funeral, or finding a classmate who might be home, she decided to try door number 2. And after what felt like an eternity, her destination was in sight. Possibly. It was raining very hard, so she could have just been completely lost. Wallflower knocked on the door, half expecting Sunset to also be gone. She didn't immediately appear, but Wallflower had also had the misfortune of knocking right when a bout of thunder pealed overhead. So that one was her fault. After a few seconds she knocked again, and this time Sunset opened it.
Her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of a soggy girl on her doorstep. Wallflower tried to say something in greeting, ideally something cool or witty, but her body was shivering uncontrollably and her brain wasn't doing much better. And all she managed was a weird, forced half smile. Not really the way she wanted to start this interaction. Thankfully, Sunset didn't ask any questions and pulled her straight inside. Wallflower stumbled across the threshold, still shivering. It wasn't terribly warm in here. Sunset's house was tall, old, and a bit drafty, but at least it was dry. Sunset looked at the water dripping on the floor from Wallflower's sweater, and the water puddling around her shoes. Wallflower winced, but before she could try and cobble together an apology, she found herself pushed into Sunset's bathroom, now holding a towel and some spare clothes. She blinked. Well, that had gone better than expected. She peeled off her sweater and started to fold it, but the water running in rivulets onto the floor made her change her mind, and she tossed it into the sink for later retrieval. Her shirt soon followed, and then underneath that, she glanced in the mirror, her hand still behind her, fingers hesitating on the clasp. It was wet and uncomfortable, but it would be weird to not wear a bra in someone else's house. Or would it be weirder to leave it on? Rose-like occasionally would express eagerness to be home and rid herself of hers after a long day, and Muffins had agreed in her typically wordless way, but this wasn't her home, and she didn't have much experience with visiting others. Not since kindergarten anyway. And getting forgotten until they sat down to dinner hours later and realised there was one more child than plates hadn't made her eager to try again. Thunder boomed overhead, making her jump and shift her focus back to the problem at hand, or at chest. She didn't want it on. If she took it off, maybe Sunset wouldn't notice. It wasn't like anyone else had. A brief scowl flitted across her face as memories resurfaced of little Wallflower examining herself in the mirror. A brief hope of finally being noticed sparked inside her chest before cold, harsh, uncaring reality snuffed it out. She shook her head to clear those old memories. The wet fabric would chafe and also get Sunset's clothes wet, which wouldn't be nice, so it had to go. Logic. Thankfully, her panties were only somewhat damp and not completely soaked, so they stayed on under the pajama pants. She wrapped a towel around her hair to form a drying turban, and decided that this made her presentable enough, assuming Sunset still remembered she was here anyway. With that pleasant thought in mind, she emerged from the bathroom. To her relief, she saw Sunset had a pot of water heating on the stove and a couple of empty, albeit mismatched, mugs waiting nearby. She saw Wallflower and clearly looked a bit more relaxed now that she was no longer in danger of freezing. She picked up a couple of hot chocolate packets and held them up questioningly. Wallflower nodded eagerly. Something warm would be perfect right now. Trying to not look too excited, she moved towards the table and then bumped into the chair, tipping it. She tried to catch it, her fingers scrabbling for purchase on the seat, but didn't quite manage it, and the chair hit the floor with an abnormally loud crash. Cold and clumsy were not a good combination, and here she was with copious amounts of both. She picked it up and sat down quickly, trying to look like she'd done that on purpose, or at the very least had remained in control of her body the whole time. Sunset cracked a smile, but hid it quickly, with a dexterity that Wallflower definitely wasn't feeling. She poured the water in a mug, then tore open a packet and dumped the powder inside. She stirred it quickly, then slid it over to Wallflower. Wallflower hesitated for a split second, feeling a little awkward that Sunset had given her the first one. But the steam curling pleasantly off the top was calling to her. She picked it up and leaned forward, inhaling deeply through her nose. Oh, yes, warm, chocolatey. That was nice. Sunset was already mixing her own. She tapped the spoon on the rim to get the last drips of the cocoa off, and then walked over to the pantry. Wallflower watched as Sunset dug around, searching for something, then quickly looked down, hiding behind her mug. She didn't want to get caught staring. Then she cringed as she realized she hadn't thanked Sunset yet. And she couldn't say it now either. Too much time had passed, and she was distracted. She didn't want to scare her. That might be awkward. Or more awkward, anyway. It was far too late for that first one, but still. Sunset soon emerged, holding a bag of mini marshmallows. She held it out in offering. Not wanting to be rude, and still feeling self-conscious about Sunset getting stuff for her first, Wallflower took it and only put in a couple. They bobbed carelessly on top and brought a little smile to her face. Sunset chuckled. With no such reservation, she dumped a pile in her cocoa, nearly half as high as the mug itself. Wallflower cracked a smile and picked up the bag again to add a similar pile to hers. With the hot cocoa now prepared to their liking, the two girls sat in silence. Sunset took a sip and looked at Wallflower expectantly. Wallflower looked down intently at her mug, her lips pressed together, watching the mini marshmallows bob. She didn't feel like explaining how she'd ended up in this situation. It might not have been memory stone worthy, but it was still embarrassing, and she didn't want to look like more of an idiot in front of Sunset. Thankfully, it seemed that even without her geode, Sunset could tell. She took another sip and looked away. Still, it had been silent for too long. Wallflower felt like she needed to say something. At least thank her for her cocoa, for the clothes, taking her in, something. But as if on cue, thunder boomed outside. Wallflower winced. She glanced over to the window. It was coming down hard out there. But Sunset didn't seem to mind. When Wallflower turned back to look at Sunset again, she had turned back towards the window and leaned against the table, holding her mug, seemingly content to watch the rain fall. Well, she didn't want to interrupt her now. She took a quick sip from her own and felt the pleasant warming sensation trickle down her throat, spreading its heat to her whole body. She exhaled slowly. Something about the hot chocolate was profoundly soothing. And it helped her realize just how exhausted she actually was. Now in a safe place, she realized just how draining her trek through the rainstorm had been. When she took another drink, it was partially for warmth and partially for strength. She grimaced and nearly coughed as her tongue paid a price for her eagerness. Okay, too hot, smaller sips. Eventually, she remembered how to do something she'd been doing for almost 20 years now, and gratefully drank like a normal girl and not like an unsteady kitten smashing their face into a milk bowl. Sunset either didn't notice her struggling or just didn't draw attention to it, or maybe she just really liked watching the rain. Before long, Wallflower had finished her cocoa. She was no longer shivering and felt pleasantly warm inside. But now, she had a new problem. She didn't know what to do from here. While she was fairly certain Sunset wouldn't just kick her out into the rain, she wasn't sure what guests usually did. Maybe she'd just hold her mug and pretend there was still something in it and wait for Sunset to make the next move. Thankfully, before she had to figure out how to pretend drink her non-existent cocoa, Sunset finished her own and stood up. She put her mug in the sink and stretched her arms overhead, her shift lifting up ever so slightly and drawing Wallflower's attention to the glimpse of her bare skin beneath. Wallflower quickly looked back down, hoping she wasn't blushing, wishing she was brave enough to keep watching. Sunset's quiet confidence was intimidating, but in such a good way. She shook herself out of her reverie to see Sunset making her way over to the couch. She fluffed out the blanket that had been folded there, pulled it up around her neck, and sat. She pulled the blanket over her body and then lifted up one side in invitation. Well, hopefully that was what she had meant, because Wallflower had already gotten up and walked over, her empty mug left behind on the table as she made a beeline to the couch. As she sat down, she once again realized just how exhausted she was. Her whole body suddenly felt heavy. She let out a soft groan as her eyes closed as if on their own volition, and she laid back and exhaled slowly. That was it. She didn't want to move anywhere else for the rest of her life. Actually, no. She grimaced, her eyes still closed. That wasn't true. This position wasn't very comfortable. She rolled the other way, but that wasn't better. Rejecting sitting entirely, she fell over and curled up. Okay, this was better. She exhaled slowly, her eyes slowly closing under the weight of today's adventure. And then her eyes widened. This wasn't a pillow. She had ended up with her head on Sunset's lap. The fleeting thought that this was surprisingly comfortable was quickly replaced with horror at what she'd inadvertently done. She lay still as she could, perhaps subconsciously hoping that Sunset would forget she was there and she could escape without her being the wiser. Obviously, this was not the case. Sunset was clearly aware of her unexpected visitor's unexpected contact, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she nonchalantly looked away, almost as if Wallflower were a wild animal that she didn't want to frighten off. And then she gently rested her hand on her shoulder. Wallflower considered this. Her heart was racing, and the warmth she was feeling on her cheeks was likely not from the blanket or the hot cocoa. What was this feeling? Was Sunset feeling it? What should she do? She hoped the right answer was, lay here and do nothing, because that was all she could think to do. And perhaps it was, because Sunset also laid back against the couch, relaxing. Occasionally her fingers would run down along her arm, barely grazing her, as if letting her know that she was aware of her presence and was trying to keep her there. So many thoughts were racing through Wallflower's head. What did this mean? Did this mean anything? Did she want it to mean something? Did Sunset want it to mean something? But despite all the unanswered questions swirling, her exhaustion finally won out as her breathing deepened and she settled down deeper into Sunset's couch and her lap, sleep slowly overtaking her body. One final thought flitted through her mind. Maybe she was glad she dropped her keys after all.
Hands in pockets, head down low, footsteps lost where cold winds blow. Raindrops dance on aching skin, drenched in doubt she's drowning in. Every knock feels like a fight, words get stuck, don't come out right. Shadows whisper, tell her no, but she's got nowhere else to go. Out of the rain, into the light, still soaking wet, still holding tight. A quiet room, a warming cup, still too afraid to speak up. Fumbling hands, a fallen chair, laugh it off like she don't care. Sips too fast, the burn is real, bites her lost inside her own embrace. But kindness waits in open space. No judgment here, no need to race. Out of the rain, into the light, still soaking wet, still holding tight. A quiet room, a warming cup, still too afraid to speak up. A lifted blanket, space to stay. She takes the offer anyway. A silent breath, a glance, a sign. Maybe this could be just fine. Out of the rain, into the light, still soaking wet, still holding tight. A quiet room, a warming cup. Maybe she won't mess this up. No words spoken, none required. Just the warmth, the calm, the fire. Not alone, not tonight. Not alone, she'll be alright.
Mystery Pony Fiction here. Just a disclaimer, I'm reading this while getting adjusted to new dentures, so I need to relearn how to pronounce things, and S's in particular are tough for me at the moment. Hopefully I will eventually speak even better than I was for the last year with no front teeth. Thank you for your patience. Helping Hands Help You Relax by Slippery Slope. Bon Bon was relieved when the trail of rose petals leading upstairs to her bedroom did not end with a sock wrapped around the door handle. It had been a long day. There were a few more high category monsters that needed defeating and high stakes shady backroom deals that needed infiltrating than usual. But such was the day in the life of a SMILE agent. Of course, Lyra didn't need to know any of that. Bon Bon wanted to keep her wife safe and happy in both mind and body, so she sighed, wiped off her dirty hoofsies, and opened the door to their bedroom with a smile. Inside, Lyra was already asleep, sprawled haphazardly across the bed and snoring loudly. Bon Bon giggled at the sight, which was enough to interrupt Lyra's nap. With a loud snort, Lyra fluttered her eyes awake and wiped away the drool from her mouth. Huh? You're home later than usual? Yeah, Bon Bon sighed again and hung her scarf on the wall rack. You could say it was a busy day. Lyra grunted and flopped over so she could see Bon Bon while still remaining reposed. Seems like it's been that way more often. Holiday season or something? Bon Bon snorted. Of a kind. At least they pay you well, compared to the bits and ends I do at least. Hey, none of that. Bon Bon finished unpacking and ambled towards Lyra, giving her a peck on the cheek, followed by a friendly snuggle. You know I'd do anything for you. And it was true. Bon Bon really did love Lyra more than any pony in the world. She was the perfect de-stress machine. Even a few minutes with her was enough to take her mind off work and the dangers within equestrian society. She turned her attention to the pair of headphones that lay beside Lyra. So, not a wrapped sock kind of night? But the roses meant... Lyra blushed bashfully as she noticed Bon Bon's gaze. Yep, that kind of night. It wasn't Bon Bon's kind of thing, but it certainly made her happy to make her wife happy. Alright, let's do it. Really? Lyra got up and hugged Bon Bon tightly. You're the best, really, I mean it. Bon Bon laughed and booped Lyra on the nose. No, you. She picked up the headphones, scrolling through the settings on the audio player. with quick button presses until she found the right configuration. So, you want to, do it now? Hit me, Lyra said with a determined gaze. I'm ready. Bon Bon nodded, gently grabbed the headphones over Lyra's ears, and hit play. Time to watch it work its magic. As Lyra curled up on the bed again, finding a comfortable position, Bon Bon could hear the beginning notes of the file. A low G vibrated that matched the frequency and timbre of a low string on Lyra's harp, but with the note permanently sustained instead of fading away. It eased her into familiar territory, as if telling her it was a friend she could trust. Next came little blips within the note. Bon Bon had learned they were called binaural beats. They slipped into Lyra's subconscious, and Bon Bon could notice her breath beginning to slow, her limbs tensing before relaxing twice as much as before. At this point, Bon Bon knew the opening stanzas by heart. No doubt, Lyra would know them too, and a great deal else. I want you to relax a little deeper for me. It played. Bon Bon gave Lyra one last reassuring touch, then got up and adjusted the environment. She closed the curtains, activated the magic switch that dampened noise from coming in, and lit a lavender-scented candle, placing it on the coffee table beside the bed. As she watched Lyra's posture settle, she couldn't help but relax precariously as well, as the voice told Lyra to focus on her back hooves, then her legs, then her waist and chest, working up her body in stages of progressive relaxation. Lyra responded compliantly to each step. Bon Bon responded in kind, loosening her own muscles as she curled up beside her wife, but not enough to disturb her awake. As Lyra's full body was brought to peace, Bon Bon could hear the trigger words from the audio file that would bring Lyra into trance. Gold pocket watch. It was a phrase deeply ingrained within Lyra's mind. Even without any additional suggestion, it already eased her body even more than before. Bon Bon knew that with each successive repetition of the phrase, Lyra would picture the swinging watch in her mind's eye, going back and forth, back and forth. Gold pocket watch. A click of its chain every time it changed directions, almost like the ticking of a clock, synchronizing with the rhythm of the binaural beats. It told her to drop deep, deep into a calm, blissful, hypnotic trance. Though Bon Bon had never tried the file before, she couldn't help but feel envious at how high on cloud nine Lyra must have felt in the moment. Maybe, just one day, she'd ask her wife if she could try it out, and something told her she'd be more than excited to accept. But for now, her job was to make Lyra the happiest mare on the planet. There was no doubt Lyra loved how much being put in a trance relaxed her, but that wasn't the sole reason she picked the file in the first place. Far from it. So, Bon Bon waited for the file to reach the second trigger. When it did, she spoke the words out loud in tandem with the recording to enhance its impact. Helping hands, helping relax. Bon Bon chuckled slightly under her breath. Of course, what else could it have been? She lifted her hooves and began to massage Lyra's back. She went slowly at first, enough to make Lyra shift slightly and stir, but not enough to fully wake her up. She needed to ease her wife into it, as much as she wanted to massage her all over right from the beginning. On the other end, in her own universe, Lyra was being asked to imagine floating hands materializing one by one around her. They would delicately surround and observe her before giving tentative touches here and there. In all frankness, Bon Bon didn't really know what kinds of hands Lyra was picturing just about now. She'd always claimed they were humans, whatever that was. It was one of Lyra's silly quirks that made her so cute and irresistible to Bon Bon, though her research had yet to provide significant insight into their existence. Being affirmed by a dozen of their appendages comforting her had increased her fascination tremendously, and only fueled her determination to find out all about them. Of course, the hands she pictured weren't real, but as Bon Bon massaged and kneaded her all over, it felt just as real as the bed under her and the dark room enveloping her. As the file continued to guide Lyra's mind, the imaginary hands became more insistent. Their touch growing bolder, they caressed her shoulders, traced delicate patterns along her spine, and kneaded the tense muscles in her lower back. Lyra practically melted into the bed, her body becoming one with the soft mattress beneath her. Bon Bon's own breathing matched Lyra's, slow and steady, the act of caring for her wife, of providing her with this deep relaxation, had a calming effect on Bon Bon as well. It was as if every time she tensed a muscle to press into Lyra's side, then released and pulled it away, thoughts of the day slipped from her mind and out to her hooves, dissolving into the air around them. There was no need for her to say anything, do anything more. She could only imagine how Lyra must have been sinking deeper into trance with each passing moment, guided by the binaural beats and Bon Bon's touch. She must have felt so loved and worthwhile being at the centre of attention of all those hands, stroking and petting her thoughts away. Seeing Lyra so utterly relaxed and content brought Bon Bon immense joy. She knew that every touch she gave, every careful motion, was making Lyra's experience all the more blissful. It was almost like caring for a pet. As she continued to massage her wife's back, her hooves applied just the right amount of pressure to elicit soft sighs and happy moans from Lyra. She could hear the file whispering gently to Lyra, telling her to let go, relaxing and being a good pony under the guidance of the hands. And as Lyra sank deeper and deeper, the file rewarded her. Gold pocket watch. Helping hands, helping relax. Increasing the intensity of the hand's touch and sending her floating in a sea of tranquility. As Bon Bon's hooves explored every inch of Lyra's body, the hands found and released knots of tension Lyra hadn't even realized were there. Lyra's moans and sighs grew louder, her body responding eagerly to the pleasurable sensations. It went on for almost an hour, as Bon Bon kneaded and squeezed her wife. Lyra continued to progressively relax more and more, blurring the boundaries between the imaginary hands and the real world, feeling so good and calm and relaxed, falling deeper and deeper into trance. Being such a good pony, he deserved all the pets and love she was getting. All until the gold pocket watch told her it was time to wake up and begin counting her up out of trance. 1. Feeling her body starting to come alive, her breath becoming more regular. 2. Feeling the sensation of the bed beneath her and the warmth of Bon Bon's embrace around her every curve. As Lyra began to softly stir and twitch her limbs, Bonbon finally slowed down her massaging as the number of hands in Lyra's mind's eye began to subside. One by one, Lyra saw them wave goodbye until they poofed away, leaving her in the blissful void of empty space. Bonbon's job was done. She lightly squeezed Lyra's shoulder one last time and went back to lying down beside her. This time, there was no more need to avoid disturbing her. Bonbon wrapped her hooves around Lyra and spooned her in a loving embrace. 3. Senses continuing to sharpen, the smell of the lavender candle becoming more distinct. 4. Awareness returning, mind clearing from the haze of trance. 5. Fluttering, her eyes open, blinking to adjust to the soft light, now fully awake. Bonbon smiled as Lyra yawned, then snuggled into the crook of her arm with a contented sigh. She tightened her brace and said simply, "Good morning." She snickered as she watched the cogs in Lyra's brain turn and try to argue it was still nighttime before giving up. "I love you too, Bonnie." Bonbon closed her eyes and allowed herself to be soothed by the slow exhale of Lyra's breath. "How was it?" Lyra's eyelids were heavy, but she managed to open them halfway. "Oh, you already know. Really, it was wonderful," she whispered. "Thank you. I needed that." The room was dark and serene, the candle's soft glow casting a calming shadow over them. They stayed wrapped up in each other's arms, listening to the chirping of crickets outside, savouring the moment. Bonbon nuzzled her wife's mane and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "You know, I actually am tired after all that. Let's sleep now, for real," she murmured. "Together." Lyra nodded. As she levitated the blanket over the couple, Bonbon turned to blow out the candle, cuddling each other under the blankets. They drifted off to sleep, dreaming of each other.
Long day, long night, through the city's glow. Secrets whispered where the shadows grow. Locked the door, left the world outside. Came back home to my heart's delight. Rose petals on the from the deep.